One of these days I'm going to make a list of everything shooters lost sight of in the first decade of the millennium after they wrapped a big sheet of HD whale blubber around their heads. It really is quite instructive how much people manage to fuck up the simplest formula in gaming over the years. Large numbers of evil monsters get killed en masse by a lone underdog soldier with a different exotic murder device strapped to each extremity was the perfectly functional workaday formula. Somewhere along the line that became large numbers of people who are different to me get killed in single file by a nebulous military force that may or may not involve a playable character, with various slight variations on the theme of bullets and missiles fired from some kind of orbiting armchair. I guess a certain amount of magic is lost for me if I have to share the genocide with anyone else. One person up to their eyeballs in Martian badger guts is a desperate struggle. Two people up to their eyeballs in Martian badger guts seems more like an allegory for the average first marriage. Fortunately, in the world of Serious Sam, anyone who is not Serious Sam or one of the entities that talk in his earpiece every now and again has a role in life normally associated with industrially fattened flightless birds during the time between October and January. Serious Sam 3 BFE is a deliberate callback to the retro Doom style of FPSing that the original Serious Sam, and I suppose Serious Sam 2, but we don't really talk about Serious Sam 2, was also calling back to, but long-time viewers will know that the games industry doesn't call back to that sort of thing anywhere near often enough for my tastes. BFE stands for Before First Encounter, not as I at first believed, Big Fucking Igun, and is a prequel telling the story of Earth's doomed war with the alien armies of Mental and how Sam was first transported back in time to Serious Sam 1. So technically I suppose this would be several thousand years after First Encounter, but that's time travel for you, doing to simple linear storytelling what energetic sex with a contortionist does to a smoothly laid out bedsheet. Anyway, Serious Sam 3 bum-fondling enjoyment doesn't quite make it through the washing line of modern gaming without a few pairs of moist underpants clinging to its face. Serious Sam now wears a pair of douchebag wraparound shades, and occasionally everything has to stop so he can have some embarrassing dialogue with one of his Skype friends that was written with the care of a cat knocking a bowl of jelly beans onto the word processor keyboard. The game even starts with Sam being transported to the battle zone in one of those standard video game helicopters with the wide open doors on both sides that crash land if they're so much as elbowed by a passing mosquito, the standard Apocalypse Now cold open sequence. For the uninitiated, Sam Stone is a 90s action hero graduate from the Duke Nukem correspondence course with some kind of unclear role in the military and who started showing up to work one day in a customized t-shirt and jeans, and no one wanted to complain in case he blew cigar smoke in their face or shagged their mums. He's dropped into present-day war-torn Cairo to find information on how to work a time machine, and he's the only one who can be trusted with the job because he's serious. All the other possible candidates run around wearing tutus and fight the aliens with giant inflatable hammers. So when a Serious Sam game starts with a helicopter crashing in a ruined city and the first thing you do is run around some narrow corridors, one could be forgiven for thinking that there's been another casualty in my stubborn heel-digging war against modern gaming. And when an early repeated enemy is a generic gunmetal grey soldier with hit-scan weapons who's kinda hard to spot because of dull environments and perpetual dust clouds, then I'm already picking out what shovel I'm going to use for the shallow grave. But then they start introducing all the colourful and interesting monsters from the good old days, and the grey soldiers seem more and more weirdly out of place, like someone's dad at a Limp Bizkit concert. There are also pre-baked finishing moves that can be activated when you're close enough to some enemies, but thankfully they're incredibly brief and don't break the flow. In fact, with the first-person perspective, I'm not entirely clear what exactly Sam is doing when he instant kills the giant spider enemies. It looks for all the world like he's knocking their skull plates off with a single swing of his mighty ball sack. A game in which you can insta-kill most enemies as long as they're close enough might not sound like a meaty challenge, but it's getting close enough that's the sticking point when the game finally hits the road. About halfway through, Sam leaves the city and moves on to the ancient Egyptian ruins, and suddenly the inept plaster and balsa wood facade falls away and we see what Serious Sam 3 Buttered Fox Entrails was all along. The first Serious Sam game with a few extra wheels and a fresh coat of paint, and you spend the rest of the game running around huge Egyptian environments fighting off increasingly ridiculous hordes until the game starts to feel more like a remake of the original than a sequel, prequel, or equal, or any attempt to make any kind of update to the series. In fact, pretty much everything that's completely new in this game just seems to get in the way. The aforementioned Limp Bizkit dad soldiers, the fast-moving jumping cave lizard things that are more of a chore to fight than anything else, and in a quite literal sense, the big fat bastards who are a rather bold-faced and fat-faced rip-off of the Mancubus from Doom. I will say the final boss fight rounded things off nicely. I was getting more and more frustrated when I couldn't even get a good look at the guy without being stomped into minestrone, wondering what the hell I was supposed to do, until I ran into a building for shelter and found a jetpack. Crote, why did I ever doubt you? Although the subsequent puzzle required to defeat the boss seemed like something out of a 90s adventure game, and rather jarring when every other puzzle in the game was solved by imitating a popcorn machine in a centrifuge. Serious Sam 3 Biscuit Fortification Experiment is a deliberate exercise in nostalgia, but makes no effort to be anything more than that. A hastily polished chunk of Serious Engine 3 with a few stapled on wings and pennants that all fall off the moment it starts building up a decent speed. So if you're an old Serious Sam hand and would just like to play it again, while also feeling your fancy new gaming PC wasn't a waste of money, then here's a game for you. Specifically for you and no one else. As much as this retro style holds appeal for me, I feel an opportunity was missed to reinvent things a bit for a new generation. Painkiller managed to take that same retro shooting style and successfully elevated it without sacrificing what made it fun, while this just doesn't have the sack to take the same kind of risk. Sit in a nice comfy armchair with a bucket of cookie dough, lazily plow through Serious Sam 3 in a weekend and then never think about it again, because that's pretty much what the developers did. So another year has disappeared wailing into the yawning gullet of the Sarlacc of time, and only one issue remains. Who the hell drank my last two Mercury ciders? I know I left them in your fridge. I was going to drink them the next time I came came around, you fuck. Oh yes, and also like a long-sighted window dresser, I need to figure out my tops and my bottoms. Just to clarify a couple of rules, my top 5 and my bottom 5 will be restricted to games I actually reviewed this year. It may be true that the Green Lantern tie-in game eats its own frozen turds for dinner, or that Dark Souls gives free blowjobs to high school students, but I can't get passionate about anything that didn't waste a week of my life. Secondly, strange as this might sound, these rankings are based on the subjective amount of fun I personally had with each title, and not by how many 5-star ratings were showered on it by publisher-approved journalists who all secretly wished they were dead. At number 5 on my list of 2011 games that are good comes a title that has featured on quite a few other people's best of 2011 lists, and so its presence here can largely be attributed to peer pressure. Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls Another One. An epic dragon genocide that is admittedly a bit glitchy and broken, but it's kind of endearing for it, like a puppy accidentally pissing in its own face. I place it here to communicate to the industry in general that organic, open-ended, face-pissing gameplay is still preferable to being passed from set-piece to set-piece like the prison bitch. Number 5 worst is a game from very early in the year that probably feels relaxed and secure in the knowledge that everyone immediately forgot about it, but I've never been above putting the boot in. Mindjack, a succession of square rooms populated by characters who couldn't have reached any level of decent characterization if they had a rocket-powered stepladder. Its sole innovation was the ability to possess other people in the battlefield, a feature that served only to illustrate that absolutely no one was having fun. Now, moral choice systems are, as mechanics go, right up there with the button that makes your character stick his thumb up his arse, but Infamous 2 demonstrated the best way to handle a moral choice system that you're stuck with: pack that shit in. As well as being an engaging sandbox adventure, Infamous 2 actually provided an incredibly satisfying and appropriate ending. Well, endings. And in today's eyes on the long-term pay packet industry, I respect that a lot. Of course, if they do go on to make an Infamous 3, I'm going to retroactively take this award away and give it to Minecraft or something. Red Faction Guerrilla wasn't even the greatest game in the world, so when its sequel makes you go, what the fucking hell happened, then you know new depths are being plumbed. With a plot that felt like it had dropped half its cue cards and peeled the other half off a homeless man's back scabs, and the trademark Destructo physics reduced to carnival sideshow, Red Faction Armageddon slips comfortably into the heavily stained underpants of 4th place. Getting back to the non-underpants list, number 3 is the token independent entry that must be included to maintain my pretentious game journalist cred, Bastion, which I persistently referred to incorrectly as The Bastion in my review. Guess no one will be dancing with me at this year's pretentious game journalist ball. But anyway, it's a superlative example of how to mix gameplay and storytelling, combining intense isometric combat with a voice narration that will send rivulets of something shameful running down your thighs. I don't get why video games have trailers. Films have trailers and games have demos. That's how it works. You need to be able to play a bit of it to get what it's about. Any game trailer, especially ones that don't show gameplay, are basically 2 minutes of a publisher soaping their ballsack under carefully arranged mood lighting. Thanks again to our number 3 worst game for reminding us of this. Dead Motherfucking Island. Great trailer, boring, glitchy, horribly designed game. And just because I like the smell of my own farts doesn't mean I want to spend 3 hours in a sewer level. Well, I warned that this game was probably going to end up here, and it most certainly has. Driver San Francisco. Surprisingly good doesn't do it justice. It would have been surprisingly good if I'd gotten through it without slumping forward and nodding off with the analog sticks jammed up my nostrils, but its innovative car-hopping mechanic ensured a constant gameplay flow as smooth as a syrup enema, and the good writing is the rectal cork that seals the deal. Some people who are into driving games say the physics are a bit crap, but speaking for people who aren't into driving games, I had great fun with this driving game, so shut your face. No retrospective of 2011's shittier moments would be complete without a mention of the legend-making disappointment that was Duke Nukem Forever. 13 years these guys were building an 80-foot jizz cannon in their backyard, and they invited everyone around for its first discharge, only for it to tip forward and dribble yellowy spunk over everyone's shoes. A symbol of 90s shooters reduced to 2 weapon slots and turret sections, more breathtakingly misogynistic than the Boston Strangler. So here comes the final devastating spurt directly into the New Year's open mouth, my game of 2011. Now, some might say my choice is a predictable one, but I failed to give its predecessor any kind of official Game of the Year award, even though it badly deserved one, so consider this an act of penance on my part. That's right, it's Valve's second orifice penetration simulator, Portal 2. Despite the single player being a bit flabby and directionless and lacking in really meaty puzzles, let's face it, even the dodgiest Portal game stands head and shoulders above most of the dross that comes out. Speaking of which... Interestingly enough, the crown of greasy brambles and throne of compacted garbage to be awarded to the worst game of 2011 are in this case 2 crowns, and perhaps some kind of chase long affair, because I can't decide which creepy masturbatory lead you by the nose flimsily justified violence upon vastly inferior enemies open quotes realistic shooter with a 3 on the end I despise the most. Battlefield 3 or Modern Warfare 3. I don't hate them because they're poorly made or fail in what they set out to do. I hate them for what they represent. Modern Warfare and Twattlefield not only show that people should stop making realistic shooters, but also make a convincing case that people should stop existing generally, and perhaps we should save time, form a big circle, and on an agreed signal, all cap the person to the right. Oh, Happy New Year, by the way. This may sound odd to those of you who were born in one of the shittier decades, brought up on games in which heavily armoured main characters trundle along like the fat kid running the obstacle course on school sports day, but there was a time when a game would be ran out of town on a moving train level if the hero couldn't jump at least 7 times their own height. Yes, the platformer was the go-to genre in 2D times. It was what the third-person shooter is today, the default option whenever someone wants to hash out a quick movie tie-in. But when the big rowdy child that was 3D gameplay muscled onto the playground, platforming was one of many children he just couldn't get along with. An awkward transitionary phase in the PlayStation era illustrated that bouncing around in three-dimensional space was like using a space hopper to dismount from a trampoline, and everyone got really down on jumping puzzles and FPSs after the last level of Half-Life had you swinging between suspiciously proportioned alien phalli. So in today's mainstream market, pure platforming games are a wee bit marginalised. Unless of course your name is Mario. Mario as ever gets a free ride on this one because there are more products carrying his likeness than statutory safety labels, and the latest chicken bone he's thrown to his followers from atop his mainstream platforming monopoly is Super Mario 3D Land, or Super Mario Land 3D, or Land Mario 3D Super, or however you're supposed to say it. Since you're all no doubt very busy procrastinating on the internet, I won't waste your valuable time recounting the plot of the game. Suffice to say that Bowser has started issuing his ransom demands in the form of unlockable 3D pictures, sadly missing the glaringly obvious opportunity for Princess Peach cheesecake shots. I mean, might as well, Nintendo, while you're still trying to convince us the 3DS wasn't a bad idea. But no, I guess they're following the usual Nintendo post-cock-up policy, which is to keep desperately hammering away at it until either reality somehow spontaneously alters to fit with their deluded vision of it, or they come up with another stupid new idea they can beat into the ground with a Mario-branded shillelagh. You know what? I'm already bored of talking about Mario. Let's talk about something else, like Rayman Origins, a Ubisoft platformer released for other, less dumb consoles. The plot of this one isn't that much more considered than Bowser have Princess collect stars for inadequately explained reason. From what I can gather from the intro sequence, a bunch of evil subterranean beings are being annoyed by Rayman and his mates snoring too loudly, and rather than sewing tennis balls into the backs of their pajamas or maybe just putting more insulation in the dividing wall, the evil monsters conquer the world. What with platformers falling out of favour in recent years, Rayman is a character Ubisoft have never really known what to do with, never quite breaking out popularity-wise, because honestly, who can like a character whose hands and feet have no visible connection to their torso? They had him emceeing that Raving Rabbids business for a bit, but he just ended up getting more overshadowed than Keanu Reeves in a high school amateur dramatic society and was eventually quietly dropped from the billing. Perhaps it can be said that the karmic wheel has finally come around again for Mr. Man, because Rayman Origins is actually pretty good. Alright, I think I've calmed down enough to talk about Mario again. 3D Mario Land Super is a Mario game in which you jump on things in covetous pursuit of stars and coins, like you didn't already know that. How does it differentiate itself? Well, the standard policy with a new Mario game seems to be to write down every feature from every previous Mario game on post-it notes, stick them all to a wall, and throw a fucking dart. And in the case of Super Mario 3D Mario Super, it landed on the raccoon tails from Mario 3, a dart throw everyone was so fucking pleased with that they felt they had to base the whole game around it, handing out raccoon tails to half the enemies and statutory objects too, although considering the original Japanese Mario 3 was more faithful in its depiction of the folklorique tanuki, I'm hoping there's a version of this game knocking around somewhere where every enemy has a big hairy scrotum dangling underneath, in which case it's the thwomps I feel sorry for. Oh yes, and they try to make something resembling a game mechanic out of the 3D gimmick by having these fixed perspective puzzle rooms where you need the 3D on to see the platforms, but there's maybe 3 of them in the entire fucking game, so that's 1 for every 80 odd bucks you paid for your special 3D handheld. Hope it was worth it. Okay, gonna have to go back to Rayman Origins for a bit. It plays most similarly to New Super Mario Bros. Wii, right down to the 4 players, 2 of which are named characters and 2 of which are passing woodland creatures that walked in the wrong door by mistake. Crucially though, players do not bounce off each other like they did in some Wii, so you can actually get through a level without disowning 3 friends or family members. Another difference is that Rayman ditches the live system, a very stupid and outdated concept that Nintendo have to stick to because of an ancient voodoo curse that will make their bell ends explode if they try to think for 5 minutes. When the challenge ramps up, and by golly trousers does it ramp up, then each failed attempt immediately flows into the next, never wasting 30 seconds of your time watching your character contemplate taking up self-harm while being beaten around the head with aggressively cheerful music, or kicking you back an arbitrary amount of gameplay time to fleece quarters that don't exist, allowing Origins to find that elusive sweet spot of being challenging without being frustrating. Right, back to Mario. The other way 3D Land differs from other Marios is that there's substantially less of it. Virtually every level is a random collection of floating blocks like someone called a timeout halfway through an explosion at a Duplo warehouse, but not in the Mario Galaxy way that actually has consistency and epicness. Christ, I hate that word. There's something like 90 odd stages with enough unique material to fill maybe 10. Large sections and even entire levels get copied and copied like Dr. Frankenstein's ill-fated speed dating business. The game reeks of half-heartedness, like Nintendo developed the whole thing by lying on a couch idly smashing a computer keyboard with one hand and dropping grapes into their mouth with the other. Grrr. Back to Rayman. What I find most encouraging is that an entirely 2D game has somehow swung a full-on boxed console release. It shows that the industry has woken up to the fact that demanding full-on cutting-edge polygon parades cripples developers with nail guns to the shins, and a game that just looks great and sounds great and brims with personable charm is ultimately the sounder proposition. Back to Mario. Grrr. Back to Rayman. Grrr. Grrr. See you next week. After huge piles of games come out in the lead up to Christmas, all fighting to be the game little Timmy finds under the tree that will one day inspire his high school massacre, January seems to be fast turning into catch-ups month for me when the publishers are all tired out from raping everyone's wallets and I have to pass the time by covering games I missed last year. I already did Mario Marvel as my creators stopped giving a shit in 3 Spectacular Dimensions 3D Land, and this week we'll take a look at the other one. Now, the fan reaction to new Sonic games has been getting kind of predictable of late. The first thing that usually happens is that everyone goes, "Oh my god, it's actually good! Sonic doesn't suck anymore! Our savior has returned! Paint your household pets blue and mutilate baby foxes in thanks." Then, after a couple of weeks pass and everyone's had a chance to play it, things go mysteriously quiet. Skip forward a year or two and Sonic Team inevitably bring out another Sonic game and up go the voices again. "Oh my god, it's actually good! Sonic doesn't suck anymore," etc, etc. I've seen picnic blankets with less consistent patterns. Sonic Generations is intended as a celebration of the Sonic games up to this point, in which modern-day Sonic finds himself caught up in some temporal shenanigans and in the company of his younger self, still bright-eyed, innocent, and untainted by the Sega 32X. The pair of them find themselves tasked to repair the timeline by going through various levels modelled on areas from previous Sonic games, once in classic 2D Sonic 1 loveliness and once in horrible modern Sonic atrocity. I see what the cunning plan was, Sonic Team. You thought if you placed Sonic as he is now alongside Sonic how he used to be, with all that slightly weird jumping physics, slower gameplay, no homing attack, and obstinate refusal to talk in what someone in the early 90s might have considered to be a cool person's voice, then we'd finally come to appreciate all the ways Sonic has changed for the better over the years. Well, if that was the plan, it fucking backfired, didn't it? And we end up with a game where you spend half the time in a nostalgia trip and the other half wanting to blind the mouthy little shit with his own bum spikes. At first I was thinking, okay, you're going to remind me of the less retarded days of the franchise with some remakes of some old classic levels strung together with a half-baked plot you scraped off Scott Bakula's bath mat. That's cool. I'm down. Can't wait to play an update of Mystic Cave Zone, because that music was the shit. But it turned out Generations only updates one classic level per game. Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1, Chemical Plant Zone from Sonic 2, etc. And this led inexorably to a brain-scouring moment when I was faced with a level based on part of Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. I mean, there's no way of making a game like this without coming across as self-congratulatory, but it wouldn't matter so much if you're congratulating yourself for something good. I'd have thought Sonic Team would want us to forget about Sonic 2006. Nobody liked Sonic 2006. If you think you did, you're wrong. It's like saying you enjoyed listening to someone singing completely out of tune or reading a book whose pages are covered in brown sauce. I know it's your opinion, but your opinion is just wrong. And yet here it is, presented unironically in this alleged celebration of Sonic's greatest moments. If I were a diplomat, I'd call it misplaced conceit, but I'm not, so I'll call it frothing bug-eyed self-delusion. Despite a stupid attempt at a plot, the connectivity between the stages is non-existent. The game hub is a random swarm of level entrances sprinkled against a white background like someone emptied their pick and mix into the bathtub. Of course, the very existence of a game like this is basically a tacit admission by Sonic Team that they haven't got a clue what they're doing. They've basically taken the franchise apart and spread the bits out looking for the problem, little realizing that the problem is behind them gobbing chewing gum into their hair. The switching back and forth between Retro Sonic and Retard Sonic would have been fine if they'd stuck to the plan of keeping all the 2D gameplay in the former half and all the 3D gameplay in the latter. But modern Sonic seems to have an awful lot of 2D sections too, probably because Sonic Colors and Sonic Unleashed both eventually grasped that controlling Sonic in 3D gameplay is like holding onto a bar of soap in the bath. But what we end up with is two very similar looking levels with two completely different sets of physics and control styles. And let me tell you, playing a Retro Sonic level after a lengthy modern Sonic level, forgetting too late that you don't have a homing attack now and falling down a murder hole is a social faux pas that will be hard to live down. Speaking of murder holes, I swear there's something wrong with the jump button, because half the time at speed it seems like I need to press it a quarter second before I think I need to press it. Oh Yahtzee, you doddering old scrotum face. Perhaps your neurons are just too old and clogged with tumours to keep up with the pace of Sonic games anymore. You know what? You could be right, you cunt. Because whenever a collectible zooms past far too quickly for me to possibly get, and I accidentally take a route that means I can't go back for it without restarting the level, I do have a strong urge to shake my walking stick in fury. This is particularly obnoxious in the final boss fight that does the last level of Sonic and Knuckles thing where you have to keep collecting rings or die, but the screen is so fucking cluttered and the rings so small and drab that I couldn't see the bloody things until they were sailing past my grotesquely inflated head. What is it with Sonic and rings anyway? How many people is he planning to marry? He's like the Jar Jar Gabor of the Woodland community. Speaking of the Woodland community, remember all those friends of Sonic he accumulated over the years that all disappeared from more recent Sonic games because everyone hates them? Well, guess who's back en masse? But lest he accuse the game of putting them in for fan service, although I'd hate to think what kind of fan was baying for a return appearance of fucking Charmy the Bee, each one has their own level with their own increasingly contrived gameplay mechanic, like Rouge the Bat distracting robots by flashing her tits at them. And I don't even want to think about how many ways that doesn't make sense. I get the feeling Sonic is doing the Resident Evil thing. That's where you spend years cluttering your game universe with characters and backstory until it becomes to new players about as penetrable as a stone slab that doesn't believe in sex before marriage. But then they make a game, Resident Evil 4 in the one case and Sonic Colors in the other, that actually does alright because it gets away from all that tangled nonsense, whereupon the developers go, phew, thought we lost it for a second there, and blithely bring the tangled nonsense back in the very next game. It's like when a dieter loses 3 pounds and decides it's safe to go back to drinking an entire can of golden syrup for breakfast. Basically, the failing of Sonic Generations is that any celebration of Sonic at this point is like breastfeeding a 17-year-old. Extremely too late, and it would probably get you thrown out of a restaurant. Christing McBollockwaffles, do I hate reviewing Memorpicas, especially when I only have a week. It's like having to write the Lonely Planet Guide to Belgium when all you did was eat a waffle and fall asleep in a gutter in Bruges. So yes, once again this review of an MMO will be more of a first impressions video. I'd love to discuss how the Republic Trooper campaign and combat mechanics compare to the Sith Babysitter campaign and combat mechanics, but it took me most of the time I had available just to get through one character's fucking prologue section. You'd almost think a game that operates on a subscription service is deliberately trying to drag its runtime out, like Dennis Hopper said it to explode if it ever drops below slow walking pace. Have you guessed already that I'm talking about the Old Republic, BioWare's big fancy Star Wars branded hat it's throwing into the Memorpica ring to get mauled by World of Warcraft like they always are? It could be considered a follow-up to BioWare's Knights of the Old Republic single-player RPGs. They had to shorten the title so as not to alienate all the people role-playing lollipop ladies and dentists and whatever. After a couple of cinematics depicting dull, ridiculously over-choreographed lightsaber fighting, since Star Wars is still forced to carry the attitudes of the prequel movies around with it like a child dragging its stillborn Siamese twin, we find ourselves in the world of the Old Republic. Apparently, it's set centuries before Star Wars the movies, not that it seems to matter, because every period in the Star Wars canon seems pretty interchangeable. Spaceships fly around, glowy sword fights sound like you're being whacked over the head with a fluorescent lighting rig, the good guys are clean living humanoids with American accents, and the bad guys all draw squiggles on their faces with permanent marker. The class you inevitably pick will reflect your favourite Star Wars character, and by extension perhaps your personality. Are you a Jedi like Luke Skywalker, a noble, disciplined peacekeeper with a collective penis extension issue, a smuggler like Han Solo, a free-spirited chancer with heart of gold and eyes on the prize, or a trooper like, third bloke from the left? I opted for smuggler, it bringing back pleasant memories of an airplane ride I once took with 3 condoms full of pre-cut Acapulco gold. This, it turned out, is a primarily long-ranged class whose job is to hide behind things going pew-pew-pew with a blaster, and in curious defiance of how blasters usually behave in Star Wars, not missing 90% of the time. Most of my other special skills involved preventing enemies from getting close enough to attack, such as concussion grenades, leg shots, and crafty knees to the bollocks, which for some reason still works on robots. Perhaps they're all wearing Tanuki suits. You might think that this arsenal would give me a fairly bloated advantage when fighting melee-only enemies, but to balance that out, the game gave me a standard BioWare NPC support companion whose job seemed to be harpooning enemies from a distance and pulling them really close, making it more convenient for them to slice him into deli meat. This is a guy armed with a gun, I'll remind you. Maybe he doesn't have a lot of faith in his aiming ability. Maybe he was one of those kids who played Duck Hunt with the light gun pressed right up against the TV. Since the smuggler is the only Republic class who doesn't work for any larger authority, a reason has to be contrived for him to be in all the same places as the classes that do, so a dastardly scoundrel steals the totally not the Millennium Falcon and makes his getaway through a walking tour of his favourite war zones. Now, spoiler alert, Old Republic is a Memorpica, so of course you're going to be spending a lot of time collecting 7 diseased buttocks from the blood-nubbing drink spikers who all stand around in random positions in a single square acre of terrain, but the game does make the effort to keep things interesting by dressing up every mission with the BioWare mandatory Mass Effect-style conversations, where everyone gestures like they're in a dubbed-over German soap opera about something completely unrelated. This could be one of the most directed leveling experiences I've seen in an MMO. The story proceeds very linearly, and you are only ever given missions for the current environment or the very next one as a none-too-subtle passive-aggressive gesture of direction. I actually kinda like it. The emphasis on single-player storytelling seems tailor-made for people like me playing MMOs, you know, the friendless forever alone types. But that may be to the detriment of the whole multiplayer aspect of the massively multiplayer online rage-producing gobbledygook. The buzz seems to be that the PvP is unbalanced, but you know how it is. Cows go moo, dogs go woof, MMO players go the PvP is unbalanced. What I really don't get is how the group conversations work in the 4-man instances. You all pick the conversation option you want, then it seems like everyone gets assigned a random number, and the one with the highest number gets to say their line. I don't know how this works when you're given the moral choice conversation options that change your light side, dark side stats. It seems like if you wanted dark side, but the guy who wins picked light side, then you get to eat shit and have one light side point dangling awkwardly off your dark side report card like an errant bogey forever. Which reminds me, sheep go bar, cats go meow, Yahtzee goes moral choice systems are bullshit. This is the kind where you can only get the best bonuses if you stick to one side or the other, so they might as well have just locked your alignment in during character creation when you went for the dastardly moustache. Every time I play a Memorpica, I have a moment of self-realization at some point when I say, what the fuck am I doing, and go back to being a productive member of society. In some games it comes earlier than others, but to Old Republic's credit, it did take a while. It was right after my character got the Schmillennium Schmalken back and the game universe opened up. My heart leapt when the space battles were introduced, but they're basically just pseudo-rail shooters in the Nova Storm or Microcosm style, and aren't much more than a gimmick. What really made me lose interest was that in emphasizing the story, the game unwittingly sealed its downfall, because once my smuggler had reclaimed the 1,000-year albatross, he suddenly didn't have a story anymore. Some hideously contrived development about a pirate treasure was yanked from a butthole, lubricated with desperate sweat, but all I could think was, why the hell would I want a treasure? I got 25 grand in the bank, gathering dust because the stores don't sell anything worth shit, and I peel all my equipment off dead tosspots. At least provide a beautiful princess for me to put my cocksure leg over. I spent a lot of cold, lonely nights in the captain's bunk with my right hand and some racy holograms, thinking, so this is why they called him Han Solo. I've developed quite a few guidelines for my work over the years, like never use a yo-yo simile when you can use a miscarried fetus dangling forlornly from its umbilical cord, and as a rule, I don't usually review Xbox Live Arcade games on their own. They tend to be shorter, so I usually review them in pairs and try to find some connecting theme between them, like putting Bastion with From Dust because they both centralize the theme of rebuilding the world, or Deathspank with Limbo because in Deathspank you have a sword and Limbo makes you want to start cutting yourself. But I'm afraid I couldn't find any XBLA games that could be meaningfully linked to Amy, because there aren't any games about making your way down a corridor dragging a large steel safe chained to a metal ring around your throat, or any games about smashing your head into a septic tank until blood and shit runs down your face, into your screaming mouth and down your throat until you choke and puke and it all comes out your nostrils. Basically what I'm saying is that it isn't very good. Did that come across? It isn't very good. Crushingly, it's also one of the few recent survival horror games besides Amnesia that actually is survival horror and not just a shooter that ate some marinara sauce too quickly. The main character, Lana, is slow, unarmed, and well advised to run away or stealth around monsters because she's about as useful in a combat situation as a cat with a miniature fishing rod attached to its head. A lot of this may be something to do with her refusal to take off her fucking high heels in the middle of a zombie-infested city, but what do I know about fashion? Lana is some kind of hybrid of social worker and militant animal rights activist who has rescued a small mute autistic girl called Amy from an evil laboratory. Then some kind of disaster hits the city that turns everyone into zombies, and it's up to you to escort Amy across the danger zone. Using the word escort to describe core gameplay is like using the words bloody and viscous to describe a urine sample, but Amy pulls her weight by having the power to heal you, create cones of silence, and telekinetically blast things aside. Obviously, I'd have been rather put out if she didn't. In horror circles, small mute autistic girls are second in power only to Jason Voorhees listening to people fucking. The thing about survival horror is that it's okay to hamper the player with shitty controls as long as it goes towards creating the sense of vulnerability you're supposed to have. I mean, Alex from Silent Hill Homecoming combat rolling around the misty streets like Sonic the fucking Hedgehog was just dumb. But this special survival horror leeway only extends so far. I get that the camera should draw in close for the claustrophobia factor, but not this close, not like it's debating whether or not to pounce on the main character and tunnel up her butthole, so it's like you're looking at the game through the neck hole of a t-shirt you haven't finished putting on yet. And while combat is appropriately clunky and annoying, there's no way to run away from it either. They just chase you down and punch your face out through your asshole. It's like they took a correspondence course on survival horror, but half the envelopes got switched for a how-to guide on ballsing up. Every now and again the game gets bored and makes a piece of electronics explode on a nearby wall to startle you, and it produces the worst particle effect in the history of graphics. You'd get more convincing sparks by leaning on the asterisk key in Microsoft Word. So how about that escort then? You know, I think the biggest mistake game designers make is trying to make an NPC escort useful to gameplay rather than just a big crate on legs. Say what you like about Ashley from Resident Evil 4, at least she knew her fucking place. It was in a bin. NPC escorts only get annoying when you have to rely on them. You have to use Amy to push buttons and stuff to solve puzzles, this being a world where it is considered good design to put the controls for an elevator on the other side of the room to the elevator itself. But before you start getting the idea to make Amy hide in a locker and then don't stop till you reach Tijuana, if you go too far from her, you start getting the lurgy. I suppose that's one way to get as attached to a character, physically attaches to them, but this adds a ticking clock mechanic to the many puzzles in which you must be separated from Amy, and Lana never seems to grasp the importance of getting a fucking rush on. She climbs ladders like she needs to check every single rung for a missing contact lens, and the indicator of how close you are to lurgy death is vague at best and about as much use as a blind car park attendant. But it's not just terrible design decisions, boys and girls, it's technically completely fucking inept too. I think Amy's developer only has a QA department, so they'll have more people to invite to their birthday parties. At one point, in my hubris, I ventured too close to a toilet cubicle and got stuck in the door. Now that would have been a cruel twist of fate if I'd been busting for a piss, wouldn't it? The subtitles are all fucked up, and there's a door in Chapter 4 that appears to have the text for an entirely different object attached to it. At one point I was attacked while interacting with a corpse, and the camera remained fixed on the corpse even after gameplay returned, so I just had to watch myself running back and forth past my field of view with zombies in hot pursuit like we were on the Benny Hill show. At least the game's fairly well optimized. For Bizarro World! The frame rate starts chugging like a cottage cheese margarita the moment it has to render anything stressful like fighting one zombie in an empty corridor. If these guys had made Crysis, you'd only be able to run it on the fucking Starship Enterprise. I didn't finish Amy because in the penultimate chapter they bring in that ever-cancerous mechanic, mandatory stealth. Up until then I was free to wail at my pursuers with bits of wood, or at least run off and hide under a large dog, but now it's back to the checkpoint if a zombie so much as catches a single waft of my terrified farts. But wait, the zombies don't attack you if you're lurgied up to the eyeballs, so you can leave Amy behind and go luring zombies away and pushing boxes in front of their faces like they're fucking security cameras, occasionally running back to Amy to get healed of the lurgy before you die, and then having to stick your head in a toilet for a few minutes waiting to get sufficiently lurgied back up that you can hang out with the zombies again. As far as flow goes, it was like riding a supermarket trolley through a rocky gorge with nothing to push yourself along but a few sheets of toilet paper with all your failings listed on them. The final straw was when I spent far too long exhaustively creating a path for Amy to follow, only to come back to find that she'd gotten bored and wandered off directly into a zombie's mouth. Oh, I'm sorry the monster-infested post-apocalyptic Death City wasn't providing quite enough stimulation for you, sweetheart. I know where there's never a dull moment. My fucking S-Bend! Oh, what fishy odours we must endure as we labour between the thighs of fate. For weeks I reviewed crap XBLA games and fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, waiting for some actual releases to come out, and when they do, it's the latest Soul Calibur roster update of interest only to its niche audience, and Final Fantasy XIII-2, another installment of the video gaming equivalent of a chorus line of parrots on an electrified wire being slowly lowered into a carnivorous miniskirt. Mercifully, though, there was also Resident Evil Revelations on 3DS, not to be confused with Assassin's Creed, Tomb Raider The Last, or The Book of. I get the feeling whatever agency every sequel subtitle writer on Earth seems to use is playing a bit fast and loose with the whole Revelations concept. You'd think from this title that we're going to learn some dark secret that's been underlying the entire Resident Evil series, like that Chris Redfield isn't a natural brunette or something, but no, it's a whole new story, so the title's saying, here are some revelations about some people and places you've never met or been to yet. Oh, well, excuse me while I polish the edge of my seat. When I say it's a whole new story, I mean it's a whole new Resident Evil story, meaning the same story in a different place. 2 or more armed specialists are sent into a seemingly abandoned location with localized power generation and lots of tight corridors, in this case a cruise liner, kill a whole bunch of humans whose hideous mutations did nothing to impede their impeccable sense of timing, there'll be a hidden laboratory in the basement somewhere, and someone you thought was good will turn out to be bad. Unusually, though, that last aspect is stretched out into this 24-esque intrigue plot where we keep cutting away from the main story on the ship to play as other characters and other locations and flashbacks. And as is fairly typical of Resident Evil, the plot manages to be both ridiculously convoluted and childishly predictable, because the bloke who turns out to be behind it all can be isolated to the guy who delivers every line like he's criticizing the blowjobs of a nun whose orphanage he's already decided to foreclose on regardless. Still, at least the series has gotten past the fucking Umbrella Corporation. I think fucking Umbrella Corporation is how they were officially listed on the Dow Jones, whose resurrections were stretching credibility somewhat, but the Resident Evil universe proves itself to have no shortage of twats who just cannot be convinced that unleashing barely controllable slime monsters is not a cheaper, risk-free alternative to just, say, shooting people in the face. And speaking of twats, I thought Resident Evil characters officially reached their lowest point when they brought us squeaky-voiced midget Napoleon, but they successfully carve out a third sub-basement in the barrel with one of the sidekick characters in this game, a military sniper who wears sexy high-fashion outfits on assignment. When I first saw her wet weather gear, I had to run my in-game scanning device over her to make sure she hadn't contracted some kind of infection from air-kissing Jean-Paul Gaultier. It's some kind of purple striped wetsuit with one leg cut off, a skin-tight balaclava and an Elizabethan collar. We have a uniform, lady, because in these games, usual policy is to shoot the things that look retarded. It might sound like I've already unzipped and geared up to stream salty golden piss over Re-Revelations eyeballs, but I'm actually not that down on it. Capcom games are fairly reliably retardedly written, but I find that tends to give them an endearing quality, like Winnie the Pooh. While I'm not about to lovingly brush Re-Revelations' hair out of its eyes and start moistening my lips either, I've definitely played worse Resident Evils. It feels like an early Resident Evil game setup with more Resident Evil 4-y controls, so you get the tight claustrophobic environment with lots of exploration and backtracking, but you can also tell what you're fucking aiming at. I like the monster design, humans crossed with deep-sea wildlife, which is smart because with a lot of those things you don't even need to add glowy eyes to scare the piss right up someone's throat and out their nose, and wonderfully, this game has the first case I found of the stupid 3D gimmick actually interfering with gameplay. When you're aiming with the sniper rifle with the 3D on, you can't focus your crosshairs on the target. Ha! Eat it, James Cameron. Guess you'll have to start working on hologram vision after all. But it's not all sunshine and validation for your favourite entertainment industry grudges. I have a problem with a couple of core mechanics, such as the aforementioned scanning thing. It's mainly just for finding shy, introverted, hidden health and ammo, as well as the brazen, slutty health and ammo that's just sitting out in the open with their bikini tops off. So you have to keep digging it out to scan every new room you come across. And you can scan enemies, but all you get from that is the odd green herb. If this were Metroid Prime, you'd get the name of the monster, a hint on how to kill it, and its favourite song from David Bowie's Hunky Dory album. And I feel Revelations missed the opportunity to do something similar. It may have ruined the mystery and atmosphere of the survival horror thing, but I think there's plenty in the game that already does that. It'd be easier to feel trapped, lost and alone in the hostile environment if the game didn't constantly cut to other scenes and flashbacks where you play as other characters being totally on top of things. When the game starts, Chris Redfield is missing because someone has to be missing when a Resident Evil game starts, and he drew the short straw again, but barely half an hour later you play as Chris Redfield somewhere else being totally fine. Oh, can we go home then? I also have a problem with the dodge mechanic in that how it's supposed to work is vague at best. Sometimes my character nimbly sidestep a blow and sometimes their ass would get played like the bongos. I checked the manual which said to use the analog stick as you're about to be hit. Use it, eh? Thanks. Have you guys considered writing bomb defusal manuals? Step 1, use your hands. Step 2, also maybe some pliers. And annoyingly, dodging isn't even essential until you get to the final boss, whereupon if you haven't quite mastered the technique, then get ready to enjoy your new career as floor polish. But the bottom line on Revelations is that it's basically inoffensive. If you can get past the poorly explained dodge mechanic, the pointless scanning mechanic, the indecisive tone, the endemic backtracking and shitty characters, alright, maybe it's a bit offensive, but at the very least it's mostly functional, passes the time, and more importantly, Chris Redfield seems to have stopped hiring former balloon salesmen as his personal trainer. Ah, doesn't this take you back? Around mid-2007, I was living in a drain pipe licking the backs of Cornetto lids for sustenance, and one night I'd scraped together enough pennies to afford to spend the night at the YMCA. After agreeing to be viciously buggered in return for being allowed to go on the communal PS3, I played a demo for a game called The Darkness with a silly opening sequence and a slightly obtuse puzzle that I couldn't get past. So after Big Steve chased me off so he could play the new Ratchet & Clank, I scrounged up some yellow craft paper, made some figurines from stolen Burger King napkins, and produced a short internet video explaining how how I'm really clever and therefore the game must be dumb. Who would have thought that that event would lead me to where I am today? Now I have cornetto lids beyond the dreams of avarice, and I'm the one paying to viciously bugger Big Steve. And I'm now professional enough to play a game for more than 10 minutes before I attempt to sabotage its developers' retirement plans. Unless it's Final Fantasy, or Monster Hunter, or I'm bored, or in a bad mood, or it's Thursday. Anyway, after all that, The Darkness turned out to be not a bad game, apparently. I didn't play it myself because it was Thursday. Not that it matters, because the original developers Starbreeze have mysteriously vanished from the credits of The Darkness 2 in favour of the chaps who made Dark Sector, which you can't say doesn't make at least some kind of sense. But it means despite being a direct sequel, Darkness 2 has a significantly different feel to the first, like when a soap opera character disappears for a few weeks and comes back played by a different, slightly older actor who doesn't get so uppity about minimum wage. Jackie Estacado now looks less like Benicio del Toro doing shampoo adverts and more like a generic fashion model who has a complicated relationship with his hairdresser. In the years since the first game, Jackie has become the head of his crime family, living a life of wealth, power, and glamour until he is hit by an assassination attempt, which he only survives by doing what I think we'd all do in the same situation: awaken the ancient demonic power that dwells within him and mince up his attackers with tentacles. Then Jackie continues living a life of wealth, power, and glamour, but now with angry black snakes growing out of his shoulders. Fucking 1%. Darkness 2 is again a first-person shooter, but eschews Darkness 1's gritty, realistic look in favour of that colourful, semi-cel-shaded comic book style as previously seen in such games as Borderlands and Cassie, which I find I don't like very much, especially in games like Darkness 2, where the characters have realistic proportions, so everyone looks like some kind of papercraft model and they drew their facial features on with wax crayons. What's also different from Darkness 1 is that what was once a big clump of Play-Doh has now been vigorously rolled between some palms into a big linear sausage. No more side quests or hub travel, just a linear sequence of missions, and while in the first you summoned several imps with different abilities, only one of the little fucks showed up for this party. But while comparing it to the original is perfectly valid and clever and handsome, it's also slightly unfair because they're trying to do different things. Darkness 2 goes less for exploration but may have a somewhat tighter focus. Why you gotta be so down on a new developer leaving their mark on a property, you asshole? The combat takes a somewhat spectacle fightery approach since you get more points for creative kills and there's never any shortage of real go-getting mooks whose dreams of promotion utterly blind them to the fact that you've already bitten off enough limbs to start a horrible furniture shop. So you can smack enemies about with horizontal and vertical swipes, stun them by hurling objects, furniture and their mates at them, grab them and pull their heads off, or just shoot them with guns if you're some kind of boring motherfucker who always asks for plain cheese when we're sending out for pizza. To the game's credit, all of this controls quite intuitively and there weren't any abilities or darkness powers I found I never used at all, which reflects good design. I even kind of prefer having only one imp because I've never been big on tactically ordering NPC support characters in the heat of battle. I think I'd get much more into a Rainbow Six game if the option was there to pick up one of your squad mates and throw them at an enemy in order to instigate a forced piggyback ride. On top of that, there's a strong character-based story focus and it's competently put together, golf clap, golf clap. But if there's nothing particularly wrong with Darkness 2, then why is my outstretched palm still indifferently horizontal? We need to go deeper, fellow surgeons of the cultural operating table, and back engineer this gut feeling. It could be that it's just too short, presumably to make room for a singularly out-of-place co-op campaign in which you play a hilarious international stereotype so stupidly overpowered the gameplay turns into who can reach the baddies first. It happens in parallel to the main plot, but the main plot is about an angsty murderer being slowly reduced to half a pound of mince by a psychotic torture cult, while an evil dark power conspires to keep him in a state of constant emotional torment, so excuse me if I feel the fat drunken Scotsman with an axe is undermining the established tone a wee bit. In never leaving Jackie's perspective, the single-player campaign feels like a very personal journey, and there are even moments when the darkness induces hallucinations to make him question reality, and the co-op undermines that too. Oh, I guess this is reality after all, because there's a voodoo priest and a samurai summoning black holes, and actually let's double check that. It could also be that Wacky Jackie's just hard to sympathise with. He's the head of a crime family, lives in a palace and can eviscerate people with his back hair, so it's hard to believe he can feel threatened by anything. There is a bit where he loses his darkness powers and has to pull himself out of a fucking Iron Maiden to go get them back, which could have been a great opportunity to play as a severely weakened Jackie, clawing his way to get his shoulder-mounted licorice Twizzlers back before he bleeds to death, but no, he's back on his feet and toting guns again within seconds, and the bottom falls out of any sense of danger with an audible thud. So to reiterate, there are plenty worse games, but while Darkness 1 felt like an adaptation of the comics into gritty gothic realism, Darkness 2 is more like an attempt to recreate the comics as is, and I've never liked that sort of comic because I'm not a teenage boy with problems at school, a string of annoying stepfathers and a constant unfulfilled hard-on. The crime family is some kind of romantic ideal rather than a pack of amoral thugs, the glorification of violent revenge, and masses of homoerotic sadomasochism. Mercifully though, not so many women proportioned like iced lollies balanced on 2 chicken drumsticks, standing around like God gave them a vicious Chinese burn around their waists. I know I can't speak for everyone, at least not until the device is completed, but surely it's not just me who's getting fed up with fantasy. That's generic-style fantasy, not the personal kinds of fantasy where I'm locked in a small room with a nuclear bomb and a schoolgirl outfit that can only be disarmed with a vigorous spanking. This is precisely my point. The word fantasy is supposed to evoke any wondrous scenario the imagination can conjure, but for some reason we keep coming back to the elves and dwarves. Elves and dwarves, elves and dwarves, elves and motherfucking dwarves, also wizards. Mass Effect brought us a race of all-female bisexuals culturally obliged to bang anything that moves, and you wonder why I prefer sci-fi these days. And another thing, why does every fantasy game practically demand we learn a second language? I start up Kingdoms of Alamo and it's like skipping ahead 3 tapes on the Teach Yourself Norwegian course. The two Arthur are engaged in a conflict with the Sealy Fae and the Jutton in the lands of Knick-Knack Knocky and Bingly Bongly Boo. Well, here's what I could decipher at the outset. You are an adventurer and then you get killed. Off to a flying start, aren't we? But then you're resurrected by some experimental arcane process and set off to begin anew. Possibly as a consequence of this, however, you suddenly possess the inexplicable ability to manipulate destiny. As in, if a bloke has been predetermined by fate to eat a sandwich, you can slap that sandwich out of his hands, forcing him to go to McDonald's and get hit by a bus. I actually think it's an interesting idea, considering that in most generic fantasy you can't walk down the street to the chemist without some prophecy saying you would. The elves, they don't call them elves, but they are fucking elves, are all doing the Lord of the Rings thing, going, oh, fate has determined that our time in this realm is coming to an end, swanning about being all accepting and dignified and shit, and I imagine you could make them all feel like a right bunch of nanas. What confuses me, though, is that when it's implied that the coming of the one to whom prophecy is merely so much blank verse has itself been prophesied. That's insane. That's like breeding a fly that eats rolled up newspapers. So what with this being fantasy and everything, Kingdoms of Verbider is an RPG. They were going to make it a tactical squad-based shooter, but you know how people are. At first I was somewhat reminded of Fable, because the art is colourful and stylized, and you start off with a small amount of skill in every ability so you can figure out which one you suck at the least. The classes available are monumentally standard. The rogue, who attacks quickly and stealthily with daggers and longbows, the fighter, who knocks the arseholes about with 2x4s and lampposts, and the sex worker, who fights by bending over, hitching up their skirt, and farting venereal diseases. Sorry, I meant wizard, but I've known sex workers who are pretty wizardly in their own way, I'll tell you that. If you're indecisive, though, and have been known to spend hours picking your 5 films for $10 at the video shop, Kingdoms of Alamo is a modern thinker perfectly fine with class mixing as long as you do it behind closed doors. Every specialization path has 6 sequential tiers, including the mixed classes, so the person I feel sorry for is who on the development team had to come up with 6 different names for a sneaky wizard, or a brawny sex worker. Once you get out into the world, though, the Fable comparison shrivels humbly at the urinal as we catch a glimpse of World of Warcraft's ever-fearsome member. Again, the visual design is quite similar and the main plot leads you by the nose through a parade of increasingly difficult territories full of enemies borrowed from European folklore, picking up quests from every Johnny Peasant Pants whose wife hasn't come back from picking mushrooms at Monster Death Face Eater Junction. One might almost think Kingdoms of whatever it was at some point planned to be a Morpurga, but chickened out when they saw all the skulls piled up outside World of Warcraft's cave. In a single-player game, I don't see any reason to keep respawning monsters in areas we've cleared out and done all the quests in. Not doing so might actually give a sense that we're achieving something rather than running a failing pest control business. True to the developer's name, the world map is indeed pretty big huge, but after 9 or 10 hours of aggressively samey questing, I still had an area the size of Bermondsey to plough. You certainly get your money's worth, but then it'd probably be pretty inexpensive to fill your mouth in with industrial grade concrete too. Where things differ from WoW is that combat is not merely taking it in turns to smack each other and the winner is whoever showed up with the biggest piece of wood, but a much more skillful hacky-slashy ouchy-dodgy setup which flows quite smoothly and intuitively, but the problem is that it was about as challenging as using a sewing machine with a dwarf slave working the pedals. I went for a pure rogue, because I've got nothing against mixed classes, but I wouldn't want to leave them alone with my kids, so I had the mastery of fast dagger weapons and virtually every enemy, including bosses, got stun locked like a drinking bird toy on roller skates. I'd start off trying to be artful with fancy charge and dodge attacks, but eventually realised I'd get equally reliable results pounding on the attack button like it were looking at my bird. Sometimes I'd use the one special attack rogues get that flings 4 knives in an arc in front of me, because if you stand close enough to a large enemy so that all the knives hit him, then his health disappears like Jaffa cakes around my dog. You really are running a failing pest control business, because if this were an epic fantasy adventure, it'd feel more gratifying than running a sprayer across the top of someone's kitchen cupboards. I've called Kingdoms of Alamo a lot of things. Single-player World of Warcraft, Fable with a shriveled willy, but I think I found the soundest comparison. It's baby's first Skyrim. Pretty much the same gameplay features with substantially less complexity and with boring claustrophobic environments. Or at least that's what I thought. When I took a moment to stop and take a good look around me, I realised that the environments were actually quite expansive, epic and artfully designed. It just didn't feel that way because the camera is angled slightly downwards, so that any given moment of gameplay 60 to 70% of the screen was taken up by the floor texture. If I'd been in charge of designing ceilings in this game, I'd be out for fucking blood right about now. Just goes to show how the smallest tweak of a core feature can have ruinous consequences, like prodding a tiger's bollock. In conclusion then, who is this game for? Maybe someone with no internet connection and a hell of a lot of time to kill. So consider this a recommendation if you just put out a contract on your own life, but the hitman's flight's been delayed 36 hours and you've already burnt your house down. If I had to come up with some snarky, bitter asshole definition of my job, it would be coming up with new ways to say something sucks the liquefying offal out of month-old roadkill week's a fucking week. Shit, wasted that one. But there are a great many different flavours of bad on the spectrum of mashed raccoon guts to excite the connoisseur. There's your barely functional bad, like Superman 64, which plays like someone made a big pile of models, textures and programming routines and threw them all one by one at a whirring cement mixer. There's your technically functional but nonetheless agonising bad, like Kane and Lynch 2, an experience like duct taping the outlet pipe of a drawing pin making machine over your mouth. There's mediocre bad, like Gears of War, the the worst kind of bad to try and write funny things about because it's just a conveyor belt of creatively emaciated grey cardboard boxes bouncing off my head. Never Dead, on the other hand, fits into the category of having enough good ideas to be a pretty excellent game had they been had by an actual game developer rather than the short bus full of donkey-headed circus children it ended up with. So you start up Never Dead, it does the Resident Evil thing where a scary voice reads out the title but it sounds kind of bored and resentful about having to do so, and we leap into the story of Bryce Boltzmann, a scarred and cynical demon hunter hobo who gets all his clothes from the dumpster outside the tanning factory and works for some kind of demon hunting agency under the supervision of the world's biggest bitch, who does nothing but belittle him for his poor hygiene and dress sense. Hey, glass houses, lady. Maybe Bryce goes into action looking like someone left a coconut on a garbage bag full of Oxfam donations, but at least he doesn't pull his zipper down so far that his cleavage is doing a passable impersonation of the San Andreas Fault. Bryce is also immortal, capable of regenerating from any injury, having been cursed by the King of the Demons 500 years ago when the King of the Demons wasn't entirely clear on what the word curse means. Oh yes, they don't call it Never Dead because he's fastidious about changing the batteries in his TV remote. When a demon summoner shows up representing a chance to end the centuries-long stalemate, Bryce must race to enlist them before the demons can, or at least he would if his legs didn't keep flying off every time he scratched his balls. The reason why I can say Never Dead is a game of good ideas, at least, is that I guarantee the next few things I say are going to make you want to play it. Since Bryce is immortal, enemy attacks can't kill him, they can only detach his extremities, and Bryce can still function with any arrangement of limbs missing. The man has spent his 5 centuries mastering hopping at the speed most ordinary men can sprint. Every gun can be dual-wielded. As a torso, he can still flop around with deft twitches of his hideous calloused winky, and when reduced to a head, he can still roll merrily around in search of a stump, which needn't necessarily be a neck, and you can end up a rolling head with 4 limbs attached, flopping about like a complaining octopus. You can also deliberately tear off your head to throw down vents and narrow passageways to solve puzzles and uncover secrets, and tear off your arms, still holding guns that can still be fired, in a complete lack of responsibility towards body parts not seen since the zombies from Quake 1. Yes, you're probably thinking all this sounds very fun and very original, assuming you never played Decap Attack on the Sega Genesis, but where it collapses is in implementation. Yes, you can fire a gun from a disembodied arm, but good luck hitting anything when the rest of you is across the room, trying to hop away from an exploding dog. The main problems are that Bryce has an attachment to his limbs about as firm as that between a greased-up Spaniard and his poorly restrained kidnap victim, and that half the development team wanted to be the new Devil May Cry, while the other half wanted to be the new Resident Evil, and they opted to compromise rather than take it to the usual games industry tradition of bare-knuckle cage match. So you can switch between using guns or a ridiculously oversized novelty sword, but the camera remains in the Resident Evil 4 piggyback position, suitable for mid to long range shooting and bugger all else, so demons can and will blindside you from every angle. The very first enemies you meet can send your head flying off with one hit, invariably seconds after you finished pulling yourself together after the last time it happened. Being a master strategist, I would prioritize killing the monster spawners, which all have way too much health and react to my inept slashes like an Easter Island head reacts to a stiff breeze, all the while gobbing little snapping buggers to nip at my heels, currently lying in a waste paper basket on the other side of the room. So the average combat sequence looks like we're watching an extreme close-up of bees fighting over a discarded golden gay time. The best constructive criticism I could offer would be to travel back in time to the first gameplay planning meeting with a large Hessian bag and some day labourers with cricket bats. Hey, said one developer looking up from his Lego set, if our character's immortal then there's not going to be much challenge, is there? Why don't we put in another character he has to escort? And that's as far as he gets before disappearing into the Hessian bag and his pig-like squeal to drowned out by the grunts and thwacks of the day labourers at work. And, says another developer sticking whiteboard markers up his nose, let's constantly put some monsters around that can instantly game over you if they suck in your disembodied head, but you can avoid it by completing a quick time event. Get in the fucking sack. You know what I hate? Interjects a third developer emerging from underneath his pillow fort. Using nice convenient button presses for sword attacks when we could be rattling the right analog stick back and forth and up and down like a clumsy teenage boy's first time at third base. Thank you for sharing, I would say. You know what I hate? You not being in this fucking sack right now! Then there's the prerequisite upgrade system that tries to mix things up a bit by only allowing a limited number of upgrades at a time that you have to slot in and out Paper Mario style, but before long you'll have a preferred loadout and therefore no conceivable use for any more experience points that are the only thing the game has to reward you with. But as I said, there are sound ideas here. I enjoyed the puzzles where you have to navigate narrow passageways as a disembodied head. It was almost like an analogy for drunken cunnilingus. Never Dead might have been good if it weren't for the hideous combat, but unfortunately it's mostly combat, so it's like saying drinking from that puddle of water would have been fine if it hadn't recently been pissed out of a rhino. Also, if it had been better written and better animated, so the copious blood particle effects would actually be successfully obscure Bryce's limbs suddenly reappearing with an ugly bing, and if there was a better system for switching weapons so you weren't cycling through guns one by one looking for the one you want in the heat of battle like a man trying to find his front door key before the velociraptors arrive. So yes, if all that were fixed, Never Dead would be good. Or if that's too tall of an order, maybe you could just nail a poppadom to a gazelle. A dark dystopian world run by sinister corporations, where love, ethics, and human dignity all take second place to the emotionless pursuit of profit at all costs. Only in a world as morally blank as this would anyone consider remaking Syndicate as the first-person shooter. Do you see what I did there? In all seriousness, for those of you who were still tucked up all safe and warm in your dad's left bollock in 1993, Syndicate was a game by Peter Molyneux in the pre-black and white days when he still had someone nail his feet to the ground before every planning meeting. It was an isometric tactical stroke management game in which you supervised a bunch of cyber agents on infiltration, assassination, and kidnap missions, micromanaging their individual equipment and weapons like you're their mum and it's their first day at cyber school. Between missions, engaging in research and territory management until your sinister mega-global corporation is the sinisterest and mega-globalist of them all. And someone said, if only modern games could take that example and evolve beyond shooting at things behind walls. Let's remake it and make it entirely about shooting at things behind walls. So it's the cyberpunk dystopian future, blah 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 blah. All world governments have collapsed like souffle in a bath, and the sinister mega-global corporations have taken over, so now espionage and murder are part and parcel of everyday office life, alongside data entry and bringing in a cake for Mavis's birthday. You play an augmented super agent called Miles Kilo, presumably named after how much smack he needs to get through the day. Problem solver and hatchet man for Eurocorp, a syndicate run by Brian Cox doing his best Rip Torn impression. You may be thinking the first part of this review might have shown my hand a wee bit early, but I do actually think Syndicate has some pretty solid writing. Yes, admittedly your cartoonishly evil rival agent friend might as well spell out the words "I'm going to be a boss fight later" with the sulphurous black smoke coming out of his arse, but there are some nice character moments, and the in-game glossary you assemble builds quite a rich and detailed world, setting the stage for an epic cyberpunk adventure. Unfortunately, the epic cyberpunk adventure doesn't end up happening. Instead, nothing much happens at all. A once fairly minor background problem with mainstream games these days, all things considered, is fast turning into the trumpeting tuberculotic elephant in the room. It's what I've termed sightseeing tour syndrome, in which the single-player campaign seems to prioritize shoving big fancy landscapes in our face over trying to engage on any level of gameplay or storytelling. So you end up with the world's prettiest skyboxes looming over gameplay environments laid out like school classrooms full of boring tossers doing conspicuous amounts of nothing. The uncomfortable thing about Syndicate's plot is that you're barely involved in it. You pursue a kidnapped scientist through a rival Syndicate HQ, and they've already rescued themselves by the time you reach them. You hunt down an assassination target through the city slums, and it turns out you can't kill them because they can stop your brain chip with a cyber rolled-up newspaper. Then you head into another office building to wreck up the place, but another Syndicate starts wrecking it up first. All Kilo ever seems to do is look at nice scenery and shoot a whole bunch of dudes in reassuringly ethical face-obscuring helmets, and if he'd called in sick to watch Perry Mason repeats all day, then very little would have changed. So the majority of gameplay is pointing at the nasty men and making bullets go at the nasty men, and then the nasty men fall over, but there are some gimmicks hanging off it like lamprey eels. You can hack things using a complicated and technical process called mashing the left trigger, which functionally is pretty much just a long-distance use button, and there are 3 open-quote strategies that can be applied by hacking into enemies. You can flood their iPod headsets with Nickelback songs until they commit suicide. You can convince someone that all his nearby friends are suffering from facial tumours that can only be cured by a salvo of healing acupuncture bullets, or just make their guns blow up if you're waiting for the other 2 to recharge. Thing is though, this is all fringe gameplay, minor variations on the theme of making bullets go at the nasty men, and so many nasty men get spawned in each linear shootout playground, the hack powers do little more than take the edge off. Apart from the shooting, the game strangely attempts to flirt with platforming here and there, not to any great degree. It's the nervous flirtation of a heavily made-up college freshman who's going to run away in tears to call her dad the moment you put a hand on her thigh, and it hardly livens things up. But wait, there's also co-op multiplayer in which you play as one of 4 dowdy misery guts who remind me of Clive Barker's Jericho because they look like the 4 biggest loners in high school got ostracized so hard they got blown through a leather goods shop. The gameplay is reminiscent of Left 4 Dead, since if the 4 of you don't learn to work together, then you'll end up like the Beatles, either shot dead or narrating Thomas the Tank Engine. If you're old enough to run for president, you'll probably be wanting to hear that the co-op mode is the aspect of Syndicate that most resembles the gameplay of Syndicate from the 90s, since it's 4 characters, mission-based, and you research weapons and character upgrades in between them. But really, this is like saying the pickle is the part of the McDonald's cheeseburger that most closely resembles vegetarian cuisine. I'm pretty sure the original Syndicate allowed for tactics rather than putting every member of the team in the hands of a different laboratory monkey who gets rewarded with a banana every time he gets shot out from 9 different directions while standing in front of me. I suppose if you do need some visually uninteresting repetitive task to stave off Alzheimer's disease, then you could do worse than the co-op, but it's a bland little experience standing on the shoulders of a bland little story campaign trying to sneak into the grown-up movie theatre. If Syndicate literally was a sightseeing tour, I'd probably demand my money back, because a competent driver would have shown us something other than blue-grey office buildings and shiny geometric corridors I could hardly see through the bloom. I can't sympathise with the agendas of any of the characters. The Syndicates all talk about human beings the way they talk about how many sandwiches they've got left in the cafeteria, but the Rebels don't seem to have a plan beyond smashing up the towers where the big meanie heads live. And then what, Rebels? Whip out the brooms? Mostly though, the agenda I sympathise with the least is the publishers. What is the point of slapping a 90s tactical shooter's name recognition on a generic modern shooter if most people who like generic modern shooters won't remember the name, and the people who do remember the name will want to set your office on fire? You won't endear yourself offering to rape my mum for $50. A word then on the subject of trilogies. Bollocks. That was it. Trilogies seem to be a greatly desired state of being for intellectual properties, and yet there are very few cases in which the third installment is popularly considered to be the best. I mean, once you're past the peak and ideas run thin, it's only a matter of time before you introduce Gwen Stacy slap-fighting an Ewok. Think of it in terms of shagging 3 times in a night. It sounds like a brag-worthy proposition, but while the first time is alright if a little nervous as you figure out how to prop yourself up on the squeaky mattress, and the second time is the best because you're all warmed up and open to experimentation with the contents of her bottom drawer, when it comes to the third time, it's 4 in the morning, both your breaths are starting to smell, and you're just tokenly sawing in and out like a carpenter who's pretty sure he's about to be fired, trying to get it over with and not think about having to launder the sheets before you go to work. But will Mass Effect 3 be a wheezing mechanical obligation that leaves you sleeping on the wet patch? Pretty much, yeah. We return then to the life of Titty Shepard, the science fiction military commander who was sick the day everyone else was learning about delegation. Having been going around telling everyone that the Reapers are coming to kill them all, the Navy have taken him off duty on grounds of making everyone depressed at parties. Then the Reapers show up and start killing everyone, and Shepard's able to say, well, look who's come crawling back, in the brief moment before he's forced to scarper and leave Earth to fall under Reaper subjugation, jetting off to gather support for a counter-invasion from the other galactic races. Basically, the Reapers are what the Bush administration were hoping Al-Qaeda would turn out to be, an all-powerful organization who are categorically devoted to the systematic slaughter of everything that isn't them, while the other races are all being what the Bush administration thought Europe was being. Yes, it's a terrible shame about your planet, but when they say they're going to eradicate all life, that doesn't necessarily include us, does it? I mean, look how pretty our planet is. No one would smash up that scenery, it'd be way too poignant. Most importantly, though, Shepard can now be a gay man. Yes, after all these years, there's now a big burly shuttle pilot you can gay it up with. And I know what I'd be saying if my Shepard was gay. Oh, I see, just because I'm gay means I've got to throw myself at the only other sausage squatter on board, does it? What if we find we've got nothing in common? Do I then try to make out with Garrus? That's sort of the vibe I'm getting in most of his conversations. But who cares? Unlike my Hawk, my Shepard is not gay, although in Mass Effect 3 he wasn't straight either, strictly speaking. From Mass Effect 2 onwards, all the love scenes just fade to black the moment you start making out, like your tongues are hooked up to the dimmer switch, and I found I just couldn't be arsed anymore. Besides, there's not enough fresh crumpet to despoil in number 3. Presumably because copy-pasting character models from previous games saved time they could spend on prettying up the skyboxes, there are very few new characters introduced. There's like 2 squad mates who weren't squad mates in previous games, one's an upgraded returning character and the other's a complete pons who looks like he spends all his off hours kissing his biceps in front of a mirror. The arrangement this time around is that there's a big fat bar graph representing what percentage of your arse will get kicked if you launch the invasion, and it goes up as you complete missions and gather troops and massive quantities of sandwiches to feed them with. It's sort of like the latter half of Fable 3, but not so much designed by a yogurt, no offense Peter. Now in Mass Effect 2 your ending depended on how much you upgraded the ship and did the squad mate side quest before going off on the final suicide mission. The characters only get killed if you didn't love them enough. So what with only having 4 days to play through number 3, I had to stick to story missions and blow off a lot of random passers-by asking if I wouldn't mind fetching their car keys if I'm not too busy saving the entirety of organic life, and went off to the final confrontation with a lot of unticked items on the to-do list. So want to know how much the ending changes this time around if you haven't polished your headlights properly before setting off? Not to any significant degree at all. Threw me a bit, really. I might as well have spent the whole game testing the swivel on the captain's chair, flicking snot at specialist trainer. The thing about Mass Effect is that, yes, rich universe, well put together story, blah blah BioWare blah, but it's never polished its headlights properly in the gameplay department. First there was that car that handled like a fridge on a roller skate, then there was scanning planets like you're picking litter off the school field. Now there's just kind of nothing. You still scan planets, but now you do it from the galaxy map and instantly know if you're wasting your time or not. It's just cover-based shooting on the ground now, and it starts to get comical how they have to come up with a different excuse each mission why you can't just missile everything from the shuttle. Oh, there's AA guns. Oh, there's a double yellow line right next to the destination. Better park further away and walk up. Oh, the shuttle pilot forgot to put his laundry in the dryer. He'll just pop back to the Normandy and drop us off next to those friendly-looking chaps with laser rifles. I don't know, when we're in space travel whoosh laser kapow times, pop-up shooting galleries feels unworthy of the concept when we could be firing luminescent shrew cannons from a jetpack. The final mission in war-torn London basically plays like Call of Duty whoosh laser kapow edition, and as a device to pad out the storytelling, it just turns into a chore. I'm just gonna say it, I liked the fridge roller skate car business in the first one. At least it made the galaxy feel like there were things in it besides linear arrangements of chest-high walls. Maybe people wouldn't have complained about it so much if they'd given it a rocket jump or a big pair of truck nuts. Removing it entirely smacked of giving up too easily. Still, it's always nice to see a big property actually getting all wrapped up before it face plants into too many yeast infections. It'd be difficult to think of a way any hypothetical cash-in future spin-off could possibly raise the stakes higher than this. I mean, what do you do after you've threatened to destroy every living thing in the galaxy, threatened to destroy every living thing and also their cat? Mass Effect concludes not so much with a bang or a whimper, more the sound you get from releasing a balloon and watching it fart its way around the lounge. I know a lot of people have been down on the ending, but I thought it could have been worse. That quote's not going to end up in any EA marketing material, but for what it's worth, I'm not left disappointed. But then I am completely jaded. I'm having a good morning if I don't accidentally piss on the loofah in the shower. Why, there are so many good reasons for me not to drive a car, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a law against it. I work from home, I'm based in the inner city, and we live in an age when even the most limbless housebound cripple can headbutt a nearby handset and order a hooker online to come over and massage his ruined prostate. And then there's my prowess with driving video games, in that taking my foot off the accelerator as I go around sharp mountainside bends is advice my brain just can't seem to absorb properly. And there's something about being in a sturdy, powerful machine and being forced to wait for pedestrians crossing the road in front of you pushing some stupid pram that makes me want to physically inform them of their place in the grand scheme of things, as I explained to the judge. Most of that came from playing Carmageddon back in the ironically bad pun period in the 90s, see also Wargasm. I never got around to playing any of the Twisted Metal titles, but that's alright because the new one is just called Twisted Metal, which obviously means it's exactly the same as the original, doesn't it? Oh, fuck you. I do know that Twisted Metal is from that stable of games you fall upon when you've got friends over late at night and you've all had a few, so you put something on you can play split screen that operates on the same intellectual level you're all currently occupying, so naturally that's the first thing I did with Twisted Metal. It must be said that widescreen TVs have not been kind to the notion of split screen gaming. With the horizontal split, you end up working with an aspect ratio more commonly associated with fortune cookie papers. HUD elements all being the size of a gnat's fart in the corner of the screen definitely doesn't help in a game like Twisted Metal, where the one-on-one showdown is decided not by skill or strategy, but by who can figure out how the controls work first. I'm not complaining that turning into a giant clown robot and signing your name in someone's buttocks with your nose laser requires a certain amount of finesse, but I had to thumb through the manual to figure out how to go into reverse. Double tap the brake button? Why can't we just keep holding the brake like every driving game that wasn't designed by the rear half of a horse? What the fuck am I going to need the brake for after the car has stopped? Percussion? It was while hunting through the option menus for a control scheme that didn't inhale dead spiderlings through a whale's urethra that I discovered that this default setup is named Classic Twisted Metal Controls. Oh, well, that's alright then. As long as you're preserving horrible ideas in the name of tradition, what's good enough for the Catholic Church is good enough for you. Even the single player is tight-lipped when it comes to player training, and I won't apologise for having gotten used to the first level of every single player game consisting of an instructional tiptoe through the tulips with a friendly instructor patiently handing out participation awards every other step. Fortunately, there is an optional training mode, and I would highly recommend going through it because it was only there that I found out about the jump command, which would have been handy in the previous mission when my progress was being stymied by a chest-high wall on loan from the shooter next door, as well as the 6-axis boost command you activate by shoving the controller forward like you're fending off an amorous fat person at an otherwise splendid orgy. There's something about the story campaign that worries me, and I'm not even a parent looking for a nice goofy driving game to stop my little sod basket from squalling while news night's on. The story concerns this bloke called Calypso, who couldn't be more obviously Satan if he was wearing horns and idly chewing on Judas Iscariot. He organises a no-holds-barred destruction derby driving competition that you can't even enter the qualifying match until you've murdered at least one family and designed a vehicle capable of skidding straight through a major population centre without slowing, which, as plans to sow discord in the realms of man go, seems unusually direct by Satan's standards. The prize on offer is a single wish for anything you want, so the story covers a parade of colourful nutters, none of whom have ever heard of getting a lawyer to once over the contract, receiving an appropriate comeuppance for their failure to observe the highway code. But the cinematics depicting all of this look like they got Zack Snyder to recut the opening sequence of Seven after a particularly difficult night on dodgy seafood, and they just seem rather far removed from the world the gameplay takes place in, where semi-trucks fire electric stun lasers at ice cream vans that turn into giant robots and nobody butchers screaming families with giant novelty bread knives. Okay, so firing rockets at someone's car and running over the screaming, burning occupants as they run flailing from the wreckage isn't exactly a less than inappropriate social interaction, but that's more of a goofy, entertaining class of horribleness, while the cinematics belong more to the kind that suddenly comes back to you at 3 in the morning when you hear a creak downstairs and you aren't entirely certain you set your prowling murderer alarm before you went to bed. It's a bit of an inconsistent tone is me point, and the single-player missions themselves seem rather horribly balanced, and the difficulty goes up and down like an excited dog on a malfunctioning escalator. There's almost no chance of winning a race if you pick anything but the fastest car available, and there's a particularly obnoxious event in the third chapter where you're expected to take down 2 murderous semi-trucks, while every other motorist on the highway has been told there's free candy in your boot. I wanted to throw the controller at the cat and say, look, if you motherfuckers want to be doing any other races, you need to get off my fucking back, because you're only wasting your own time when you're treating my bumper like the chubbiest buttock in the whorehouse. Twisted Metal is pleasingly evocative of a better period of gaming, which is a diplomatic way of saying it looks like it belongs on the PS2, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you and your friends can overcome the 7 or 8 lagers sizzling away in your brain pans long enough to figure out the controls, then there's a lot of nice unconstrained OTT highway code defying action violence to be had. But does it have a right to exist if the previous installments did the same but generally better? I find the single player elements upsetting in many ways. I'm sure I needn't remind viewers that I'd rather hug the venomous quills of a tarantula hedgehog than a human child, but it's a shame when a game essentially about watching things explode at high speed with gurgling childish mirth tries to make itself all dark and edgy as well, like a Ferris wheel with the face of Stanley Kubrick painted on the side. Just seems like unnecessarily limiting the audience. I'm picturing Mrs. Stevens leaving her rosy-cheeked boys in the care of their latest electronic babysitter, only to freeze mid-cookie baking at the sound of an F-word drifting through from the lounge, whereupon she storms in and wrenches the controllers away from her children so hard their little arms snap off at the elbow. Actually, on second thoughts, I'm down with that. Carry on, Twisted Metal. I think it's fair to say that popular culture has bitten off more zombies than it can comfortably chew. People just can't seem to get enough of the grumbly little bastards. Oh man, they seem to say. I love zombies. I love how they walk like there's a single drop of piss working its way down their leg, and how they look like us but not quite, so I can slaughter them in their thousands without shame or consequence. And I love how they satirize the dumb sheep-like consumerism of modern humanity. I love it so much I'm going to blindly buy everything with zombies in it with no perception of irony whatsoever. And now zombies occupy a similar role in popular culture as salt does on a dining table. There is literally nothing they won't try to sprinkle zombies on to appeal to a broader palate. They did it with Red Dead Redemption, they did it with Call of Duty, they did it with Resident Evil. Oh wait. But now they're doing it with Yakuza, a series about stomping the faces of very specifically alive people into the neon-lit streets of Tokyo and then looking at them with a really stern face. So here's Yakuza Dead Souls, a world turned upside down because evil can no longer be purged from men with a good honest Cuban heel to the bridge of the nose. After doing Yakuza 4 last year, I found myself surprisingly enamored with the franchise. Yes, the cutscenes dragged on like all the talky episodes of Game of Thrones strung together, and the gameplay and story were kept separated with an electric fence, but how can anyone dislike the spectacle of very serious-faced angry men in 70s disco suits hitting each other with bicycles? Like John Travolta got caught up in a serious road rage incident on his way out of the Botox clinic. And I actually found some appeal in the idea of throwing zombies at characters I already like and am familiar with. It's like how the X-Files broke up all that conspiracy garbage by doing a cute, silly, off-canon episode just the occasional 60 or 70 times. So I was going into this with a sense of, fuck yes, it's Akiyama again. I love his horrible mauve blazer, and now he's dual-wielding custom pistols like a boss. I just want to take him home and mount him to my kitchen wall so my kids will have an appropriate role model to look at over their Honey Nut Cheerios every morning. But even putting Brian Blessed in there as an optional boss fight wouldn't make me overlook that this is blatantly an expansion of Yakuza 4. It's the same arrangement of a 4-act story mode with 4 different playable characters, culminating in them all joining forces to each kick one half of a buttock belonging to whoever the evil mastermind will turn out to be, all taking place in the same Shenmue-esque sandbox with the same brick-chewingly psychotic level of detail. The story is hardly worth mentioning since these things tend to write themselves. A zombie shows up in fictional district of Tokyo Kamurocho and swiftly turns into a whole bunch of them, as tends to be the case, and the authorities quarantine off increasingly large sections of the district as everyone else tries to get on with their daily lives, with every shop and restaurant still plying the trade mere yards from the ever-encroaching barricade. It's that same Japanese attitude that had the trains back up and running on the same day the bomb hit Hiroshima, I suppose. Secondary protagonist and recurring series mad person, Goro Majima, really comes into his own as a character. It's so rare to see an action game protagonist who seems like he's enjoying himself, not in a dry, cool, unflappable badass sort of way, but giggling like a schoolgirl who's just found the headmistress's secret collection of erotic birthday cakes. Rest assured, you can still beat your enemies over the head with random objects. In fact, I made a game of coming up with a different dry, cool one-liner for each one I used. Hey baby, what's your sign? Fancy a hit on the pipe? You must be the town bicycle, etc. But what Red Dead Redemption and Call of Duty have in common is that their non-zombie related gameplay already involved guns, whereas Yakuza has always communicated in the language of face stomping, and guns only existed in cutscenes for characters to hold and agonize over firing for 45 fucking minutes. Henceforth, shooting mechanics have had to be added to Yakuza's combat, and the person who did so has apparently only ever heard of shooters from the myths and legends of far-off lands told to him by drunk sailors. To stop beating about the bicycle, the shooting controls are a load of piss. If you go into aim mode, that's the second aim mode. For some reason there are 2 aim modes, one slightly less aimy than the other, so why the fuck would you bother? Then the camera angle switches to where your character is facing, rather than the character turning to face the camera angle like how the regular boring well-designed shooters work. And I wish I had a sewing needle for every time I got teeth marks in my mauve blazer while intimidating a wall 2 feet to the right of the guy I was trying to aim at, because I'm going to shove them all under my fingernails. Also, when you're not aiming, you use the right analog stick to look around. That's what it's good at. It's like a faithful hound trained to fetch the grouse and nothing else. That's why in most shooters, when you go into aiming mode, you continue using the right analog stick to adjust your aim, because you're still looking at things, but now in an edgy, masculine kind of way. Yakuza is of an innovative mindset, however, so adjusting your aim in aiming mode is done with the left analog stick. Why the scrambled eggs on fuck toast would anyone do that? It means if you hit aim while running in the heat of battle, you'll soon be intimidating the stucco ceiling. Truly a bad game to be part of the architecture. Eventually I figured out that equipping a shotgun and running around in circles vaguely firing in the direction of the enemy was the best approach, even against most of the boss fights, although that does make the occasional boss fight that requires accurate shooting on par with playing darts while trying to prise the jaws of an enraged lioness off your elbow. I suppose dismissing Dead Souls as a mere expansion may be unfair, since it completely alters the core combat mechanic. There's a whole new story, albeit considerably shorter, and instead of wandering around the city occasionally getting interrupted Final Fantasy style for a random encounter from a passerby with an insatiable thirst for shoe leather, gameplay now splits between desperately gunning your way through the quarantine zones in search of survivors and wandering about in the unconquered streets looking for side quests and playing the UFO testers for toys to give to the hostesses who secretly hate your guts. But you can't half dismantle a game like Yakuza 4 and try to squeeze shooting into a combat system built for up-close brawling. It's like selling a Rottweiler as a guide dog and then being surprised when it bites off a blind person's leg. The crux of the matter is, if I want to shoot zombies with guns, I can go pretty much anywhere, generally places with higher concentrations of twats, and it would probably be a lot better designed, but there's only one place I can go to if I want to kung fu someone's kneecaps in and smash them over the head with half a bicycle while dressed for Saturday Night Fever, and that's the alleyway behind the convenience convention center. Sorry, 2 places. Also the Yakuza games, and that's what makes Yakuza Dead Souls a waste of time. More so than games usually are, I mean. You know, being the head of an evil ninja clan... Oops, shit. Forget I said that, I'll start again. You know, if I were the head of an evil ninja clan, I know exactly how I'd deal with Ryu Hayabusa if he was after me. I'd immediately infect all my low-level troops with HIV. Not overtly so they hate me for it, I'd probably just secretly pay someone to rape them on the way out of the meeting. Then once they're at the acceptance stage, and are getting kind of philosophical about it, they'd firstly be a lot more gung-ho about being sent to their almost certain death, but when Ryu Hayabusa, the human sanitary towel, drenches himself in their blood, all it takes is one drop on the surface of the eyeball and he's Lifetime Movie of the Week. Well, the baddies in Ninja Gaiden 3 had a similar idea to this kick-ass one, but instead of infecting Ryu with a sensible terminal illness, they infect him with a magical curse that makes his arm go all weird and gives him the ability to go banana nut butters and instantly slaughter a bunch of dudes berserk style. Wait, that's not a curse at all. Hey, assholes, you ever thought of setting up a suggestion box? So yes, Ryu Hayabusa has a grotesque swollen arm covered in hideous exposed veins, so imagine how bad it looks after he gets cursed. When a terrorist group takes the British government hostage and specifically asks for Hayabusa by name, the Japanese Self-Defense Force, acting I would think slightly outside their remit, send Hayabusa in to sort everything out with the end of his pokey stick. Apparently originating in England, all the soldiers of the evil organisation have broad Cockney accents, which I can now declare is officially the worst possible accent with which to repeatedly use the word ninja. It soon transpires that this terrorist group has plans that reach a lot wider than postponing Prime Minister's question time, and after giving Hayabusa the world's worst sleeve tattoo, they start taking over the world and all that. And now that one bloke from Team Ninja who put women in the same column as furniture polish and dog grooming implements, allegedly, has been given the heave-ho, the main female character is actually a sensibly dressed, spunky professional single mother, rather than a big lump of Play-Doh in about 1/4 of a leather fetish outfit. There is another female character whose top half is constantly making escape attempts, but baby steps, people. But that's not the only significant change Ninja Gaiden has undergone. I'd swear it's starting to take a few cues from Call of Duty of all things. You fight terrorists in ski masks through a major international city, then there's a bit in the Middle East as well. It even does that thing on the loading screen where it indicates our next location on the world map like a diligent scrapbooker, preparing to bore people shitless about their last holiday. After a while though, it starts losing interest and moves on to taking cues from Resident Evil instead, and Ryu has to slash through giant laboratories full of mutated human monsters and a bunch of cloned dinosaurs of all Michael Crichton legal action tempting things. It's like the series feels like it's lost so much identity from cutting out the leather-clad titty monsters that it's grabbing scripts and scraps from anything that it thinks people seem to like these days, trying to find a new niche before it throws up its hands, gives up, explodes all over the bedspread, and you spend the last few moments fighting a giant city-destroying naked woman clutching a broadsword. Well, good try, Team Ninja, you almost held out. Call of Duty is the gaming equivalent of a row of cut-out paper men with massive guns and tiny flaccid cocks, the combination of regenerating health and gameplay that never significantly evolves beyond an unnecessarily flashy and racist update of Space Invaders, turns it into essentially a string of dull identical battles virtually unconnected to each other, and while it was borrowing terrorists and loading screens, Ninja Gaiden 3 noticed this and said to itself, "Gonna get me some of that." And so of course your health regenerates, and of course you never acquire any other weapons besides the sword, nor can you upgrade it or acquire new abilities with it, so you could conceivably figure out the dash uppercut aerial combo pile driver move in the very first level, and basically it's all over, bar 5 or 6 hours of watching the same somersault over and over again, hearing Ryu going "Hwah" like an insecure man at the gym, and setting off the same 4 or 5 one-liners from the enemies with such regularity that on several occasions they were taunting in almost perfect unison like a murderous a cappella troupe. Oh sure, you might be hacking limbs off with a ninja sword, but repetition makes it just as bland as pop-up shooting galleries, and Ninja Gaiden 3 fails to take the only lesson it should have taken from Call of Duty, which is to portray people with British accents even-handedly. In other circumstances, I might have praised a game for effectively streamlining itself like this. Lord knows I thought Ninja Gaiden 2's shopping cart approach to weaponry was a bit much, and it's refreshing for a game like this to not have RPG elements for once. There's a lot to be said for a hack-and-slash game that gives you all the abilities at the very start and lets you figure them out naturally, but that only works if you have more abilities than hit with sword again, and 2 cop-out fuck you attacks. For example, when your power bar gets full, you can make a big fire dragon appear and chomp everyone. The game establishes that you regenerate more health back if your power bar is still full after fights, and I assume this was meant to encourage you to not be a massive cheapskate asshole who has to call his dragon friend to beat up the school bullies. But then I noticed that doing the dragon thing also makes all your health come back. I guess he tosses you a couple of Nutri-Grains while he's sorting out the baddies for you. So an attack that was once merely cheap is now actively paying you money to use it. And this isn't even mentioning the other cop-out fuck you attack where Ryu just automatically kills 5 lads if you're bored of the whole game thing and want to take a break and eat some chips while violence happens in baffling extreme close-up. Okay, before the pedantry brigade mount up, it's not all exactly the same thing. Sometimes you have to climb a wall by mashing the shoulder buttons like you're playing a miniature accordion, and sometimes the game rather laughably pretends to have a stealth mechanic by spawning one bloke facing the wrong way that you can insta-kill if you don't nod off while sneaking up. And there's the odd colourful boss fight, including one memorable encounter with a cloned T-Rex whose vulnerable moment comes when he trips over his own feet and falls over over with no input required on your part. God forbid this unstoppable bioweapon be unleashed, how could it possibly be defeated except by locking it in a room by itself with a sharp object? Which leads me to my final point. Ninja Gaiden 3 is too easy. This is like a Final Fantasy game being too short. Actually, scratch that. It's like a Final Fantasy game being too good. It's the sky falling in on our heads. Stun lock an enemy by mashing quick attack, and if he breaks your combo, dash out of the way until he's done embarrassing himself. What was one of the last bastions of actual challenge has succumbed to the greasy, ever-expanding ovarian cyst that AAA gaming has left untreated for so long that it now has to buy an extra seat for it when it travels economy class. I don't think I can call myself a Silent Hill fan anymore. It's hard to stay enthusiastic about one's favourite rock band after the lead singer melts into an oleaginous slurry on stage and drips all over your sneakers. Over the last few years, I have gained a new appreciation for what Sonic the Hedgehog fans went through from about 1996 onwards, watching one's favourite franchise flail about, desperately trying to recapture the spirit of the good ones, without understanding the essential factors, like a man trying to build a sandcastle out of rice pudding. Although the difference is that anyone who hasn't deployed a firework up their nasal cavity can tell you why modern Sonic doesn't work. It's the 3D gameplay, because controlling Sonic turns into trying to molest a greasy pig on a pinball machine. While what it is that made Silent Hill 2 good is something far less easily quantifiable. It's all about the subtleties, the atmosphere, an undefinable air of otherworldliness hanging in the background, none of which is particularly helpful to Silent Hill's ongoing parade of Western developers, so instead let's just point to Silent Hill Homecoming and go, not that! Fortunately, Silent Hill Downpour took that lesson to heart, and this time the plot doesn't play out like a bad straight-to-video monster movie filmed while everyone was depressed. No wacky black men appear to assist in combat and go, oh hell no. Today's humorless tit with issues and bad hair is the fabulously dorkily named Murphy Pendleton, a prisoner being transferred to another prison because his first one wasn't quite grim enough when the bus crashes and he must escape through everybody's favourite haunted seaside destination. The game I'm most reminded of is Silent Hill Origins, which also had a protagonist it was difficult to sympathise with because there's no good reason offered why he can't vault over the nearest rusty chain-link fence and make a beeline for literally anywhere else. The town is forced to dredge through his past looking for some half-decent unrelated dark secret to confront him with in the form of filth-covered monsters and symbolic reality fluctuations, reducing the town once again to an episode of Judge Judy as directed by Francis Bacon. But you know what? Stick a couple of skill testers on the pier and it'd still be a nicer holiday destination than Blackpool. I can be cruel sometimes, but hold on to your panties, Grandma. I'm going to say Downpour is probably my favourite Western-developed Silent Hill thus far, which is still like saying of these reproductions of Picasso paintings created by flicking droplets of sparrow puke at a canvas 10 feet away, I think this one is the least whiffy. But for what it's worth, Downpour shows signs of learning from its predecessors. Like Origins, the melee weapons break after a while, but you can only carry one at a time, so you don't end up cycling through the 19 TV sets you've got down your trousers, and there are enough of them lying around everywhere that you're not often caught short. But most importantly, sing hallelujah and rape each other in thanks because someone finally figured out that you should be able to run away from fights that aren't going so well. I remember in Homecoming, I ended up leading entire conga lines of monsters from place to place when my health and ammo was low. On the whole, the combat is probably the best aspect of Downpour because it's sticky, difficult, panicky, most importantly avoidable, and ammo for guns is incredibly sparse. It's almost like survival is the principal challenge of something termed survival horror. Downpour also plays up the exploration aspect, and the town levels are complex enough to genuinely get lost. In fact, at one point I had to draw my own map because the in-game town map is about as easy to find as a toilet in a youth hostel you can actually bring yourself to use. Do you know how long it's been since I've had to draw my own map for a game? I'm genuinely asking because I don't know, although I'm pretty sure Princess Diana still had all her organs at the time. I'm not complaining, I was filling in the names from street signs with unbridled glee at a game for once not taking inspiration chiefly from the workings of a conveyor belt, so it's got the right survival horror combat and the right survival horror exploration. All Silent Hill Downpour needs now to earn a great big fat tick at the bottom of the page is to be scary. Oh. This always ends up being the sticking point, doesn't it? Fear being a purely emotional response, it's difficult to say precisely why something is or isn't scary, but as I said earlier, the essence of it lies in subtlety. And because I know that word disappeared from the vocabularies of AAA game developers some time ago, no, it is not the name of a small village in Derbyshire. I remember saying about Shattered Memories that chase sequences are scarier if it isn't clear what's chasing you, and Downpour sort of missed my point. It certainly is unclear what the object that chases Murphy through the other world is, but you can clearly see it. It's some wibbly-wobbly black hole with red bits, like something that got lost on its way to the Star Trek visual effects department. The other world as a whole is just too loud, brightly lit, and overdone. It reminds me more of Alice Madness Returns than any Silent Hill game, particularly one bit featuring giant floating clocks that just needs jumping puzzles and a nice blue dress for Murphy to wear. Even in the foggy streets, the monsters are more irritating than scary, mainly because they're just dudes. They're not grotesque, twisted monstrosities that stumble around like someone tied their knees to their tonsils. They're just dudes, trying to punch you with their dude fists and their screechy dude wives. Yeah, maybe their faces look a bit fucked up, like they lost their nerve and ran away halfway through a combination LASIK eye surgery and teeth whitening procedure, but with the fog and the dark, you need to be making out with them to find that out, and I'm not that much of a slut. And like a fast food burrito, it all kinds of falls apart towards the end. Obviously, Murphy has done a serious bad thing in the past. Silent Hill ain't about to entrap a bloke just for stealing the last Tim Tam at his sister's birthday party. But what annoys me, and Homecoming did this as well, is that the exact nature of Murphy's big boo-boo changes depending on what ending you get, which cheapens the entire story and renders half the symbolism pointless. In Silent Hill 2, yes, maybe I will marry Silent Hill 2, shut up. The naughty thing Jimbo did was always the same, and the endings were just him redeeming himself in different ways. That way the story retained the effective tight focus the Downpour significantly lacks, along with imagination. So yes, maybe the Western developed Silent Hills have clawed their way an inch or so closer to the original formula, but honestly, I'd rather we take all the lessons we've learned and just come up with new psychological horror IP rather than endlessly go on about recapturing Silent Hill like it's Frank fucking Abagnale trying to skip town. Believe it or not, I get no satisfaction from comparing everything to Silent Hill 2, just a sense of slightly depressing nostalgia and a raging stiffy. Did you know that I'm automatically biased against Nintendo? I didn't, but I'm sure you'll be able to scroll down to the comments right now and find unassailable arguments to that effect. My grudge basically started back in the 2000s when they brought out the GameCube. Oh, said I suppose you expect me to be impressed, do you, by your genuinely enjoyable games and one of the best designed controllers of the generation? How dare you put on such airs? Out the window with your ghastly little box ottoman. What's this? The DS? With a well-implemented touchscreen driving thoughtful game design? Where the fuck do you get off? Window! In all seriousness, it's true that I'm petty and bitter about a lot of things. I'm the guy who went 50 miles out of his way to burn down Lee Drummond's house, but I honestly have nothing invested in pointing out Nintendo's recent failings. Unlike their entire fucking target audience, I wasn't raised on Nintendo, so I have no sense of wounded betrayal. Maybe if I express not having enjoyed a Nintendo product, it's because I didn't enjoy it, rather than because I was seething with jealous, impotent rage at its undeniable splendor. Okay then, now that's covered, here's Kid Icarus Uprising, a shit game for twats. The first thing one notices when starting Kid Icarus Upskirting is that the menu interface seems remarkably similar to that of Smash Bros. Brawl, which makes sense when you think about it, because Smash Bros. Brawl is the only reason anyone still knows what Kid Icarus is. After the initial NES game, Nintendo let the property snooze for about 20 years with uncharacteristic restraint for a company that reimagines its old properties so much that the original imagining has long since faded like blue, like a movie poster in an abandoned shop window. Not biased. I suppose the situation has never been dire enough to justify dredging this far down the yawning black pit that used to be the barrel, but with the 3D gimmick continuing to impress about as well as an incontinent St. Bernard at a dry cat festival, Nintendo have to work that nostalgia dollar till its tits fall off. I'm not going to go on about the 3D aspect again because the amount of times I've gone over my position there, my own tits aren't looking particularly secure either, and anyway, I kept the 3D turned off the whole way through, so even if Kid Icarus does justify that awful bollocks, I'd never have found out, and I don't care. What might throw up a red flag or two is that Kid Icarus comes with a peripheral, not additional buttons or some kind of wing harness so you can control the game by flapping your elbows, but a collapsible stand on which to sit the entire handheld, which might seem strange, but rest assured it's provided for the entirely rational reason that the controls are absolute shit on cheesy biscuits. Move with analog stick, aim with stylus, and shoot with left shoulder button. Here's a practical experiment. Try to hold a cat while simultaneously drawing on its back with a glitter pen and poking it in the eye with your other hand. There's no way to hold it up except by its throat, and you're trying to torment the smug little bastard, not strangle it. That's exactly the problem for which Nintendo apparently could come up with no better workaround, like say making the character shoot when the stylus is pressed to the touchscreen rather than with a separate button, than mandating the use of a stand that cripplingly undermines the very concept of a handheld. I like to play DS stretched out on the couch while someone fills my mouth with chocolate, not hunched over it at my desk like I'm making a fucking ship in a bottle. The main character is named Pit, not Icarus. Perhaps actually naming the character after a mythological figure famously destroyed by their own hubris and overconfidence smacked a little of tempting fate, but anyway, he's an angel living a sort of cutesy-ass mythology world populated by anime versions of Greek deities before Kratos got his leathery mitts on any of them. In broad terms, Pit's goal is to thwart the plans of the Queen of the Underworld, Medusa. I always thought Persephone was Queen of the Underworld, but I suppose one can't ask for too much adherence to classic mythology in a game where you shoot giant Groucho Marx glasses that blow bombs out of their nostrils. Throughout the missions, Pit is in constant communication with his patron goddess, presumably over Skype, and it's good that they keep the characterization going, but the tone of their dialogue is rather overtly comedic, with comedic in the largest quotation marks Microsoft Word will permit. It's mostly self-referential humour, so the reference material was presumably one children's guide to Greek mythology and the complete box set of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I know there are some who like that kind of humour, but it made me want to shove my hand through the 3DS and repurpose it as a sandwich toaster specialising in eggy in a basket. Each mission consists of one rail shooter bit, where you fly around shooting baddies and getting shot because you're distracted by the endless particle effects, the jolly pretty backgrounds, or Pit's delightful chubby boyish thighs, and then a bit on the ground where you run around shooting baddies and fall down a whole bunch of chasms because Pit does a dodge dash if you move the analog stick any harder than blowing on it. And the recurring motto of Kid Icarus is, was that it? Because the levels are short and the bosses go down faster than your mum in Richard Branson's passenger seat. Admittedly, you can tweak the difficulty to a rather insanely exact degree as part of the extraordinary amount of menu-based faffing around you have to do between missions, like you're making your way through a car park full of abandoned shopping trolleys. Manage your gear, buy new weapons, combine weapons into new ones, collect trophies, view recently unlocked achievements, and there's one rather suspect feature in which you pay the goddess huge amounts of money to walk briskly towards you, shaking her rack back and forth. Is Pitt even old enough to be in a celestial titty bar? Kid Icarus's tone is unashamedly retro, what with all the Groucho Marx shooting gallery business, and constant reference is made to the NES one, which mainly comes across as faintly desperate. The visuals are too busy to engage, and any game that's actually physically painful to play isn't quite ready for prime time, is it? The complete mess of between mission distractions serves mainly to bring any sense of flow to a crashing halt, to the point that it gets harder and harder to bring oneself to do more than 1 or 2 missions in a sitting, even disregarding the encroaching back pain that I'm sure you infuriating young people won't need to worry about until you turn 30 and all have spines like the last banana on the shelf. Same thing happened with Valkyria Chronicles. If a game keeps asking me if I'd like to continue the story, I'll find myself dwelling on the question more and more. Well, since you ask, game, I guess I could be getting on with some writing, and it's certainly true that I'm having less fun with you than I had at my last drill bit tasting. As you may have inferred from my pain-racked sobs throughout last week's video, I was at the time suffering from rather severe tonsillitis, so everything that passed my lips magically transmuted into an entire Mongol infantry unit the moment I tried swallowing it. Basically what I'm saying is the back of my mouth looked like a bunch of incontinent seagulls had exploded in a cave. Basically what I'm saying is it looked like a shoggoth had gotten cold feet while trying to use my epiglottis as a diving board. Basically what I'm saying is you could have cut my tonsils out and hid them in a basket of fancy cheeses and no one would have been the wiser. Basically what I'm saying is more painkillers, yum yum. But it gave me the opportunity to sit on the couch playing video games, eating ice cream all day, with actual justification for once, so I used the time to catch up on XBLA's recent movements. Today I'd like to discuss 2 games that both carry the theme of exploration, something I could do very little of, while my tonsils resembled things a habitual nose picker would be attacked by if he got lost in Silent Hill. First up, Fez. I've said in the past that the easiest way to be critically acclaimed on Kasplar is to be a game, ideally a platformer, about a small large-headed humanoid in a big uncaring frightening world, like how Tom Cruise must feel at academic parties. Here's an addition to the formula. Bonus points will be awarded if the game also features moving among the long-abandoned ruins of a once mighty civilization, like how Tom Cruise must feel about his career. Fez is a deeply explorative game in deliberately retro pixel style, outwardly a 2D platformer, but it's kinda complicated. In broad terms, it makes me think of Nit if it had less direction, or Yumaniki if it had actual gameplay. Get a load of my indie penis, spurt, and it's all wrapped up in a bag that smells strongly of Super Paper Mario. You move in 2D but can freely rotate the levels in 3D 90 degrees at a time to cross gaps and rearrange platforms with perspective tricks. So I guess we could also call it Echochrome if it had more colours. Blimey, if indie gaming was a country, Fez would be the Cave Story would be the king, but it would be unwise to appoint Fez as the Grand Vizier, I tell you that. As well as being one of those rare games where my zero punctuation representation of the main character will probably be more complex than the original, Fez works if you let yourself get lost in the exploration. You can take a detour on your way up a likely looking tower and end up mapping out 2 continents before finding a reason to turn back. That said, once you have visited all the furthest points, the backtracking can turn into the metaphorical turd in the pixel bucket, since there are no enemies or hazards beyond falling off shit, and you just get teleported straight back onto the platform like the Prince of Persia being quick on the L2 button. When you come across a puzzle room, I'd recommend against telling yourself you'll come back and figure it out later, because that will inevitably end with having to trek back through 7 different wildernesses to scrape together the last few cubes, although in some cases puzzle is entirely the wrong word. One requires you to translate Morse code, another scan in a 2D barcode, neither of which are puzzles, strictly speaking. If I fixed the door on my tumble dryer with a screwdriver, I would not describe that as solving the riddle of the slightly rattly spin cycle. Fez is a fun little way to kill time if you're not feeling up to anything as stressful as combat, and it does contain some very fine examples of interactive storytelling without dialogue, but I should mention that the combination of vibrant retro colours, chirpy retro sounds, and entire levels spinning wildly around like a meerkat looking for its lost mother in Grand Central Station did make me feel physically ill after a while, although that may have had more to do with my tonsils looking like a set of speed bags being worked over by a man made of salad dressing. But let's move on to our second topic, I Am Alive. That's not me joyously announcing to the world that my tonsils stopped looking like a porridge monster from the planet Wretch. That's the name of an XBLA game developed by Ubisoft. In contrast to its XBLA peers, you are a full-grown adult male with a soberly proportioned head, although the big scary world full of the ruins of a once mighty civilization remains intact. After an earthquake and subsequent dust cloud bollockses up a city good and proper, you must journey through the post-apocalyptic remains to find your wife and daughter while interacting with survivors and either giving them presents or making them not survivors anymore. I played I Am Alive when it first came out a while back, but was left somewhat disappointed. I've always liked the idea of a realistic survival game, managing your bodily intake and searching every corner of the environment for slightly damp rocks to suck on, but I Am Alive is more of a climbing simulator than a survival game. You only need to eat or drink if you've overexerted yourself while climbing, and even then you can crack open a can of fruit cocktail and scarf it down like Popeye in a single frozen instant midway through leaping off a grappling hook rope onto a 4-inch chunk of rebar. So bang goes realism, and as your stamina depletes, the same really obnoxious piece of scary music gradually escalates like you're climbing up Alfred Hitchcock's bum hair, and the combat is very troubled indeed. For all the games talk about how valuable bullets are, the enemies seem remarkably generous with them, and the game pretty much demands you slaughter everyone who looks at you funny, when a smart survivalist would say, hey guys, just passing through, and you can even keep watching to make sure I don't nick anything. And incidentally, just because I'm not specifically pointing a gun at you doesn't mean it's gotten any more rational to run up and try to machete my ass. We're not playing grandmother's footsteps, motherfuckers. But having come back to it last week, I found a little more charm in it when the game world opens up a bit and you can explore the streets to find optional objectives, every single one of whom is some needy Darwin defier whose survival strategy is to whine passers-by for specific objects. One bloke claimed to be seconds from death and needing one last cigarette, but I came back 2 hours later and he was still hanging on. Go hustle someone else, Captain coughs it up. Climbing does gain a little something when you unlock the grappling hook, but there just aren't enough grapple points around to amuse myself with. Come to think of it, the whole game has that Uncharted problem of climbing paths being aggressively linear, and the difference between climbable scenery and random set dressing only becomes apparent when you're trying to jump onto it from a window ledge and a string quartet is busily destroying its instruments right next to your ear. Perhaps I shouldn't criticize a game for not being what I expected it to be, except when I say I don't expect a game like this to have a live system, because that archaic bullshit is about as relevant to gaming today as a fucking oscilloscope. When I did the Infamous 2 review, I mentioned that the release of Supervillain Murder Sandbox Thing Infamous, being so closely timed to that of Supervillain Thing Murder Sandbox Prototype, sort of overshadowed its genuine high quality beneath the inevitable comparison and the subsequent lingerie pillow fight. But now it's Prototype's turn to get a sequel and fresh assessment outside of the sheltering influence of lacy petticoats, and I can remind you all now that Prototype was as entertaining as you would expect from a game in which a skinny bloke in formal shoes and too many overshirts destroys a tank by hurling commuters at it. When you get right down to it, Infamous and Prototype do have pretty significantly different feels, which mainly comes down to a matter of scale. In Infamous, you might laboriously climb a 6-story building and then zap a couple of snipers in the balls, whereas in Prototype you might sprint up the Empire State Building, slice 15 soldiers in half with one swipe and leave their balls relatively unmolested until you eat them. So what with Alex Mercer being established by the end of Prototype as having the destructive potential of Godzilla operating a forklift without regulation training, a sequel wouldn't be much of a challenge if it focused on him again. So our new protagonist is James Heller, a former military sergeant whose wife and child were killed in the first outbreak. They were probably one of the passers-by I scarfed down to get my health back up while I was fighting that big tentacle thing. And after a second remarkably similar outbreak hits New York, just can't catch a break on the East Coast, can they? Heller goes in as part of the military occupation, but is swiftly transformed by Alex Mercer into a pile of well-disguised spaghetti carbonara just like him. James must follow the same path of evolution Alex did to build up his powers while getting to the bottom of two nebulous agendas. That of Blackwatch, the ever-morally dubious PMC, who could only be called cartoonishly evil if we're talking about one of those cartoons that goes out at 3 in the morning on a foreign language TV station, and that of Alex Mercer himself, although it turns out both agendas essentially boil down to let's infect a bunch of innocent civilians for a larf. You could be forgiven at this point for thinking this sounds like a case of second verse same as the first, same cities, same murder powers, same evil PMC wearing some kind of corporate regulation repellent, etc. But I would say Prototype 2 does just enough to actually feel like a sequel rather than an expansion pack. Just. On the borderline, really. For example, while Mercer got his douchebag powers from wearing a popped collar on top of another popped collar, Heller escalates the arms race by just having one massive popped collar. It's kind of absurd. He could defuse bombs in it. He could probably glide without even having to do the blood shooting thing. On top of that, while making Mercer come across as anything but an anti-hero at best was kind of a lost cause while he's happily serving orphans across broken glass slip and slides, effort is made to make Heller more traditionally sympathetic with the whole dead family backstory thing, and an emphasis on story missions centered around trying to help the victimized civilians, all of which ends up for naught when Heller starts helping himself to the proletariat buffet. Switch up your protagonist as much as you like, they're still controlled by a player, an entity as ethically restrained as Joseph Stalin playing with his bath toys. Also, while I seem to recall the tentacle power in Prototype 1 reduced all the other powers into so much hyperactive beef jerky, there seems to be a much better balance here and enough variety to keep things interesting, although the power to summon monsters to fight for you makes massive melees all the more confusing, leading to a moment when I tried to give an order to what I thought was my loyal puppy Biscuits Hamilton and got my favourite tendril bitten off for my trouble. Also, I'm fond of how Prototype 2 consolidates the character upgrades and side activities. Blimey, that was a dry way of putting it. Fuck aroundy, makey super murder! Rather than universally acquiring points to spread around an overly complex character sheet like a D&D player rolling a half-orc barbarian wizard tax accountant, you complete little sequences of side missions with little mini-stories and then get to pick one upgrade from a categorized list. It implies a greater amount of thought than spraying race and arena challenges across the sandbox map like a mouthful of rice from a man who just found a baby spider in his Rogan Josh. But one rather odd feature is that there are additional challenges that only become unlocked on specific dates staggered out from release day, and just speaking for myself, I think it's rather cocky of Prototype 2 to assume I'll still be playing it come June, especially since now I'm done with story mode, there doesn't seem to be anything left to do in it because all the remaining challenges don't get unlocked for a few days. I suppose I could just fuck about, since Prototype still wears a princely crown in the area of sandbox time wasting. Even the mere act of getting around has a curiously addictive elegance to it, leaping 100 feet into the air, banking around, kicking off buildings and landing on a dime on somebody's baby. Games like this and Skyrim and Just Cause 2 really are the sort of thing AAA development should be making all the time, because it really is the only thing they do best anymore. They badly need to understand why they should stop stockpiling all their resources into designing glorious skyboxes and elaborate set pieces and other things that fall solely under the category of looking at stuff, when you cannot possibly compare looking at stuff to blowing up stuff, running to the top of stuff, and skiing back down stuff with 2 still bloody scalps attached to the soles of your shoes. But while I do like Prototype 2, I think both it and its predecessor have one significant problem that, well, they're just kinda silly. If you take the time to track down the collectible audio logs, you'll find that approximately 100% of the things record someone at Blackwatch talking about how much he loves throwing school children into jet turbines and rubbing the greasy remnants into his prostate. And you have to wonder where Blackwatch could possibly be finding this seemingly inexhaustible supply of emotionless psychopaths. Possibly Liverpool? The story writers are trying a little too hard to make Heller out as the lesser of about 15 different evils by my count, which is admittedly a fairly Sisyphean task when he plucks passers-by from the Vale of Tears as one would idly take a mint imperial from the bowl on the counter at an Indian restaurant. By the end of the game, even Alex Mercer loses all depth and starts archly giving monologues like fucking Sinestro, just in case anyone still likes the guy more than the new designated hero. The franchise could stand to take itself just a smidge less seriously, I think, because that's certainly my attitude when I'm trying to beat my toddler shot put record. I remember saying a few weeks back while doing Kingdoms of Amateurish that the RPG market seems to be kinda stuck in the standard fantasy setting like a dislodged silver crown in a Jersey caramel, and things are never going to evolve if we don't get out from under the shadow of the increasingly ridiculously proportioned ears of whatever we're calling today's batch of magic tree-hugging assholes. And consequently, I was heartened to find a new release on Steam last week by the name of Risen 2 Dark Waters that billed itself as a pirate-themed RPG. And suddenly that wasn't the only thing that was rising. Dick joke, swing, and a miss. Because I challenge you to come up with one thing in this toxic world that doesn't sound vastly improved by the addition of the prefix pirate-themed. Pirate-themed bar mitzvah, pirate-themed state execution, pirate-themed Ugandan child slavery, and of all the unfunny pop culture bullshit icons, pirates have been rather neglected of late in favour of zombies. When was the last time you saw a film about a pirate apocalypse? Besides Waterworld, I suppose. So Risen 2 Dark Waters was too good an opportunity to let walk the plank. Oh, look how quickly I've gotten into the swing of things, matey. And gratifyingly, Risen 2's plot is about a pirate apocalypse, or at least there's one building on the horizon. Things are operating on a sort of Pirates of the Caribbean level, where there's a bunch of all-powerful godlike entities threatening generic destruction all over the place, and a loose coalition of bad-smelling toothless seafarers have to stop them by acquiring 4 cans of spray-on all-powerful godlike entity repellent. Well, 4 magical treasures, but basically that's the gist of it. It really is strongly reminiscent of the plot writing in the later Pirates of the Caribbean films, in that there is no problem in the world that doesn't have some convenient bullshit magical artifact kicking around somewhere, specifically designed to deal with it. Either the ancient ones didn't feel like they were doing their jobs properly if they didn't enchant every last fucking thing in their trophy cabinets, or someone's making shit up as they go along. In stark contrast to most of its RPG peers, or possibly as a reflection of having a sober budget that couldn't also feed half of Nairobi for a year, Risen 2 does not allow you to customize the protagonist's appearance any, which I'm not complaining about, because honestly, was anyone wanting to play a pirate game as anything other than a grizzled eye-patch-wearing motherfucker? Although I can take or leave him having the voice of a former public schoolboy, smugly asking the shoeshine boy where he got his degree. You also don't have much of a choice when it comes to character class. You can either be a pirate or not a pirate, and you pick the second option by turning off the game and having a little sleep. You can choose to put your points into blades or guns or wearing a parrot on your shoulder. No, seriously. But like a Ugandan child slaver, you kind of need a little bit of everything to get by with the best results. If you blow all your points into sword fighting, then you'll find none of your fancy ripostes and parries are much use against giant crabs, while trying to fire your pistol as a swarthy wastrel chops at your forearms is like hanging a sign around your neck saying, "Please stunlock my ass," because our hero doesn't realise he could just keep the pistol in his free hand rather than having to unholster it for every shot. I guess when you're the smuggest pirate on the 7 seas, you never know when you'll be seized by the need to lovingly cup yourself. Actually, the combat overall can kiss my black spot. With no dodge ability, my sword combat often descended into mashing attack like I'm hammering in a nail with a head that's 6 foot across in the hope of winning the latest game of Who Will Get Stunlocked First. Something's got to be wrong when I can be killed by a random ostrich because it keeps lightly pecking my shoulder while I'm winding my sword arm up for a mighty swing. And I wish I had a piece of 8 for every time my smug pirate captain fired his flintlock pistol, which takes about 60 seconds to reload in a startlingly out-of-place acknowledgement of historical accuracy, 180 degrees in the wrong direction because I'd also been trying to back away from the target so it'd stop biting my elbow. There is a kick skill for pushing enemies away, which I snapped up when it was offered because crabs were giving me a lot of trouble, and don't take that out of context, although my instructor forgot to mention how to actually use it. Occasionally in a fight, the words "press space to kick now" would flash up for about a quarter second, and by the time I pressed space, the moment had passed, and my guy did a joyful little hop in celebration of getting his testicles pinched off. The kick and every other skill can only be acquired by finding someone who's willing to teach it to you and paying their rent for roughly the next 6 months. And I'm not a big fan of that as far as upgrade systems go. Alright, it's more realistic than magically acquiring the ability to pick pockets because you've killed your 15th giant crab, but it means that your progression is restricted to whatever trainers happen to be around. I didn't end up putting any points points into voodoo because I didn't find any black magic trainers until the third fucking island. And more importantly, my character scurrying about saving up all his pennies so he can wind the local prostitutes into giving him a pillow talk apprenticeship does make him look pretty pathetic and rather overtly implies that every single motherfucking NPC on the planet is more qualified to do your job than you are. A lot of skills share the kick problem in that they're way too contextual. You can only pickpocket people if there's a dialogue option for it, and I sank a lot of cash into a skill that lets you shoot people mid-conversation, and I don't think I ever saw an option for that come up. This was possibly the game teaching some kind of moral lesson. One thing I actually like about Risen 2 is that NPCs can respond to offensive behavior on your part in ways other than trying to slit you up. Go into a restricted area and enemies will attack, but they'll sheath their swords and be nice as pie, rut, if you immediately leave. They don't seem to have very good memories though, so with a few points in thief skills, it's fairly trivial to nick everything that isn't nailed down, which is just as well since we apparently need all the money that exists in the world to be halfway decent at anything. Overall, while a pirate has more personality than most outlying strands of his Brian Blessed beard than an elf does in their entire wispy off-colour body, Risen 2's greater exuberance fails to compensate for some seriously dodgy design. The RPG elements almost seem like a formality when the game clearly has its own idea of how you're supposed to be building your character, and the visuals are very samey. Once you're past jungle and small colony town, you're pretty much done as far as Caribbean islands are concerned. So the final lesson of Risen 2 Dark Waters is that if you're producing Dark Waters, you should probably talk to your doctor about it. Listening to Black Mesa Research Facility Internal Broadcasting Friday morning drive time fun slot, playing the hits while you play God. A couple of messages have come in. One for Security Officer Calhoun, currently standing outside Sector 7G. Please stop banging on the door. We know you're there. We just don't like you. And Dr. Barlow at Behavioral Studies would like whoever keeps putting bow ties on his test subjects to stop, please, because apparently humanizing them makes vivisection difficult. I know exactly what you mean, Howard. Time for another record. This one was requested by Dr. Kleiner at Theoretical Physics, Dr. Bolt at Applied Chaos Theory, Dr. Jaspesic, Quantum Entanglement, Drs. Sharmin, Bennett and Johnson from Atomic Conversion, all the lads at Xenobiology Subdivision B, and 12 other names I've got here. Yes, it's the Dandy Warhols again. Three less than yesterday, guys. Don't tell me you're going off it at last. It was with a small amount of bitter laughter, like the sound of someone's life-saving medicine gurgling down the plug hole, that I picked up Sniper Elite V2 on the basis that a World War II game would be a welcome relief. It wasn't that long ago that World War II shooters were like earthworms on a wet lawn, and you couldn't fire a gun in a video game for more than 5 minutes without hearing someone yelling about things being schnell. But now that endless quantities of modern shooters are clucking about like a bunch of strutting roosters in a farmyard, I'm really missing the days when the vicious imperialist, xenophobic, war-hungry, nationalistic bastards treading all over other people's countries with a ridiculously excessive war machine are the people I'm supposed to be killing, not playing as. Most of all, I guess I was looking forward to not having to kill Russians for once, because I like Russians, worked with a Russian girl while office temping once, and I imagine we'd have gotten along very well if I'd understood a bloody word she was saying. Nazis are like Skittles in that you can rid the world of as many as you like and never get a bad taste in your mouth. So Sniper Elite V2 is the sequel to Sniper Elite, and the plot concerns the development of German V2 rockets. Aha, I have indeed seen what they did there. As a lone American operative set loose in the bombed-out ruins of Berlin in the closing days of the Second World War, your task is to assassinate a bunch of German V2 rocket scientists before they can be enlisted by the dirty Russians. Oh, for fuck's sake! Can we at least leave off the fucking Cold War until we're finished with the hot one? I mean, historically, America and Russia are fucking allies at this point. This is going to make things awkward at the next White House Sunday coffee morning. There's something rather dreadfully Me Too about the way this game has you gun down Russians, especially while there are plenty of Nazis around who, as we have established, can be murdered infinitely without causing the slightest blip on the karma meter. It's like trying to pioneer chocolate-covered Brussels sprouts alongside a plate full of Ferrero Rochers. How many catalogue brides do the Russians have to sell to rich Westerners before we stop demonizing the poor sods? Anyway, Sniper Elite Wee Poo classic, ends up being a mission-based shooter with an emphasis on long-distance combat, stealth, preparation, tactics, and an occasional throbbing erection for slow-motion graphic violence, brought to us by Rebellion Developments. When I first noticed the logo, it almost made me not pick up the game, because Rebellion is a company one could describe as either prolific or relentlessly vomiting garbage like a New Jersey seagull watching a Los Angeles award ceremony, and yet never seems to go out of business in a pattern that would normally flag it as a possible front for organised crime. But while it has brought us such startling piddle as Aliens vs Predator, Rogue Warrior, and Shellshock 2, the fact that it also produced the the never dead of recent memory, indicates that maybe there's at least one person there who is genuinely trying to do a good job and make interesting, innovative games, even if they have to work with a bunch of lazily flexing assholes who put the original vision through the ringer so many times they end up resembling an old crinkle-cut chip you found behind the oven. And in fairness to whoever that one brave person is, there's nothing particularly wrong with the mechanics of Sniper Elite V2, but then the same could be said of an automated fish-gutting device, and that won't make it smell any rosier. Gameplay is based around stealthily clearing out teams of baddies from little playgrounds of ruined streets cover and strategically placed vantage points, and while there doesn't seem to be any reason not to just wave your all-American kiss-curled willy at the enemy and then hide around a corner waiting for them to all run up in single file for a rifle bullet to the gut, I'll be damned if it isn't gratifying as hell to get the job done sneaky style, especially when you get to watch a well-placed bullet zoom along in slow motion and tunnel through Fritz's brain pan, tearing up all his treasured memories of eating schnitzel as a boy. No guilt, he's a Nazi. You could pull his fucking toenails out with pliers and it'd still be about as morally complex as Duck Hunt. Having said that, half the time the game does that fucking psychotic Mortal Kombat X-ray thing where you get to see what sort of damage you'd have inflicted if hypothetically the game was set in Jason and the Argonauts. And alright, I admit in this context it's kinda satisfying to watch, but afterwards I did feel a little ashamed of myself, not unlike when I jerk off to pictures of Disney princesses. It's the mark of a good stealth game that while skill and tactics are rewarded, that it'll read out that an enemy trying to flank your position blundered into your tripwire trap will probably leave you in the kind of good mood where you won't even have to beat your children to get through the day. You can fuck up and still salvage things by running away or pulling the old around the corner murder queue tactic, which I think was first popularized by Rommel. There's some other nice little touches too, like if you time your shots with loud noises like bombs landing or the dying moans of a beached whale, then you can take out baddies without the others realizing your position. But the thing is, when they do know your position, I don't think it's possible to avoid getting shot while you're drawing a bead, even if you change position, because wartime sniper rifles are about as wieldy as firing eggs from a trained ostrich, and you just have to let your regenerating fucking health tank it up. I don't even bother trying to spot enemy snipers before they get at least one shot off, because I'm all but certain that Mr. Scotty beams them in when you pass invisible checkpoints. That's exactly the kind of fair play I'd expect from that fat Glaswegian git. I have a couple of other nitpicks. It'd be nice if you could tag enemies while looking at them through the sniper scope rather than having to hurriedly switch between rifle and binoculars like a badger watcher with anger management issues before the target can saunter out of sight, but I guess my overall summarizing criticism type thing is that Snipery Cockhole V2 just stops engaging after a while. It certainly gets dull. Seen one Prussian eyeball explode in a bombed out house, seen them all, and the short mission structure and constantly resetting health puts paid to any sense of flow. Mostly though, there's a terrible sense of emptiness about the world in which the game takes place. Our kiss-curled, square-jawed, white-bread hero never interacts with anyone except for people who are about to unwillingly redecorate a nearby wall, and he narrates his own mission briefings, so it occurred to me after a while that we only have his word for it, that he's on a special mission from the US military. He could just be a paranoid nutzer running around Berlin. It might not even be Berlin, it might be a World War II themed living museum or something. There's not a lot to go on. Come to think of it, it could just be some sophisticated programs simulating small sections of wartime Berlin inside a computer. Maybe I'm being simulated right now. That would certainly explain why my cock is shaped like a catfish playing a trumpet. Saving the world is to the life of a video gamer what removing Lego bricks from nasal cavities is to the life of a kindergarten teacher, but tell me, do you ever spare a thought for what happened in the games you never got around to finishing? Are Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine now forgotten piles of mulch at the bottom of the sea because I couldn't be asked to finish the final boss? Do blistered peasants still crawl around the smoking crater that used to be Skyrim, making banal unsolicited conversation with passing crabs? Did the protagonists of Final Fantasy XIII fail in whatever the fuck they were supposed to be doing? It's even worse if you get really far in the game before giving up. I picture all those NPCs shackled to the grinding wheel in the underground slave pit, and then someone brings up that hero guy who represented the last best hope for salvation and mysteriously stopped moving on his way into the Demon King's lair, and everyone goes quiet and looks at the floor. But the point is, Diablo has probably conquered whatever the world of Diablo 3 is called by now, and I say enjoy, asshole, because I can't figure out what you see in it. Not that I stopped playing Diablo 3 because it got too hard. New-ish Blizzard games seem to have this thing where you'd need to have been shoving Lego bricks up your nose with industrial aplomb to be killed early on because they want to suck you in before they ramp the challenge up at all. But having worked with the user base of World of Warcraft for so long, largely consisting of the kids who were held back a school year until they figured out how to colour inside the lines properly, Blizzard made Diablo 3's initial suckering in period drag on for about half the fucking game. That was roughly the point when I had to drink a health potion to survive a fight for the first time in the entire campaign, which hadn't stopped the game loading me down with the fucking things all the way up to that point, along with seemingly limitless quantities of inferior pants. But this is the nature of the dungeon crawler genre. Apparently this is what people like about it. Explore labyrinths to acquire huge piles of second-hand trousers to keep the odd actually decent pair and flog the rest. It's like if Oxfam ran an ore refinery. Not having played through the first two Diablos, I did do some preparatory research, by which I mean I read their Wikipedia articles, and what struck me about the plot synopses was that they seem to be recounting the actions of every character in the game except the player, which is very telling of your role in life being some kind of highly efficient tag-along whose main job is to kill whatever big motherfucker is left over when everyone else has been killed or turned evil, motivated apparently solely by the promise of a veritable cornucopia of old pants. Of the classes available in Diablo 3, I opted for Witch Doctor, it being the only class that seemed to get away from the bloody typical fighter mage rogue healer template, and that turned out to be a warlocky necromancery, summoning monsters to do the legwork while you reap the trouser harvest sort of role. One of your early attacks is the ability to throw spiders at people, animals. Seems rather juvenile. Maybe next we get the ability to put caterpillars down the back of their dress. I'm not saying summoning spiders isn't kind of kick-ass, but I can't for the life of me think why you'd make it a primary attack bound to the left mouse button, especially when it upgrades from throwing little spider hairdressers to summoning one big burly spider dock worker. Seems like a primary attack should be something a little more direct than speed dialing your bigger mates. Like a melee attack, for example. I started with a melee attack, but because at that stage I only had 2 buttons, it was replaced the moment I learned a second spell, which strikes me as missing the forest for the trees somewhat, especially since I could still equip melee weapons even though I'd only be holding them to scratch my black ass. Unlike WoW, whose quick select bars swiftly turn into fucking piano keyboards, there are only 2 mouse buttons and 4 keys used for attacks, and each is assigned only a specific category of attacks, limiting what can be equipped simultaneously. I quite like a streamlined approach. Early on, when only mouse button attacks were unlocked, I appreciated having a hand free with which to drink heavily, but after a while I had to use the keyboard as well, and my hand got all sweaty from the heat coming off my faithful old laptop as it endeavoured to run the game at full resolution without exploding into flames. The abilities within each category can be so arbitrarily different that switching them up can mean completely altering your gameplay style, which sounds good, but Diablo 3 is a game about settling into a routine. It's like data entry in that and many other respects. I relied heavily on one ability to summon a pack of zombie dogs and another to make them all explode. Fair weather friend, that's me. By far my most devastating attack, because with 3 puppies strategically humping legs throughout the enemy crowd, this is pretty much groin-focused carpet bombing. But it made a lot of other skills real useless real fast. One of the alternatives to the summon zombie dog spell, for instance, was making enemies really scared and run around for a bit. Not tempted, unless in their terror they bite their own arse off and spontaneously combust. This is why I didn't play a lot of multiplayer, because between me, increasingly numerous baddies, the kamikaze triplets, a big zombie called Nigel, and a giant spider with a flat cap and a pipe wrench, the action was quite enough of an incomprehensible clusterfuck, without some other yahoo running around nicking all the good trousers. Single player, is it? Says Diablo 3. Mind if we force you to play online anyway, in case you change your mind? Kind of do, as it happens, Diablo 3, because I'm not big on latency issues that make me teleport 20 feet in a random direction, while trying to avoid that bullshit area effect spam attack the Act 2 boss threw around. Sorry, can't hear you over the sound of all my money! You know, if any game company is likely to be secretly headed by a James Bond villain, it's Blizzard, because all their games put me into a fucking hypnotic trance, and leveling starts to carry this mindlessly addictive quality into which they could easily insert some subliminal instruction to raid the nearest plutonium storage facility. Ultimately, I confess I still don't get the appeal of dungeon crawlers. Seems like I could recreate the essential experience by opening Microsoft Excel, scrolling down 10,000 pages with the down cursor key, and then typing the most splendid trousers of them all. What I really don't get is the appeal of randomly generated dungeons. Surely that could only possibly pay off during a second playthrough when if the player realises that this small handful of barren rooms maniacally copy-pasted and then arbitrarily stapled together seems to have been arbitrarily stapled together slightly different to before. If a book randomly rearranged its chapters with every read, then every chapter would have the characters doing fuck all because the plot wouldn't make sense otherwise, so the end result will always be a fucking boring book. It's not just missing the forest for the trees, it's missing the forest for the trees in another completely different forest. Well, it's finally happened. Shooters have been evolving for something like 2 decades, through thick and thin, through brown and grey, through showers of flailing ragdolls against a background of excessive bloom, but it was all worth it because shooters have reached the peak. Yes! With Max Payne 3, shooters have finally figured out how to have the main character holding the same guns in cutscenes that he was using in the preceding gameplay. Close up the shop and shine all those crazy diamonds. It's not getting any better than this. Max Payne should certainly still remember the awkward developmental years from around the Quake Engine phase when he had a face like a cardboard mask of a bloke attempting to pass a kidney stone with dignity, although some would argue that not even current generation graphics have improved his appearance any, especially at the insert disc 2 moment when he decides to spend the rest of the game looking like Father Grigori on a package holiday to Somalia. But then it was never the hair and the leather jacket that made Max Payne iconic. It was adopting a comfortable beachside pose while in mid-air and half in and half out of a shattering window. Yes, the one thing everyone knows about Max Payne is that the main character has some kind of ventilation hole in his skull, meaning he can concentrate really, really well when he's hurtling through the air. It was the game that introduced the concept of bullet time to video games, which in the long run turned out to be like introducing seawater to New Orleans. So the onus was on Max Payne 3 to remind us all of how it's supposed to be done, but I'll be buggered if it doesn't kind of do that. Running in slow motion, popping at baddies, and then diving off a balcony to shoot a few other lads on the floor below like some terrible avenging Icarus casting bolts of rage at the sun itself before landing in a pile of furniture and getting your head caught in a desk drawer does make you feel like a cirrhosis-addled god among men. But bullet time is a double-edged sword, and there's also nothing quite like it for making you look like an absolute tit. You see, a slow-mo divey shooty stunt only really works if all the baddies are dead at the end of it, and in slow motion it's hard to tell if an enemy you've shot has started going down for the count and if it's safe to move on to his mates, or if he's going to pop right back up again because nothing short of a burst pituitary gland can persuade these motherfuckers to drop their grievances. You will never feel stupider than when you're lying on a heap on the floor wondering if it's worth asking the surviving armed thugs if they wouldn't mind maybe amusing themselves for a few minutes while you get up, reload and relocate your shoulders. Other great moments in my Hall of Fame include attempting to dive through a window that wasn't actually a dive-throughable window, which did nothing to help the comparisons between Max Payne's face and that of a pug in a front-loading tumble dryer, and a couple of occasions when I intended to burst out into a corridor full of hostiles, guns blazing, but crucially misjudged the position of the door frame. But it's testament to the nicely organic nature of the slow-mo stunts that you can fuck them up royally. A lot of games will maybe give you one button prompt that cracks off the same unplayable pre-animated super move you've seen 19 times already, and no one's going to record that and stick it on YouTube when on the next channel over a slow-motion dive abruptly cuts back to normal speed because Max Payne collided with a filing cabinet, dislodging a janitor's bucket that lands on his dazed bonce like a jaunty fez. But Max Payne 3 has a linear storytelling focus, so the plot deserves close examination. Eponymous Misery Guts Maximilian Q. Pennington has finally realized that America wasn't working out and embarks upon a private security career in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to start again with a nice clean slate that swiftly gets dirtied up again when the rich family under his protection gets targeted by paramilitary gangs, which sparks off an investigation that leads him to dark intrigues and shit. I'm going to have to venture into spoiler territory now, so if you don't want to hear them, stick a drawstring bag over your head and pull on the cords until you see the face of God. The plot hole one could drive a glacier through is the twist that one of Max's employers is behind the dirty crimes, and Max was specifically hired to be the, quote, fall guy. Point 1. Fall guy for what? He spends the whole game disrupting the dirty crimes and killing hundreds of the main baddie's allies in the dirty crimes while openly being in the employ of the main baddie. How exactly did the main baddie pitch this clever scheme? Point 2. Was there not a single grizzled drunk within convenient walking distance that could not have also been a serviceable fall guy that they had to go all the way to New York to pick one up? So the plot is an incoherent mess of contrivance, a case of shoot first and ask questions later, with the questions being, why am I shooting these people? Am I supposed to care? And what am I having for dinner tonight? But perhaps it would have helped if Max Payne had been more likable as a character. His grizzled private eye narration does have its moments, especially when it's trying too hard. The line that I ended up committing to memory was, this was like Baghdad with G-strings, which to my mind sounds more like how one would describe amateur hour at the burlesque club. But the essence of a likable protagonist is that their reactions and emotions in some way reflect our own, and after I've launched myself like a whiskey-powered ballistic missile through a window and shot 6 armed thugs while sliding along a conveniently placed bowling lane, I'm on an adrenaline kick, and what I don't want to hear is a miserable old fart moaning about how he got a 7-10 split and how he just fucks everything up, and who is he to think that fucking awesome gunfight in any way adds meaning to his cold and dreary blah blah blah. He's completely lacking in self-awareness, complaining about how he fucked up and is going to fuck up and is currently in the process of fucking up, but never quite carrying the thought far enough to change his mode of behaviour, because he's clearly preemptively determined to be miserable, and I found myself wearying of him. I appreciate that it's part of the whole tortured ex-cop shtick, and that like Batman, the moment he gets over his problems he basically ceases to exist, but you need to juxtapose all the painkiller-addled despair with some moments of triumph or the impression that things used to be not fucked up, and even before the paramilitaries show up, Squad Commander Sourpuss is grumblingly knocking back whiskies at the mere thought of having to spend any more time in these luxurious apartments surrounded by beautiful people and free drinks. If he could maybe concede just for a fraction of a second that things could be worse, then maybe it'd carry some impact when ski-masked terrorists burst in. As it stands, it almost seems like an inevitability. You could justifiably think Max actively attracts death squads with that attitude, so while I can recommend Max Complain 3 for the shooting, the story aspect's just confused and depressing. Like watching a homeless busker die mid-performance and then his 3-legged dog tries to keep things going by whining mournfully into the discarded trumpet. In video games, as in all things, first impressions count for a lot. That's why you won't see Andrew Lloyd Webber's face on box art even for a game about Andrew Lloyd Webber, and it's hard to say that first impressions of Dragon's Dogma left me particularly electrified. Oh look, a game in which a lone wandering adventurer of humble beginnings is tasked to ensure that a pre-industrial fantasy world can continue existing unscourged long enough to become a post-industrial one. A staggeringly unique concept if it weren't for every game ever made ever. But the game's status was updated during the opening screens when the bog-standard slightly mournful piano music gave way to a generic riff someone made by holding an electric guitar next to a sewing machine, and someone with a voice like they'd stubbed their toe on a chair leg on the way to the microphone started whining the lyrics to unironic J-rock. Well, that changes things, thought I. I was gearing up for a boring generic RPG, but now I'm still doing that, but while sandwiched between a pair of rigidly clenched buttocks and a scalp that appears to be trying to tunnel into my skull with embarrassment. Dragon's Dogma is a fantasy RPG by Capcom of all people, a company whose attempts at story writing are routinely plagued by the closest thing to a competent storyteller in the company being one bloke's daughter's Mad Lib collection. Happily then, Dragon's Dogma doesn't seem to make any attempt at all. Stop me if this sounds familiar. You're in an open-ended fantasy world, you start in a small town that gets smashed up by a terrible dragon, and fate dictates that you must give the same dragon what for after having completed every minor odd job in the kingdom because the land was founded by some fanatically work-shy cult and sorting out your own damn problems is religious taboo. Yes, this does smack of Skyrim a smidgen, but only outwardly. Unlike Skyrim, the character creation lets you play as a fat bastard, so obviously I spent the entire game playing as a 6-foot fat middle-aged black lady, in fond recollection of how I lost my virginity, but the love interest character is always the same willowy white girl, strangely. strangely, and after that whole introductory dragon business, this driving central plot kind of disappears, while you trek to the main city picking flowers and uppercutting wolves. But Dragon's Dogma does have one major unique mechanic that deserves a close examination. It's, well, do you remember Neopets? It's kind of like that, but with slavery. As part of the introductory missions, you have to generate a primary NPC sidekick in the same way you made yourself: class, race, appearance, favourite spice girl, etc. But for adventuring purposes, you can also enlist 2 additional sidekicks, who are the main sidekicks of other players elsewhere in the world. You go into a little connecting universe where a sampling of available hired hands swan about trying to catch your eye. You go over to the ones you like, look at their equipment, check their teeth, bob their scrotums, and if you're happy, take them adventuring with you. When you're finished with them, you give them a little present and send them back to their owner with a fond slap on the bum. You even have to rate them like you're filling in the timesheet for the temp agency. It creates motivation to make sure your sidekick has the best equipment and skills and looks good in tights, so they'll be more likely to get hired by other players, acquire experience, bring you back presents, and wait a minute. Am I pimping? Once that thought occurred to me, I just couldn't shake it off. It didn't help that I deliberately designed my sidekick to juxtapose my protagonist, making him a long-haired, blonde, petite young white boy with rosy cheeks and pouty lips, or the way he'd come back from his temp jobs timidly asking if he'd done a good job and clutching a really, really nice present that haunted me as I tried to picture what kind of service had earned it. No, it's alright, says the game. They're not actually intelligent, free-willed human beings. They're pawns, a sort of magical slave race who look a lot like humans but actually don't have minds of their own. Oh, even better, now we're pimping the mentally subnormal. In all seriousness, it is an interesting idea. It's the closest thing the game has to multiplayer, but to my mind, multiplayer is at its best when it involves interacting with other human beings as little as possible. It's just that I feel weird being asked to assess their performance when, class aside, they're pretty much all the same behaviour-wise, a cadre of absolute dunces that point out baddies, pick up shiny objects, and constantly repeat the bleeding obvious. This area is quite verdant. We are on a path. We could get a good view from the top of that tower. I know we could, asshole. You know how I know? Because I was just on the top of that tower, and so were you. Another somewhat unique feature of Dragon's Dogma is that occasionally, although to my mind not occasionally enough, you have to fight big giant monsters, and you can use the standard grab button to climb onto their big furry bodies, smell their hair, wonder what it would be like to be held by those big strong arms. Sorry, lost my train of thought. I mean stab them. You can organically climb to theoretically any point on their body to start stabbing away, but answer me this. When you've latched onto an ogre's bum and the camera is overhead and the ogre is swinging off a tree trunk trying to shake you off, and you're left wrapped around its crotch like a sentient nappy, which way are you going to climb if you press up? Will you wrench yourself nipplewards or use their prostate for a face flannel? So that can get confusing, and they often have way too much health compared to how much damage they do to you, at least until you've spent a good quarter of an hour whittling them down, at which point they get frenzied and suplex you fatally into a concrete surface, while your mage is going, "We must use fire," while idly picking parsley from the nearby herb garden. The whole game world is available to roam from pretty much the word go, but that's not the praise it sounds like. There's still a standard leveling system, and it would be nice if the game would in some way indicate if a quest is too high level for me, ideally before I've trekked 15 miles into one of the overlong escort missions to find a high-level chimera sitting in the road, and at the very least before I've screamed charge and shoved my broadsword up its bum to the hilt. It's almost like Drag Dog is terrified it'll alienate people who like their RPGs free roaming and has cut out almost everything resembling direct or linear storytelling, hence all your party members having the personalities of random number generators, and after the initial tutorials you pretty much have to try and guess which of the grab bag of available quests actually advances the plot. I'd say that at least it doesn't patronise me, but then one of my brain-dead tagalongs helpfully informs me that I'm carrying a sword and that swords are pointy. Still, the game's at least noteworthy for its mechanics, and you might even appreciate an RPG that's willing to take its hands off the reins so you can drive it off as many cliffs as you like. What would be the best word to describe this year's E3? Routine, perhaps. Certainly seemed to follow the usual central commandment, thou shalt come out of it knowing about as much about the actual gameplay of the big-name titles as thou would if thou had stuck thy head down a toilet. Of course, for the last couple of years there's been a secondary law. Every new thing thou learnest about the Wii U will somehow make it seem even worse. What is this obsession with using consoles to interact with other people? I've met a lot of other people and they're all twats. The most I want them joining in on my leisure time is when they're covertly spying on me masturbating. You know what it is? Japan's birth rate is down and Nintendo must have latched onto the idea that it's all their fault for pioneering so many wonderful alternatives to sex. Your social concerns do you credits, Nintendo, but leave your conscientious fuck-couragement out of my free time. But I don't want to harp on the big three this year when it's the game trailers that matter. Without games, a console is just an elaborate living room work surface, or in Nintendo's case, some kind of Facebook alternative exclusively for meeting people you hate. So while we're on the subject, let's start with New Mario Super Brothers Wii U something. If they bolt any more extraneous words onto this title, it's going to look like fridge magnet poetry. Sometimes it seems like the New Mario etc. franchise is being run by George Lucas in that they bloody-mindedly stick to the things everyone hates for no better reason than to stick a middle finger up at the people who didn't mindlessly consume it like good little sheep. New Super Mario... I'm just going to call it Steve from now on, alright? Steve's main problem was that 4 simultaneous players bouncing off each other made gameplay an absolute cluster molest in precision platforming environments, and Steve U's solution is to add a 5th player who uses that stupid Etch-a-Sketch thing to add platforms for his undoubtedly cooler and more popular friends who are actually playing the game. So the solution to the first game's clusterfuck issue is to add another player whose job is to throw rocks at people, and besides, 5 simultaneous players? Do you think we all live in Mormon farmhouses or something? I have enough trouble convincing one friend to come over and sponge my forehead while I'm playing Guitar Hero. But let's move with no particular direction to Dishonored, Bethesda's new, thing, which just going by the trailer seems to be proposing to be a game largely about knifing people with sideburns. That's knifing people who have got sideburns, rather. The alternative would be absurd. I make a point of exposing myself to no hype or preview besides this grudging little annual rundown of 3-minute videos, and it disturbs me how little I'm left knowing about Dishonored from this little tease, except that you knife a bunch of people in the throat, and what's doubly disturbing is that that alone is what's supposed to win me over. Hello, sir, care to buy our game? It's first person and it's full of knifing people in the throat, amongst a couple of other things. Well, as long as I can look them in the eye while I'm doing it, because that's what gives me a chubby. Still, at least there's actual gameplay on display, unlike in the Assassin's Creed 3 trailer, and incidentally with that there's a rather disturbing theme emerging of British people being brutalised, but surely this pattern won't be continued by the Tomb Raider trailer? Oh good, it wasn't, because if the voice actress playing young Lara Croft in this trailer genuinely thinks that resembles an English accent, then I will deep fry my bathroom sink and eat it with Worcestershire sauce. And to say she gets merely brutalised is like saying a steak dinner is feeling a bit under the weather. Throughout this trailer she gets impaled, beaten up, covered in filth, almost raped, and tossed about like Barbie in the spin dryer. It's like I Spit on Your Grave combined with all the scary bits from the Indiana Jones movies. I do like the little detail where she apologises for killing a deer for food, considering that in her future life animals are going to be as safe around her as they are around myxomatosis. Maybe she's preemptively getting her karmic backlash for that, but there's something icky about all this. Yes, the Hello Boys chest like two friendly chinchillas Bigfoot ball stomper Lara Croft was over-sexualized, but this is still sexualization from the opposite, somehow even creepier side of the coin. At least that Tyrannosaurus in the first game never tried to feel her up. Right, what's next? Oh, what a delightful trailer for some kind of Lost Planet sequel. What are they calling this one? Dead Space 3? Fuck off. Hey, says Dead Space, remember when we were supposed to be a horror series? We hope you don't. I don't want this to turn into Game X looks different to Game X-1, therefore it has changed for the worse, but my problem with this is that we're fine for action. We can stick our hand down any pipe in the house and it will come out covered in warm, greasy action, but there's a niche in AAA gaming right now, a mile wide, for a new, genuinely scary horror franchise, and all we can do is strap guns and giant monsters to what few flimsy horror franchises we have left. Resident Evil, Fear, Dead Space, it's like taking gruel from African children and feeding it to Oprah Winfrey. But speaking of looking different to Game X-1, Hitman Absolution, and to coin a phrase, what the crucified fuck Christ was that? Even if you take the gender politics out of it, like imagine it's a bunch of burly men in sexy nun outfits, it's so all over the place that it's even more meaningless than pre-rendered trailers usually are. What boggles my mind is the bit where 47 mournfully closes the eyes of a dead kung fu super nun. What the hell kind of tone are we trying to set here? This poor misguided girl, thinks Agent 47, if only the Catholic Church would end their sexy rocket launcher assassin training scheme. Well, I hope you enjoyed another attempt on my part to stem this painful gushing session the industry insists upon annually, and if you have, why not consider hiring my excitement-killing services? Are your kids screaming the house down in the lead-up to Disneyland? 20 minutes in my van and they'll be suddenly kicking the back of your seat all the way to Anaheim. It's a shame I don't have time here to cover every game, but in general terms, do be optimistic, but just exercise critical thought and don't get taken in. If there's no or very little gameplay in a trailer, ask yourself what don't they want to show you? The same bland garbage as always, no doubt. I mean, look at Watch Dogs. That's how you do it. 10 minutes of unedited gameplay showing core mechanics that made my balls heat up and toss restlessly in their sack like kittens to be drowned. Congratulations, Watch Dogs, for winning the inaugural Zero Punctuation Least Excruciating of E3 award. If you're gonna get pumped for that, not because you saw an eighth of a second of Master Chief wearing a new hat. As regular viewers will know, Suda51 is a quirky Japanese game director whose career I've been following for the same reason you'd follow a friend who's just taken brown acid and sprinted into the forest flinging their clothes aside, because he might hurt himself or do something really funny. But what concerns me is that his games have been getting increasingly easy to summarize. I mean, Killer 7, a hitman with 8 distinct personalities, is tasked to defend America from some Japanese conspiracy involving an army of invisible, giggling, naked suicide bombers with suspiciously absent sexual characteristics, and even that's not doing it justice. No More Heroes, massive nerd kills his way through 10 colourful assassins to in some way convince himself that his new laser sword wasn't a waste of money. Yeah, I was like that when I bought a sandwich toaster. Shadows of the Damned, man with bad accent rescues sexy girlfriend from hell. That's getting pretty concise. And now Lollipop Chainsaw's got it down to 3 words. Cheerleader fights zombies. Want to try to beat that record and make a game with a 2-word summary, Suda? I've got one for you. Dead Horse. But with his 2 most recent games, Suda has had to share his toys with the other kids somewhat. With Damned it was Shinji Mikami, and in this case it's open quotes acclaimed filmmaker James Gunn. So acclaimed I had to look him up, but apparently he wrote the screenplay for the live-action Scooby-Doo movie, so that clears that up, and alright, yes, he made Super as well before you all pounce for the comments section. The game is set in small-town America in some nebulous time period where online shopping is available, but everyone listens to 80s pop music and dresses like it's the 50s. You play Juliet Starling, a blonde high school cheerleader alongside whom even the cold vacuum of space seems complex and busy, who also happens to belong to a family of monster hunters, so when a dark ritual summons the undead legions to her school, she has to pull out a massive rainbow-patterned chainsaw and sort shit out one neck stump at a time, assisted by the decapitated head of her boyfriend Nick, who serves as a convenient portable straight man and part-time ballistic missile. This is the part where we display our palms and wobble them back and forth, shrieking, "Quirky!" What with Juliet being built like a collection of sofa cushions strategically nailed to a lamppost, and her fondness for skirts the length of an information pamphlet on feminist theory, one could reasonably take this as yet more proof of the rampant objectification of females in the media. But the more I considered it, the more I regarded Lollipop Chainsaw as comparatively progressive, and isn't that a depressing thought? Juliet is always in control of the situation, has a healthy, devoted family life, and the developers would never suggest that the player should feel motivated to protect her from rapists. Seriously, that's pretty fucked. But importantly, at the same time, it's never suggested that she is something women should aspire to be, either. Her bubble-headed obliviousness is constantly played for laughs, and there's a strong undercurrent of psychological damage as she chainsaws up her former schoolmates while remaining as innocently upbeat as a cruise ship entertainer teaching pensioners how to line dance. It's almost a parody of the standard improbably skilled, impractically dressed, pouting hotties of video gaming, but then again, I'll say the same thing I said about Bayonetta. Just because you're being ironically fetishistic doesn't mean people aren't gonna jerk off to it. So I emerged from the confusing labyrinth of determining how offended I should be, actually kinda liking the characters. The unrelenting, sparkling rainbow joy managed to get through my usual bitterness and momentarily drowned out the voices telling me to mail out more Anthrax packages. But what about the gameplay? Good question. It's about as substantial as a biscuit steering wheel. The format is virtually identical to Shadows of the Damned, a chapter-based monster-killing game in which a demon hunter is partnered with a talking decapitated head, except unlike Johnson, Nick thankfully never takes the role of substitute sexual characteristic, hypothetically by holding a fish sandwich in his mouth. And like Daddies of the Shammed, Lollipop Chainsaw just loves breaking things up with set-piece mini-games, in which I tended to die several times because they were throwing a whole new set of rules at me like a fridge on a railroad track, and then I'd get a low rank for the whole level because I continued more than once, and then I'd start hearing the voices again. Which was your least favourite? Mine was Zombie Baseball, because you have to defend a bloke running the bases as slowly as possible who can take hits about as well as a stained glass tennis racket. As for the combat that forms the sticky white trail connecting all of this, it's not great. My reading of a good combat system is one in which every available move is useful in somewhat equal measure. Here it's triangle for high chainsaw attack, X for low chainsaw attack, and square for light non-chainsaw attack, which I never ever used, because I don't know about you, but when I'm handed a rainbow patterned chainsaw, my first thought is not gonna limit my usage of this. You're supposed to use light attacks to make enemies dizzy so you can one-shot 3 or more of them simultaneously for big bonuses, but I found I got similar results just spamming the XX square combo, which ruined shit like a sweet corn landmine, and is the only reason my square button didn't turn black and drop off from disuse. I sincerely recommend playing the first level or two on normal difficulty and then bumping up to hard, because by then you'll have found your personal favourite utterly broken attack, and the zombies never really evolved their tactics beyond a let's all run up into convenient dismemberment range and figure it out from there. Even the bosses can offer little more than impotent bluster as I merrily XX square my way through their quaint little defences like a honey badger strapped to a Catherine wheel. But there are certainly games with worse combat and games with more offensive depictions of women. Cough, Metroid Other M, unconvincing cough. I think my main problem is that it's quirky, yes, but it's a very standard sort of quirkiness, if that makes sense. Predictable, almost. I mean, zombies, come on! Even zombies in a comedic setting were done, appropriately enough, to death around half past the Renaissance. Where's the imagination? I have a horrible feeling that Suda51 has gotten too into his reputation as that bloke who makes those quirky games that reference retro pop music and video games all the time for no adequately explored reason, and now he might feel pressured to try too hard. So all in all, Lollipop Chainsaw leaves me with the ever-lazy critical statement, could be better, could be worse. It's all very wacky and hilarious while it's there, but you kind of stop thinking about it the moment you put it down. Has its charm, but somewhat insubstantial, like a cheesy what's-it, a puff of dusty orange fun that doesn't quite satisfy, and leaves you needing to wash your hands before you touch anything that stains. So let me tell you about Steel Battalion Heavy Armor. I picked it up because the back of the box said, "The Kinect had finally found its hardcore game," and I interpreted that as a challenge. But I've always thought Kinect combined with the controller could work in the same way a man with no arms or legs could still join in everyday life if you strapped them to a luggage trolley. The tutorial went by alright, move the vehicle with the controller and use the Kinect to operate the cockpit levers, but the moment I got into an actual mission, fucking Christ, it was like jumping to Expert Freebird on your first morning at Guitar Hero lessons. 12 or 13 different characters shouted conflicting orders into both my ears as enemy shells slammed into the hull and the Kinect started getting bored and acting up to the point that holding the controller any further forward than lodged uncomfortably under my ribcage caused my character to repeatedly headbutt the windscreen. "This game is unfucking playable," I said aloud. "Shame on you," came a reply. "Playing games is your job, regardless of their quality. If you have any self-respect, you'll stick with it." So anyway, Quantum Conundrum is a game available on Steam that comes to us from Kim Swift, ex-Valve luminary who brought us the gameplay behind Portal. Making the decision to leave Valve strikes me as right up there with turning down the throne to Narnia, but then call me an idealist, and I guess I probably wouldn't want to spend my whole life making new hats for Team Fortress 2 either. but it means that an immediate comparison is drawn between Quantum Conundrum and Portal, both being quirky first-person physics puzzlers with repetitive environments, a voiceover of ambiguous motivation, and an almost fetishistic approach to the concept of science, although Quantum Conundrum takes a slightly more circuitous route that overlooks the haunted mansion at Disneyland. You are a small boy who's been sent to stay with his inventor uncle, Professor Quadrangle, but arrives to find him absent in all but voice and needing you to rescue both him and the house from a strange dimensional flux, and after a few dialogue lines, I realised that the eccentric, morally questionable genius with a prominent Q in their name was voiced by John Delancey of Star Trek The Next Generation fame. Blimey, that's about as typecast as you can possibly get. So the puzzles are driven by a handheld device called a portal actually a sort of power glove thing that allows you to shift between 4 alternate dimensions, read screen filters that alter the physical properties of the objects around you. It's kind of like a glove-mounted cocktail dispenser, except it alters the physical properties of things other than your own legs. There's the pina colada dimension, where everything is light and fruity, the Black Russian dimension, where things sit much more heavily and you start clutching your head complaining about your ex-wife, the absinthe dimension, where everything floats off into the sky to come crashing apocalyptically down the following morning, and the slow motion dimension, where this analogy kind of breaks down. Combining these 4 states of matter, you must use the available loose objects to depress switches, bypass hazards, and transport yourself to the exit door, but unlike Portal, the nature of the 4 dimensions makes it a lot easier to find multiple solutions to complex puzzles. And by that I mean, hope you've played a lot of Feces Tetris, because it's time to stack shit. Since you're also crushingly obvious, you're probably thinking, a comedy puzzle game by a Portal creator, voiced by Q from Star Trek, my money could not exit my wallet fast enough, but slow down, moneybags, because I don't actually like Quantum Conundrum, and considering the decent writing and talent, it had to work pretty hard to reach that point. Quantum Conundrum is a game that wouldn't have gotten very far into its elevator pitch. 4 words in, first-person precision platforming, and the CEO will be hammering on that call button like it'll somehow make his heart start working again. Jumping on really obnoxiously small platforms from a first-person perspective where your feet exist in some hypothetical nether plane is like successfully penetrating a really splintery glory hole, blindfolded, and with a 10-foot run-up. But QC just loves making us jump from one flying piece of small uneven furniture to another to cross its deadly pits. What's especially obnoxious is that you need to get through each level without dying to 100% the game, and you might glide through 90% of the puzzles in a level like a diarrhea surfboard before dying 50 times at the very end, trying to jump onto an inflatable sofa held aloft by a giant fan and crossed fingers. On that note, if you are basing a precision game around a physics engine, then it would be nice if that engine could be relied upon to do the same thing each time. There's one bit where you have to use zero gravity in slow-mo to make 4 boxes hover at the right height to form stepping stones, but they only fail in a pattern that would allow such a thing about 20% of the time, usually rolling merrily around for a while like D20s on a fat nerd's primary flab shelf. An object thrower might have flung end tables in a consistent arc 90,000 times, but the moment I activated slow motion to jump on one, it caught on an edge and went spinning off into a ring of hungry wolves. Sometimes buttons wouldn't work because the power would get most of the way along the wire to whatever it was supposed to activate and then stop and zip right back. That's right, my frame rate was so bad that it was literally interfering with the speed of light. Wait a minute, I hear you rudely interrupt. If you suspected your frame rate was sticking its cock up the physics engine, did it not occur to you to lower the graphical settings? Of course it occurred to me. Just a shame it didn't occur to airtight games, because there are no graphical settings. I suppose they must have felt that motion blur was vital to the game's message. It's possible they'll have patched in graphical settings by the time this goes to air, but if you're going to release a game 3 days before my deadline, then it had fucking better be ready for prime time. All in all, what charms the game has are critically undermined by dull, samey environments and a practical element flawed on both a design and runtime level. Portal worked in first person because the puzzles were based around one's own perspective. Environmental platform puzzling like this is better suited to a wider viewpoint, and ideally a physics engine that doesn't breathe with its mouth open. And nobody fucking needs motion blur, except maybe people who have to censor footage of streakers in marathons. I was hunting around the Steam forums for a solution, and I found a post stating that anyone who doesn't know how to edit Unreal Engine INI files, or doesn't have access to a top-range PC powered by the ghosts of dead Microsoft-certified system engineers, has no business playing PC games. This review is dedicated to you, anonymous forums poster, because you're a cunt. What are you? You're a cunt, yes you are. You live in a cunty cottage and you drive a cunty car. So me and a bunch of my escapist chums are attending a bit of a get-together this year. We're calling the first Escapist Expo, September 14th to 16th in Durham, North Carolina. Check the website for more details. Hope to see you there. Yes, you. No, not you, the pretty one. So here's Thought for the Day for you. Is a shooter game about the horrors of war an inherently hypocritical thing? Can a game's plot really take the stance that the hideous things man does to his fellow man is beyond hollow guilt-filled rationalization, when with its very next breath it goes bing and gives us the emotionally dead achievement? Does it inherently cheapen the message to coincide it with exciting shooty action? Could a video game reasonably make us feel guilty for things it told us to do? Can a video game use shooty gameplay to induce emotions other than visceral joy? Or will the intended message inevitably be overlooked by an audience who will probably just be trying to have fun shooting things? Sorry, is this getting too contemplative early on? Here are some farting noises. Spec Ops: The Line is one of those pleasant surprises that comes along every now and again. A video game story that really got to me, giving me genuine feelings of weariness, guilt, and actual physical sickness. Fun, fun, fun! I was all geared up for another gung-ho, nationalist, realistic modern war, everyone behold my spunking deathcock shooter, and the fact that it was set in Dubai didn't help. If it's not Russians, it's got to be Arabs, right? Although Dubai does probably deserve it more than most places. You know when a shithead wins the lottery and immediately buys a frozen champagne sculpture of his own scrotum and a pack of Filipino slave boys to hold up his home shelving units? Well, if that person was a city, it would be Dubai. Only in this game, the analogy only works if the person then contracts hypersyphilis from Mars, because a massive sandstorm has totaled the city. When a distress message is received from a lone American colonel who stayed in the city to help the survivors, a Delta Force operative named Walker and his 2 pet NPCs are sent in to investigate. Now, since your 2 chums are a wisecracking white boy and a black guy who causes explosions, I thought they were bigging it up buddy-buddy bad company style-y at first, but my distaste for the glorification of the military deflated somewhat when I noticed the game sitting next to me saying, "Too right, fuck these guys." The game claims to be inspired by Heart of Darkness, the same story that inspired Apocalypse Now. That's rare, was my first thought, and my second thought was, wait! Did you assholes just spoil the plot? So we're going to find this colonel and he'll be ruling over the natives and be played by a fat Marlon Brando. And that's sort of the case, but it's not blanketly ripping anything off. Going back to what I was saying earlier, while fun is a defining factor of video games, it's not universal, because there are horror games that induce fear and depression for the emotional high. And Spec Ops: The Line could almost be classified as a horror game. You're trapped far from home, desperate to survive, and grimly confronted by the human heart at its darkest at every turn. Wait a second. I don't want to spoil much because my magic crystal ball tells me I'm going to recommend this game, but a turning point comes when Walker and the player unwittingly do a bad thing. I felt like shit afterwards, like I'd played the Modern Warfare 2 airport scene with every civilian replaced with Bambi's mum. Stop guilting me, Spec Ops, that was your idea, you asshole. From there, Walker marches an ever-descending spiral, and any semblance of buddy-buddy warfare crumbles with the emotional states of his men, culminating in a hideous maelstrom of madness and destruction and... Alright, pardon me if I'm not feeling very funny about it. So you can see why the usual fast-paced cover-based shooting action seems to be trying to have the story's salty tear-stained cake and eat it. Headshots make people's entire heads explode, leaving a neck stump with a clean white bone sticking out like a blob of mozzarella on an incredibly poorly made margarita, and even does that Dead to Rights thing where the game slows down for a second to give you more time to appreciate how efficiently you're exterminating your fellow man. So the game getting all gritty and confrontational about it does seem a bit disingenuous after that. Maybe that's the point, to let you lose yourself in shooty excitement and then yank on the choke chain. But still, it's like if a lady broke into your house at night, took all her clothes off, squatted over your face while you slept, and when you woke up she chastised you for looking at her butt. I didn't even want to look at your butt, Spec Ops. You're the one who brought it up, and won't let me continue till I've shot all the rogue American soldiers coming out of it. After all that, the gameplay's not much to write home about at all. For the game's talk of being a tactical shooter, this apparently doesn't mean much beyond there are 2 drones hovering behind you that will shoot things other than you, and your ability to command them is isolated to a single button. Pointed at an entrenched group and your pet black man will grenade it. Pointed at a faraway enemy and your pet white boy will snipe it after he's finished completing the Daily Mail crossword. Pointed at anyone else and your lads will immediately run out into the open and die. And if you're already pointing your crosshairs at one of the many silly buggers on offer, then surely it would be more expedient to just shoot them yourself. I mean, unless you're out of ammo, or your dog is pushing his head under your hand for a stroke. Actually, ammo is surprisingly scarce, but I'd sooner enlist my NPCs to run out fetching discarded guns with big neon targets painted on their buttocks than rely on them to take over the shooting. The other unique gameplay mechanic is using sand, but it's contextual as butts, and hardly worth mentioning. Enemies will obligingly stand in front of or under windows with sand piled up on them, and you can shoot them out if you're the passive-aggressive kind of Delta Force war criminal. But I'd still recommend Spec Ops: The Line for its story aspect, which has everything I ask for in video game story. Good pacing, coherent character arcs that drive the plot, and almost uniquely among realistic modern war games, you hardly kill any foreigners, with all the rogue American soldiers queuing up for bullets, which is nice, and that's the only context in which the word nice gets within the same star system as Spec Ops. In some ways, it's a rather grim exploration of the relationship between player and player character. Are we really in control of Captain Walker, or do we merely represent the last vestige of self-awareness in his increasingly damaged mind? As he railroads us into committing atrocities, now a distrust and fear of him grows in parallel to that of the men in his command, as he weakly tries to rationalize to both them and us until we feel as disconnected from him as the rest of reality. And do you remember when shooters were about killing demons from hell? Those were good days. Perhaps this is an inevitable part of gaming growing up, as our childish fantasies are torn from us, and we are forced to confront consequences in an unfair, uncaring, and unavoidable world of hatred, misery, and death. You know, before I made a living doing this job, with job in quotation marks the size and shape of a giant pair of drooping labial flaps, I designed a few point-and-click adventure games, and if you're thinking of having a go at making your own, here's my hot tip. First, think of a problem that the player has to get around, like, say, helping a cat down from a tree. Then think of how a normal, sensible person would solve the issue with the objects that would be close to hand. Then seal your head inside a half-full vat of boiling chlorine for about 20 minutes, then write down another way you'd solve the problem that at that moment makes perfect sense to your probably fatally poisoned mind. Repeat this process until you've discovered the most circuitous possible solution, maybe hiding a spider under the sunshades in Old Man Witherstein's car so that he crashes it into the tree trunk, dislodging the cat and allowing you to catch it in a bucket of rose petals you found on the moon. Why? Because adventure game developers can't come unless they're picturing the frustrated tears of people who used to trust them. Actually, that could just be me. I bring this up because the second Walking Dead episode came out recently from Telltale Games, who you may remember from episodic adventure game series insert one of about 15 different names here. Telltale Games is a fucking one-company conservation effort. They're simultaneously trying to keep alive at the point-and-click adventure game, the concept of episodic gameplay, every conceivable franchise that the original creator doesn't care about and which could always bleed out a few more pennies, and presumably also themselves if there's time left in the day, but The Walking Dead gets away from Telltale's scavenge from the dustbins business model by adapting the current comic and TV series of the same name. I'm not familiar with either, but you know, it's zombie apocalypse, we know how this goes. 99% of everyone dies and the rest just shout at each other a lot. Although an adventure game with zombies is kinda new, it's traditionally an action setting, because if you're not blowing their heads off with a shotgun, then what the hell else is there? You're not going to be doing a lot of water skiing. Walking Dead is based more around the relationships between characters in a survival situation as they get along like 6 velociraptors in a tent with only one sleeping bag. It makes the claim that all your decisions will have an impact, and when a game says that, it usually just means that one bloke will say a different line or have a screwdriver jutting out of his temple 2 scenes from now. But by keeping the episodes short and the environments tight, Walking Dead can make your decisions seem to have greater impact than a piss in the wind. Although having said that, I spoke to a couple of friends, and in the first episode at least, we all made exactly the same choices. There was let a kid die or let a dude die. Obviously you save the kid, don't you? He's got more life to live, the parents will like you, and worse comes to it, his flesh will be a lot more tender and palatable. Later on, it's rush to help a dude being grabbed by several zombie arms, or rush to help a lady who's being grabbed around the ankle by one solitary dead bugger she could probably send packing with a harsh reprimand. The binary moral choice thing games like Infamous do is kind of stupid, but it's not much better when the choices are presented as equally sensible but really aren't. Not so much picking the good path over the evil path as it is the sensible path over the adventure game developer path. There are puzzles in the adventure game sense in that there are things you can pick up and rub on other things in the hope that they'll mate and give birth to progress, but it never reaches the spider in Old Man Witherstein's car kind of level. Mostly it's pretty sensible. Something is screwed on, so you undo it with a screwdriver that is practically being thrown at your face by a helper monkey, but it's so obviously straightforward that it seems kind of token. You can't call it a puzzle any more than writing your name at the top of the answer sheet will count towards your test results. It's more like a device to make sure you're still paying attention as you're railroaded from scene to scene. So what is the core mechanic? Well, it's not the action scenes, that's for fucking certain. The standard controls to get around are WASD to mooch along the floor like a mole rat on a dull Sunday afternoon, and left click to whinge at things. So when a zombie suddenly pops up like a whack-a-mole, it's time for the quick time events. Even if they weren't the absolute nadir of game design, my laptop's only got one built-in keyboard. I don't want to break the Q key. I'll never be able to write about John Delancey's career again. No, the core game mechanic of Walking Dead is setting you up to make really hard decisions, and that's something it does very, very well, more so in the second episode than the first. Right off the bat, dum-de-dum, lovely walk through the forest. Ah, man with leg traps, zombies coming, save him! Unfortunately for him, I was carrying a massive fuck-off axe at the time, and what with everyone shouting at me, I made a snap decision, a choice of words that the poor bastard's leg might have found appropriate. It took 4 or 5 chops, and by the end of it I was almost in the fetal position in my chair, and my legs were crossed like an Amish virgin watching an MMA First Blood crotch kicks only match. Then the bloke had the poor manners to die anyway. Shit, said I. Maybe that explains why the game gave me like 6 chances to back out. Perhaps someone should take this massive fuck-off axe away from me. But even the slow decisions can be tough, like immediately afterwards when I had to somehow distribute 4 food items around 10 people while keeping getting yelled at to a minimum. So I just knew I wasn't going to feed the guy who always yelled at me anyway, because that's what happens when you flood the yelling at me-based economy. At its worst, Walking Dead is a bit aggressively railroady and the characters can grate a bit. One bloke had been perfectly happy with all my decisions right from the word go, but one time I refused to help him bludgeon a helpless pensioner to death, and he never let me hear the end of it. I thought you had my back, man. I know someone who's not going to have a go on my massive fuck-off axe anytime soon. But at its best, Walking Dead is quite absorbing and quite effectively tense when you know acting fast will mean the difference between characters surviving and the yelling at me-based economy getting another bailout. I was going to say I'd be interested in seeing how it all turns out, but then I thought about it, and I'm actually kinda not. This is the risk when we go with a setting like a zombie apocalypse which isn't so much tired as about to be taken off life support. I mean, we know how this is going to end, don't we? Either evil military show up, or best case scenario, 2 to 4 of the least assholey survivors go and live on an island somewhere. What do you think they're gonna do? Find a cure? Rebuild society? Then everyone gets lemonade? You know, thanks to Spec Ops The Line, the world is a slightly happier if rather bleakly confrontational place, but at the same time it's made my job a little more complicated. Its intense and well-structured story, in the trappings of a load of generic realistic shooters xenophobia fun, proves that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, which is a shame because judging books by their cover used to cut out half my workload. For example, I would have loved to judge Inversion by its cover, especially the box blurb. You know how publishers seem to think the audience of AAA video games are the hairy monkey people from 2001 before the monoliths showed up, who you have to beat around the head to make them pay attention to your tasty bananas, and that's why back of the box blurb has been reduced to a few flashy screenshots with 1 or 2 words beneath them in bold block capitals. Well, one of the selling points Inversion went for was the fact that there's chest-high walls in it, with an accompanying picture of the 2 leads chilling next to one. I'm gonna judge the fuck out of Inversion by its cover. It's cover-based shooting, that is! Another thing that illustrates how AAA games are terrified your soup-like monkey mind will be distracted from their game by the rustling of the leaves on next door's Leylandia is the flash forward, where the action starts by skipping ahead to the very end of the game to reassure us that shit's gone get fucked, and which is fast becoming mandatory for second-rate shooters. It's not even like Inversion has a slow start. A game like Heavy Rain, where you spend the first 6 hours mooching around the house systematically running out of children, could have benefited from the briefest of hints that you eventually get to see people's tits. But Inversion's plot starts with about 30 seconds of a bloke working as a cop in a glittering utopian city before the very earth cracks asunder and the armies of Lord Humongous burst in and start killing everyone. That's 30 seconds of things being perfectly fine before shit rockets fanwards that apparently haunted the developers with visions of players switching off 29 seconds in, going, man, I ain't down for no things being perfectly fine simulator, let's go flick staples at the cat. Our aforementioned cop bloke hero is named either Davis Russell or Russell Davis, I honestly couldn't figure out which, and he resembles the head of a Ken doll stuck on the body of a WrestleMania action figure. His daughter gets captured by the invaders, and I guess she must have been keeping his insulin in her lunchbox or something, because the desire to get her back is literally his only motivation. There's a point where fatherly devotion gets a bit weird, you know? I mean, the world's being invaded, you could always stay home and make another one. You're not going to be able to do that if the enemy shoots your bollocks off while you're assaulting their headquarters looking for her. So basically, this is Gears of War with the Dom's wife subplot upgraded into the protagonist's sole character traits. The levels do the same Gears of War thing, where they go, hey, look at this amazing skybox we spent months on. Bet you'd like to be playing around in that, wouldn't you? Now go crouch next to a wall and growl at things like a trapped stoat. The characters even stand like they do in Gears of War, with legs apart and an alert smugness to their posture like they're bracing themselves for the moment their 6-foot cocks uncoil and thump to the floor. Yahtzee, you tired old late-20s codger, I hear you cry. Your opinions on swaggering meathead cover shooters are well documented. Why'd you even pick this game up unless you had severe congestion and thought a few good sneers would fix it? Well, you know me, I'm a sucker for innovation and Cadbury's cream eggs, one of which Inversion purported to possess. The game employs a variety of gravity mechanics. For example, both the player and the enemy can cancel gravity in small areas to make enemies appear out of cover, a service that's questionably useful since the standard mode of behavior for enemies in any cover-based shooter is to pop up and down like little wooden ducks anyway. You can also launch physics objects at enemies at high speed, almost as if you can employ your gravity powers as a gun. Although for some reason you can only pick up and fire physics objects that have been in a zero gravity field. So okay, firstly we're taking ideas from 8 years ago, and secondly we're doing it vastly worse. A mechanic in a shooter that's markedly less convenient than just pointing and shooting until the mans fall down is the very definition of a gimmick. So where are those Cadbury's cream eggs you promised me, Inversion? There's nothing wrong with cover shooting. Spec Ops, Max Payne, that new Deus Ex with the sunglasses twat, all of these illustrate that cover shooting is fine if it serves the game, if it's the glue connecting the actually interesting bits of the model airplane. But when the interesting bits exist only to serve the cover shooting, then you're grinding up the model airplane components to help beef up the glue. You give us mastery over one of the fundamental forces of the universe and then suggest we just use it to make it slightly easier to shoot things behind cover. Not really a big picture sort of thinker, are we? I'm glad you were never given a Green Lantern ring. You'd probably just use it to conjure a magical green credit card to pay for a second-hand spud gun. Couldn't we use our gravity powers to, you know, fly? Well, it's funny I should mention that. There are fenced-off zero-gravity bits, but all you're allowed to do is move back and forth between, you guessed it, cover! When you're not on cover, all you can do is violently fart every 10 seconds or so to nudge yourself a foot or two closer to cover. At one point I was out of cover near the level exit and tried to fart my way inside, but bounced off one of the cover shooter genre's beloved invisible walls, because they would only let me in if I was in the cover next to it and pressed the contextual exit level button. Be ye video game Inversion, or be ye checklist? Oh yes, and sometimes there are predetermined gates that make gravity shift 90 degrees so you can fight enemies on the sides of buildings hiding behind signs and ventilation shafts, but it's just another way of inorganically connecting one linear shooting arena to the next. So on the whole, a half-assed plot full of boorish assholes and boss fights repeated ad nauseum that squanders what potential it has in the name of ticking the same AAA shooter boxes as always, and I'm not sure why they called it Inversion when you only get to walk on the ceiling like once. A more appropriate title might have suited, like Another Meaningless Distraction on the Inexorable Path to the Grave, although there is one bit in the opening narration where Russell Davis Russell drops the title word while waffling on about how much things have changed lately. Oh, okay, glad we cleared that up. So what the title's supposed to be saying is that this is the story all about how my life got flipped turned upside down. You know, sometimes I wish I was a film critic. A video game that's twice as long as a film still gets laughed out of the locker room by its orifice cripplingly long peers, whereas if I was a film critic, I could watch 6 films in a day and spend the rest of the week pulling birds with my John F. Kennedy impression and everything else I imagine Bob Chipman does with his spare time. But I guess the other man's ass is always cleaner. Video game criticism has its advantages, besides the fact that video games rule and movies drool. For example, statistics show that only 20% of the people who start playing a game will finish it, so I can pretty much say whatever I like about the end of a video game, and 80% of you buggers have no choice but to believe me. The Amazing Spider-Man was a recent movie movie, which was totally fantastic, above average, watchable, poor, about as much fun as sifting through a vat of funnel web spiders for your pet Black Widow, delete where appropriate, and I ended up playing the video game tie-in, and I will say straight away that I thought it was very odd for the game to end with Gwen Stacy fisting Peter Parker with a handful of baby grasshoppers. The game is set after the film, which I haven't seen, but it hardly matters. I'm going to assume that there was some adversity, but it was all basically sorted out by the end, and an awful lot of people in their mid to late 20s tried to pass for teenagers. For the video game to take it upon itself to do the sequel is certainly ballsy, but you can predict ahead of time that every single character is going to wind up right back where they were at the start of the plot in case the studios decide they can squeeze an official sequel out of this continuity, assuming they don't decide it's time for another reboot because more than 17 minutes have passed. With Dr. Kurt Lizardybum behind bars, a new threat emerges when Oscorp uses his research to create a new race of hideous animal people because, hey, they don't want to have to rely on Mexican day laborers forever. Unfortunately, this leads to a hideous mutating plague being unleashed upon the people of New York City, which gradually escalates until, wait, didn't this happen in Spider-Man Web of Shadows? And by some strange coincidence it's set in the same city, you'd think they'd have tightened up the quarantine regulations by now. Understand that I wouldn't have touched this game with a 10-foot internet pole if console releases weren't always pretty fucking miserable around this time of year, but then again, the Spider-Man 2 tie-in game was surprisingly great, and Amazing Spider-Man also takes the free roaming approach, so it was just a little spider step from being really, really good, but no big spider jump down into the rotating knives, and they fucked it up, and they fucked it up the way they always fuck it up, having it so you web sling around the city by pointing at where you want to go and holding down a button, unlike Spider-Man 2, where you have to manually time and angle your web slings carefully to maximize your speed. Would it be reasonable to say that we might play a Spider-Man game because we want to know what it's like to be Spider-Man, to think as Spider-Man, and indeed to frequently fuck up as Spider-Man, not because we want to be a little gnome that lives on Spider-Man's shoulder? Amazing Spider-Man goes one further. There is literally a button that allows you to pause the game and point to where you want to go, whereupon Spider-Man will just go there, and then you click your little gnome heels together and show him the way to the Leprechaun's gold. So this is one of those games that's too cool for its players, and only content to let them ride shotgun in its cool car if they agree to duck down at the first sign of hot mommers. Every single boss fight is beaten with the ancient secret martial art of press the indicated button when we say so, to make Spider-Man execute some lengthy pre-animated finishing move, taking control from you before he can do something completely embarrassing. And when it's not being the cool guy reluctantly bussing yo honky ass from place to place, it's being a nervous mother at the playground ready to whisk you away at the first sign of boo-boo and seal you in laminated plastic. The opposite button to the one that lets you point to the place and go to the place is the go to any place besides this one where things are fast shitting the bed button, which you slam like a pornography enthusiast mashing Alt-Tab as the boss walks in to make Spider-Man immediately lose his pursuers and hide up on a random wall. It's okay, reassures the game, we leave no crap out behind in these parts, you just swing down and have another go once Spider-Man has finished regenerating his health while making really unnatural gasping noises like an anime character trying to make a decision. Interestingly, the actual missions are largely stealth-focused, which makes sense because when I look at a guy dressed like a patriotic circus acrobat who constantly reads from his stand-up set that his aunt assured him was hilarious, I think here's a guy who wants to go unnoticed, or perhaps more appropriately, here's a game that wants to be Arkham City, except it's laughably easy to stealth take down everyone because you can do it from anywhere on the ceiling, not just selected gargoyles. It's touch and go at that point whether or not Spider-Man does one of his really long pre-animated stealth takedowns that maximize the chances of being spotted by someone else, but if that does happen, you can hit the I just pissed my pants button once or twice and the enemy will instantly forget where you went, what they were doing, and how guns work. One could argue that the whole webbing dudes to ceilings thing doesn't make Spider-Man completely unsuited to stealth gameplay, but I feel something has gone wrong with a superhero game when I can web swing into a random encounter with 3 ordinary dudes with assault rifles, and they subsequently pound me into mulch before I've got the first wisecrack out. You know, some people disliked the new redesign of Spider-Man's costume, and it seems many of them were on the dev team of this game, because by the end of pretty much every mission, Spider-Man looked like he was trying to wear a brightly coloured shark fishing net 3 days after the warranty ran out. But Arkham City and Asylum both had gradual costume deterioration, and Amazing Spider-Man wasn't about to be shown up, damn it. Ultimately, the game is let down by its lack of teeth. It's unchallenging, and for all its obvious aspirations, never more than an insipid fish paste sandwich to Batman's fearsome whale penis baguette. And it fails to learn the most important thing Batman could have taught it, and that's to have a hero who keeps his trap shut before the player starts fantasizing about grinding a corkscrew into his fucking jaw. Spider-Man cracking wise is supposed to be what makes him popular, but when I'm trapped with him for the average length of a console video game, I always end up wishing he'd take copying Batman to its logical conclusion and get himself beaten up by Tom Hardy wearing a mask he made from Darth Vader's Y-fronts. Well, it's the lull before pre-Christmas and the game release schedule officially has its mouth hanging open and a thin line of drool running into its sippy cup, so at this point there's only one thing I can do. retro review. But of what? I fretted. I've done all the major games I really like. Well, except one. The big one. But I can't do that one. Surely wasting 5 minutes of the internet's time explaining why Half-Life was good would be like broadcasting a public information film about why you shouldn't headbutt coat hooks. But then I realised I was 15 when Half-Life came out. My balls were still umming and erring over their commitment to the dropping agenda. I had few other games, and I've played it through so many times I can recite it from memory. Unforeseen consequences, office complex, we've got hostiles, blast pit, power up on a rail, apprehension, that's enough of that. So was the game actually good, or is this a case of being truncheoned with a disembodied horse cog for so long and so hard that now it's the only way we can wake up in the morning? To answer this horribly phrased question, question, I powered through the game on hard mode over the weekend, and right off the bat we see a few crow's feet emerge when the first 5 minutes are spent on a train unskippably going, ooh, look at all the crazy shit we've done with the Quake engine. Is that a big thumping laser machine being presided over by a dude with skeletal animation? I think it bloody is. Which I remember being quite enthralling at the time, but then at the time rendering a cardboard box falling off a shelf would cream a PC gamer's jeans from gusset to knee, and in this age of giant fong-shaded monsters with ultra-realistic vapor particles steaming from their armpits, it does feel a bit quaint. But this and the subsequent half hour of wandering around the office exchanging pleasantries show a commitment to narrative pacing that you just don't see anymore. It's like those 50s sci-fi B-movies where you have to watch a dude in a white coat twiddle with blinky lights for half an hour before anything in a costume shows up to carry off a screaming woman, and which would never be made today because audiences might switch off if a CG monster hasn't farted several screaming women at the camera by the time the opening credits are finished. The thing about Half-Life is that most shooters at the time still had guns that floated 3 feet off the ground and gently spun like a barber's pole, and nothing else had ever felt so absorbingly real, so we can indirectly blame it for every monstrous thing done in the name of realism ever since, starting with its own multiplayer mod, Counter-Strike, game of choice for the first generation of realistic military shooter gutter cunts, whose hate-filled whims now dictate half the fucking industry. But at the same time, Half-Life sits far enough back on the evolutionary border to feature the worst qualities of older shooters too. I forgot how much fucking jumping there is in this game, and how much navigating 6-inch ledges, neither of which work very well in first person, whereas we all know you essentially control a perfectly rectangular man with snowshoes on his feet, and climbing up and down ladders is like cycling down a magnetic road in a suit of armor. Contextual button presses, all is forgiven, just let me detach from a fucking ladder without a 50-50 chance of leaping off into space and landing prostate first on a dead scientist's jagged moustache. These are the mistakes that are made on the cutting edge, because it's easy to slip and cut off your legs from the knees down, but Half-Life was also a tricorn hat-wearing pioneer of interactive storytelling. Before this, story and action gaming was either in Quaketown or the Metal Gear Solid district, an occasional text scroll between murder parades to check that you haven't run off to burn down your school yet, or holding you down and barfing onto your face until you drown in exposition. But Half-Life showed that you can have a deep narrative without sacrificing gameplay, something games of today still have trouble grasping. On the surface, you are Gordon Freeman, a bearded mute who somehow managed to gesture his way through MIT and must escape from an underground research complex after aliens from another dimension invade and nick all the good parking spots. And if you want, you can leave it at that, cleaning mashed headcrab guts off your armoured suit nipples, but if you pay attention to the background details, you can find yourself in a far bigger story, involving conspiracy and interdimensional conflict and a mysterious man in a blue suit with the ability to manipulate time and space. Presumably he worked for the accounts department. Basically, you decide your own level of immersion. When the soldiers you thought were the rescue team start executing scientists, it would only have hurt the game to fade to cutscene and show Gordon Freeman shaking his little bearded fists in rage. There's a reason why Freeman remains a beloved character despite having no personality, because he is whatever we want him to be. Maybe he's shocked by the military cover-up and staggered by the implications and his relative smallness against the organizations that now hunt him, or maybe he's going, oh boy, I couldn't wait for an excuse to return fire on those science-hating jocklecocks. I bet they voted against stem cell research. And at the same time, nothing is skimmed with the all-important gameplay either. The combat style shifts in service of the story while retaining the same simple controls. You start off in survival horror mode, trying to escape the labs fending off freshly teleported alien animals attacking anything orange and bearded out of sheer bewilderment. Then the heavily armed frat boys join the party and things get more flanky and tacticky. Then the alien forces start to show signs of organized invasion. When the alien soldiers appear, the government gets desperate enough to send in motherfucking ninjas, and you end up ducking back underground to take your place as king of the bull squids. It was simultaneously action up the butt and a well-crafted story about being a part of something far beyond your understanding. That's why it always struck me as kind of weird that by the time of Half-Life 2, the human population regards Gordon Freeman as the new Jesus, because all I remember him doing was get chased around failing to rescue his co-workers, and depending on my mood, occasionally also shooting them in the knees to see if they do that little shaky leg animation that I think is cute. And then he spends the intervening years locked in the accounts department's fridge, so all I can say is he either had a fucking good PR team working on his behalf, or his beard releases a pheromone. I close now, reassured that Half-Life is indeed still good. Perhaps one could partly blame it for some of today's shooter problems like aggressive linearity and cutscenes, but that was just dipshits, aping something popular without grasping the subtleties. You can't blame Watchmen for all of the comics in the 90s being about angsty people shooting blood out of tit-mounted pouch guns and pouch-mounted gun tits. After Limbo one year and Bastion the next, I've come to look forward to the Xbox Live Summer of Arcade the way a child in a small town would look forward to when the carnival arrives so he can spend all his money and learn a harsh lesson about reality and spiders. It's like a little opportunity for some indie games about big-headed children exploring grim environments to come within earshot of AAA console gaming and be allowed to stand in the corner of the banqueting hall, occasionally ducking the odd chicken bone. And yet I have to say I'm disappointed by the showing this year. It started badly when the first release was an HD remake of Tony Hawk Pro Skater. How does that evoke the indie spirit of the XBLA? Tony Hawk's head isn't even particularly big, and he could hardly be be said to be exploring a big scary world, he's just farting about on a bit of wood, being paid too much money to not get a proper job. Yeah, alright, glass houses. But since then, it's only been downhill. First a Kinect-only game, then a zombie apocalypse game, but let's take a closer look at them anyway. Maybe they figured out how to make Kinect fun, and zombies original, and maybe I'm about to poo out a Cadillac Escalade. The Kinect one is Racketeer, a physics game in which you fling a set number of projectiles with various different properties at loosely constructed buildings at the expense of small round green sods. And this might strike you as familiar if the front page of the iPhone App Store has ever been hurled past your front window so that you caught a glimpse of it for 1/10 of a nanosecond. Yes, it's Angry Birds, but in full 3D, except with the suicide sparrows replaced with good honest traditional rocks, because this is the XBLA and we don't tolerate that quirky mobile device nonsense. At the encouragement of two guys who look like they were rendered in the late 90s, you have to operate an imaginary ballista with hand movements and stances that make it look like you're preparing to catch a rugby ball from someone being attacked by a crow. Unlike Angry Birds though, you also make course corrections mid-flight by slapping the missile like there's something directly in front of you, say at around waist height, that for one reason or another you want to give a good hard spanking. I will say this, I think Kinect is the least obnoxious he's ever been in this game. He's still wearing a lampshade and burping at my gran, but at least he's not hammering nails into the soles of my feet. I think because it never tries to call upon quick reflexes. You have all the time in the world to position yourself for the right firing angle, and more importantly, the Kinect has all the time in the world to figure out where in the room you have moved to and how many limbs you currently possess. Which is not to say that I and my spine wouldn't have preferred to play it with a normal controller, or indeed on a mobile device for about 8,000 levels and counting. See, I do like to play Angry Birds, and what I like about it is that I can whip it out while I'm waiting for a file to process or for a lady to reach orgasm and just kill a few moments. And I thought the same thing when Fruit Ninja Kinect came out. The sort of game I'll dig out to liven up the bus ride is not the same sort of game I'd turn on all my electronics and sit through 15 opening screens for. Especially not when it expects me to dance about like a spaz. That's something upon which the Public Transport Authority holds a very dim view, or at least that's what the guy behind me said. And the other thing I like about Angry Birds is picturing the face of the person who carefully assembled each level brick by painstaking brick as I smash it up and laugh at their tears. And there's something kind of janky about the physics in this that takes me out of it. I can't get hard if the rubble keeps fading away when it hits the ground. It makes me think I'm smashing up ghost castles. And there's no satisfaction in evicting ghosts, they just go walk through someone's wall and live there instead. But on the subject of dead things hanging around smashed up buildings, let's move on to our second game, Deadlight. This is a game that looks like someone at Castle Casplar, who I imagine resembles J. Jonah Jameson, said, "Where are the indie-spirited, unrelentingly grim platformers? Take this checklist and find me a game with more ticks than a mangy dog." It's like something that the XBLA spontaneously generated one day when it had enough titles rubbing together. So it's a linear silhouette platformer like Limbo that controls kinda shadow complexy with a mirror's hint of Splosion Man and a story channeling I Am Alive narrated by a bloke with a voice like he smokes entire rolled up carpets. Oh yes, and it's set in a zombie apocalypse, which is the point that the indieometer starts ringing bells and emitting confetti. The game opens with a hairy tramp named Randy standing over the corpse of an attractive woman, which sounds like a promising beginning, I know, but the actual plot turns out to be about Randy Pandy searching the ruins of Seattle for his wife and daughter by parkouring it about the place and shooting zombies, or avoiding zombies. The game can't seem to decide which one it prefers. Sometimes I'd flee from bastards only to get rugby tackled by backup bastards I was supposed to shoot. Sometimes I'd blow all my ammo clearing out an area to find they were guarding fuck all, and that the game is politely asking if I'm ready to do the big dramatic escape scene it's got all planned out. There was a bit near the end where a lengthy unarmed sequence led into a shooting sequence, but the game didn't tell me that it had sneakily given me my guns back in the transition, so I died 50 million times trying to sprint my way through Bullet Boulevard with a white flag in one hand and my bollocks in the other, with wonky controls and a visual style that makes figuring out the actual platform layout from the background debris akin to looking at one of those magic eye pictures. It's a very trial and error game. Limbo was like that, but it made me too depressed to get angry at it. Deadlight just frustrates me, and it's almost insulting the way the story hasn't a single original concept and thinks it's a lot cleverer than it actually is. Okay, I guess I'd better give an ending spoiler warning at this point, so attach distressed bats to both your ears if you don't want to hear it, but honestly, you don't have to be Jonathan Creek to have this shit figured out from near enough the outset. If I mention that no other character ever admits to having seen Randy Gandy's family since the outbreak, that he occasionally hallucinates them as if, say, his subconscious mind is trying to tell him something that he doesn't want to confront, and that he keeps finding collectible ID cards that all bear the names of famous murderers just to give you absolutely no credit whatsoever, then you can probably connect the dots yourself. Yes, we're dancing that old chestnut, the Memento Mambo, the Silent Hills Samba. You'd think you'd remember doing something like that, wouldn't you? I mean, it's not like forgetting to leave the milk bottles out. You know what? Fuck the Xbox Live Summer of Arcade taking me for granted just because it's plopped out a few decent indie games in some grudging annual ceremony like some flighty high-priced courtesan who can only work summers because she spends the rest of the year in a bubble bath eating chocolate biscuits. And in my futile efforts to woo this unfeeling fat cow as she gave more attention to her own burbling farts, I've ignored that good-hearted, if ever so slightly scabby lady who works all year round to feed her numerous struggling indie game children. Yes, it's Steam, that classy PC game lady named after the substance that emerges from all her slackened pits after a hard day assembling bundles. The next big AAA releases, in this metaphor represented by top-of-the-range robot prostitutes with the heads of supermodels and multicolored vagina lasers firing from their armored Optimus Prime bodies, are still snoozing under a tarpaulin at time of writing, so I might as well pass the time with a quick roundup of recent Steam releases I've been playing this week. Why not join me, assuming your monitor isn't steamed up from how erotic this opening paragraph got? Unmechanical is a game belonging to a difficult-to-pin-down genre. Steam seems confused. It's listed as platformer, despite the fact that you're airborne. I guess we'll just have to pull a Grand Theft Auto and call it Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet Clone until someone comes up with a better name. Although Unmechanical is far shorter and linearer as you fly around a claustrophobic environment solving physics puzzles, the game could have benefited from the developers asking themselves what their gameplay was supposed to test about the player, because a cursory examination would have come back with the sole answer, patience. If I've already demonstrated understanding that I need to drop a rock in a pool to displace the water level, making me backtrack through 3 rooms to pick up 6 more rocks, one by one, with nothing trying to stop me in between, is just busy work, which is to gameplay what colouring in is to the education syllabus. I know it's indie and all that, but if you've had to resort to padding in a game whose length would already embarrass a tadpole's todger, then maybe that's the sign you should come up with another level or 2 before calling wrap-up. Still, visuals are nice, call it a C+. Moving on. Apparently, it's now accepted fact that orcs must die, a quality they share with cane toads, Nazis, and people who don't flush public toilets. But I guess that title wasn't as determined as it sounded, because now orcs must die too, and there doesn't seem to be any less of them. This call to fantasy genocide is fairly uniquely a tower defense game from a third-person perspective in which you play a lone hero of suspect intelligence and moral fiber who would be played by Bruce Campbell about 20 years ago and Jack Black today, which fits because there's a lot about Orcs Must Die that reminds me of Brutal Legend. They both take a traditionally supervisey sort of genre but allow you to get stuck in if you get bored, and more strategy games should try that. I'd probably enjoy football management games more if you could summon Brian Clough to jump in and start setting about your slack-ass centre-forward with a 2x4. Brutal Legend bogged itself down with unnecessary complexity, but you could hardly accuse necessary kobold extermination of that. It's just a hallway, a horde, unlimited pointy objects, and ever the twain shall meet. And another thing Orcs Must Die 2 has in common with Brutal Legend is that I feel I should enjoy it a lot more than I actually do. I like the style and the soundtrack and wiping out more ugly green things than the cleanup crew at a congestion convention, but I tend to weary of it quickly. The difficulty ramps up a little too fast, perhaps to highlight the new co-op mode, or maybe it's just the frustration from monsters running past me rather than stopping to have a good honest punch-up. It's something I start taking personally after a while. It's like trying to make friends at primary school all over again. But let's move on to the Book of Unwritten Tales, a fantasy point-and-click adventure game. Now, how can they be unwritten if someone made an adventure game about it? Clearly this proves that I'm smarter than everyone involved in this game was. Maybe they couldn't write them down without realizing they were about as original as the fucking missionary position. There's a war going on between the forces of good and evil, read the forces of attractive and not attractive, and everything hinges on whoever gets magical MacGuffin de jour first. But you're supposed to overlook the cliche because it's a comedy game and cliche's alright as long as you keep ironically rolling your eyes like someone's jammed the workings of an electric mixer into the back of your head. I think I figured out why I've gone off traditional adventure games in my old age is because they're supposed to be this great storytelling genre, but they're paced like a wet weekend at the amputation clinic. They might start off with a thrilling introduction or vignette, but eventually everything has to come to a screeching halt, so you can dawdle around a handful of rooms for an hour, picking up random knickknacks like an incredibly bored, unambitious burglar. And maybe that doesn't apply to every adventure game, but it bloody does to this one. Puzzle design is horrendously uninspired and usually falls back on find 3 objects for a bloke. On more than one occasion, I found the 3 objects for a bloke and he immediately sent me off to find another 3 objects. I'm not the bloody Home Shopping Network. It's times like this that make me think adventure games should all move towards the Hitman Blood Money model and give us options. Maybe we could try to figure out the extremely specific sequence of actions required to neatly solve the problem, or maybe we could just start garroting people until the situation sorts itself out. But as I said, the Book of Demonstrably Written Tales is nothing if not self-aware, wearing its comedy game armor set for the full plus 15 defense bonus against criticism. But fortunately for me, does nothing to defend against criticism of its comedy, which leans far closer to the miss than the hit. A joke ideally delivered is being slapped in the face with a fish by a man who runs in and out of the room giggling, and the comedy in this is more frequently akin to a fish gathering flies in the middle of a kitchen floor, while the same man stands nearby morosely pointing at it with an outstretched arm, and the fish is wearing a Viking helmet because fantasy games, am I right? So at the end of all that, it seems nothing really set my gusset aflame this week, but isn't that just part of the beauty of the Steam service? Come one, come all, says she. It doesn't matter if you don't fit any demographics, or you don't use shitty motion control hardware we're desperately trying to wring money out of, or you're not fucking Tony Hawk. We'll take you warts and all and find you a niche, even if it's a very warty niche. And it's only by simmering all that together that the really interesting stuff bubbles up. So here's to you, Steam. In these slow summer months, you and indie gaming are a true friend to... What's that? Oh, Sleeping Dogs just came out. Well, fuck this noise. I'm thinking I might have been a little hasty when I declared that the term Grand Theft Auto clone was redundant. There have been enough games where you're allowed to get bored, run down the street and start taping passers-by to trolley cars that sandbox games are officially a genre, but when a sandbox game is about a petty creme starting off in the slum district, being used as a footstool by the local underworld's middle management, doing mostly vehicle-related favours for increasingly important contacts, until they can work their way up to wealth and success while knocking over enough lampposts to illuminate Oprah Winfrey's inner thighs, then the term Grand Theft Auto clone seems perfectly adequate, while petty creme footstool vehicle-related inner thighs-em-up is too awkward to say. Bonus points are offered if the game's set in a recreation of some real-world contemporary city, and if the plot throws up some moral message that all the luxury and fine living in the world will never quell the guilt from all the murdering you've been doing for it, which rings a bit misdirected while I'm ploughing through pedestrian precincts in a riding mower. Fittingly, Sleeping Dogs was originally of the slightly laughably named True Crime series, the original Grand Theft Auto clone, except there was a developer switch and they had to come up with a new title that somehow makes even less sense, although there's a racist joke about East Asian cuisine in there somewhere that you'll be pleased to hear I'm not going to acknowledge. The recreated real-world city is Hong Kong, and the petty crim footstool that dreams of the stars is Wei Shen, a Chinese-American recently returned from the States to sign up with the Triads, because who the fuck else are you going to sign up with in Hong Kong, the real IRA? But get ready to unbunch your pants, because here comes the twist. Wei is actually an undercover police officer, which would come as more of a surprise if it weren't the plot of the previous two true crime games, and in the grand tradition of undercover cop crime stories, every high-level crim will implicitly trust this new bloke without any verifiable background over all their established henchmen because he's smarter and better with a gun, almost as if he's been to some kind of, say, police academy. So the thrust of the concept is that you have one cop experience bar and one crim experience bar, which offer different upgrades, a gameplay mechanic intended to illustrate the fact that Shen is torn between two loyalties, an aspect that I feel would carry more weight if the police gave any degree of shit. The Triad's surefire test for whether you're an undercover cop or not is that undercover cops won't kill, but I'm not sure where they got that impression, because Shen hesitates more about putting up flypaper than killing his fellow man, and as long as you stick to other criminals, you can go wild as far as the police are concerned. They're only iffy about you killing pedestrians, and even then it won't give you negative police experience, you just get less of it at the end of the mission. Now, Timmy, we can only get you an Xbox and 5 games for Christmas this year because you did blowtorch your initials into your sister. I feel Shen's dilemma would have felt more tense if there had been more negative gameplay effects for not sticking within acceptable murder levels, but then again, the game probably doesn't want to discourage the player from slamming the faces of random goons into whirring table saws, because really, why would you? On that note, effort has been put into the melee fighting in that it's like Arkham Asylum, and Arkham Asylum-style fisticuffs seems to be becoming to close combat engines what Johnny Depp is to Tim Burton movies. So there's the standard mash counter routine, but Sleeping Dogs adds heavy attack combos, grabs, and a couple of creative environmental kills that would make Jason Voorhees reach for the chill pills, all of which feels less controlled than when Batman does it, but that just goes towards creating a solid kung fu action movie sense of what is technically known as flipping out the buttered fuck crumpets, and it goes very well with the competent free running mechanics, and that sometimes I'd sprint into a throng of waiting enemies, screaming at the top of my voice and flying kick the nearest assailant so that he rockets horizontally into the street with my shoe tucked under his jaw like a violin, which I found to be a much more efficient opening gambit than You Have the Right to Remain Silent. Transitions between running, driving and fighting are all pleasantly smooth, so whenever I left a clothing shop and someone standing outside would always take the piss out of my fashion sense, I could get into the habit of casually decking them in the face and running away. But the main reason the close combat stands out is because it's the only aspect of the game that poses any challenge whatsoever. The missions all do the Grand Theft Auto 4 thing, in which you must rigidly follow a specific sequence of predetermined actions like you're doing a fucking join the dots, and things definitely go downhill when guns are introduced. At the gun tutorial mission, the character mentions that we haven't seen any guns up to that point because there aren't so many in Hong Kong, and if he'd said that a couple of hours later, I would have laughed up enough phlegm to coat the screen. The game weakens severely in its second half when Wei is basically fannying about with subplots that don't go anywhere and killing time before he has to finally confront the guy we figured out was the big baddie 3 shootouts ago. All the interesting melee combat and free running gets diluted with all the driving and shooting and the 10 million minigames that have been introduced. A hacking minigame in itself is fine, but forcing us to wiggle the analog sticks to undo a couple of screws first is just busy work. Could we maybe just assume Wei knows how to undo screws? It can't be that much harder than breaking a man's kneecaps with his armpit. Come to think of it, the whole game has the cop crim issue pithily summarized as good ideas failing to realize potential. One recurring side mission involves hacking security cameras so you can watch footage of lounging toughs and pick out the drug supplier among them. So presumably you make logical deductions, watch their behavior, try to look for money furtively changing hands, right? Nope, you just arrest the dude in the suit. Same guy, same suit, every fucking time. And if it takes you more than 5 seconds, then a big red arrow appears floating over their head. Blimey, profiling's easier than I thought. I guess a game with as many mechanics as this has to skimp on the polish here and there, and that karaoke minigame that the story campaign fucking forces you to do twice wasn't going to program itself. So if you are the rabidest of the rabid GTA fans, then here's a GTA clone still dripping with birthing chamber fluid to tide you over. But for me, the question is whether Sleeping Dogs represents a step forward or a step back for the sandbox genre. And let me put it like this. 8 years ago, GTA San Andreas had a jetpack. Does Sleeping Dogs have a jetpack? Well then, better luck next time! I think one should reasonably be dubious about any game in which you're supposed to play as the personification of death. That doesn't sound like a game that would turn out very challenging, not after the 50,000th random bad guy unexpectedly drops dead of catastrophic heart failure. Surely it'd be impossible for you to fail, because every time you get killed you can just opt to not reap yourself. But it turns out the Darksiders series is casting an increasingly broad net over the whole Horsemen of the Apocalypse thing, and death isn't necessarily the embodied concept of death, he's just some asshole who's really good at killing things, although I don't see how that makes him any more entitled to be called Death than War was in the previous game. And while we're on the subject, the other two Horsemen of the Apocalypse are established published in Darksiders 2 to be called Fury and Strife. I'm guessing THQ's Bible was written by Image Comics in the 90s. We've already got the war remit covered. Wouldn't Fury and Strife be a bit redundant? And besides, Strife? What are his duties in the apocalypse? Giving people anxiety disorders? Whatever. In Darksiders 2, we play as Mr. William Death Esquire, who looks like Skeletor's teenage son, started doing his hair like Brandon Lee, and after War's big hairy bulging cock-up at the start of Darksiders that leads to mankind getting wiped out, Death goes on a journey to do War a solid by resurrecting mankind, because he seems to think that's how justice works. They don't release murderers because the victim's mum got pregnant again, Death mate. The funny thing about the overall plot of Darksiders is that it's essentially about bureaucracy. War's in the shitter because he embarked upon the Armageddon project without submitting it for proper approval, so Death has to appeal the decision by going to the Tree of Life and filing the appeal form signed in triplicate by the bosses of at least 3 dungeons. Just replace forms with assembling the latest collection of 3 random magic artifacts that will in some way help. But what I call the most bullshit on is the notion that Death is doing all of this out of affection for his brother War, because Darksiders is cut from the cloth of such things as Warhammer 40k, where no emotion exists besides barely contained rage, and I cannot imagine Death showing affection for anything. I can't picture War and Death sharing bunk beds at Horseman Towers, talking about Boyzone and doing each other's hair. After all the jokes about Darksiders basically being Zelda with a slightly less manly protagonist, Darksiders 2 is consciously veering away from the Zelda format in a sort of RPG Woods direction. The first way you'll notice that Death differs from War is that he doesn't embark upon his quest wearing all of his clothes and living room furniture at once, bedecked with enough random monster faces to start a one-man gospel choir. Not at the start, anyway. He might by the end, because Darksiders 2 takes influence from dungeon crawlers, meaning that enemies and chests vomit random items of clothing like Mothra towards the end of a weekend bender. And what games like this cry out for is some way to clearly and unambiguously tell me whether the weapon or armor I've just found is objectively better for my playstyle than what I've currently got. Because just having higher numbers doesn't mean a lot when higher damage might not be as important as higher arcane crit chance or the 10% wrath regen bonus, and for fuck's sake I just want to hit things with it and gouge out progressively larger chunks of buttock. Rather than basically just being Zelda, Darksiders 2 is basically just a whole bunch of Zelda dungeons broken up initially by horsing across the landscape and later by fast travelling. And for all you non-reviewing types who care about value for money, it's a bloody long game. My first run through clocked in at 20 hours and I skipped most of the side stuff once I realised that gold-plated marijuana trousers aren't that great a reward when a random stag beetle might vomit up a platinum-plated pair 2 dungeons down the line. But I was surprised to see a 20-hour playtime on the save file because it had felt a fuckload longer than that. It's that most tedious of game plots where you have precisely one goal that never wavers or updates in any way, and they fill the time by putting a fucking parking barrier every 50 paces that you can't move past until you've gotten 3 of something from the local dungeon, and it's always 3 of something. In fact, more than once I'd be asked to find 3 of something in exchange for 1 of another set of 3 things I was already looking for. It's not just padded, it's fractally padded. And when it's not 3 of something, it's something that's 3 times longer than it needs to be, like that one bit on Earth where you have an infinite mobile turret and have to gradually get past the entire population of the Isle of Wight. But I know people will tell me I should just learn to appreciate the simple pleasures to be found in hitting monsters with huge useless chunks of ornate metal Titus sticks, and I'm not above that, but I'd appreciate it more if the game wasn't spread thinner than Callista Flockhart on a train track so that there were more than 2 different kinds of monster per realm, and if you didn't have to hold down the left trigger to target things and press the left shoulder button to cast magic because trying to press both those buttons at the same time is a maneuver not terribly considerate of the average number of fingers on a hand, so you can either leave yourself at the mercy of a camera system that would have you eternally menace the area slightly to the left of the guy you're trying to hit, or you staple a chipolata to your index finger. And the quick select function is neither quick nor did it reliably help me select. If I'd had a penny for every time I accidentally turned on Reaper mode when I wanted to do something else, I'd have tuppence. It is nice for a AAA game to not be too short for once, but you don't get any points for that if you're boring, because you're just making more boring. And it is boring for all its bitchin' fantasy sword fights, mainly because I can neither care about nor comprehend the convoluted mess of mythology it's building. Okay, so hell is chaos and heaven is authoritarian douchebaggy order, but there's also the Nephilim who are bigger douchebags, and the Makers and the Lord of the Dead. Wait, I thought I was the Lord of the Dead. Oh, I'm just middle management, okay. And every realm is being threatened by corruption, which is another separate thing, and it's in some way related to this bloke who is the avatar of chaos. Wait, I thought hell was chaos. Okay, stop. Just tell me if what I'm doing is going to make everyone not really angry at each other all the time. Although I kind of doubt that anything could achieve that. This is the kind of story that's crying out for an audience surrogate character, like maybe Death could be carrying around the soul of a dead Starbucks barista that he was supposed to be ferrying to the afterlife. And maybe they could ask the important questions on our behalf. Questions like, is there anyone around here who doesn't look like someone set fire to a thalidomide baby? So the Escapist Expo is still in September and you should still totally come, but also in October I've got a second novel coming out. It's called Jam, and you can pre-order it from Amazon and tfaw.com. It's about an apocalypse with jam in it. I saw you, smeared across the new release shelf like old cheese on a pizza box lid. New Super Mario Bros. 2? If the word new were a small child, I would be calling social services on Nintendo right about now, because that is nothing short of abuse. I'm not falling for it this time, Nintendo, so now even if you did massively shake up the formula and recast Mario as a brash intergalactic smuggler piloting the Yosh 1 through the Imperial-controlled Mushroom Nebula, I will never know, because you took too much for granted one too many times. I'm not buying this one. I don't care how slow releases get. I'll find something to review. I'll review a fucking zombie mod. A zombie mod for Arma 2 called DayZ specifically. A fan-made conversion, if that name didn't make it obvious, because a professional mod would have run the name by a marketing department, and the marketing department would have punched them in the stomach. But DayZ recently clocked 1 million players apparently, so what the fuck do I know about marketing? I had to install Arma 2 first, which I'd never had much of an interest in, because it's one of those games I classify as dad games, incredibly dry, boring, frothingly realistic games for your dad, to remind him of the days when he actually had a job. All I can say about the engine is that the realism commitment makes it lurchy as fuck. Every time you start moving, it's like a character has a tumble dryer strapped to the top of his head. Anyway, someone proposed a zombie survival mod for it, not unusual for a realistic shooter, but almost uniquely they went on to actually make it, rather than put up 3 concept art pictures and then stop updating the website. Now, one of the reasons I finally tried DayZ is because it was cheaper than paying people to stop banging on about it, but on reflection, this was the same pattern that led me to Minecraft, which I really like, and lately I've been playing a lot of Minecraft's no respawns hardcore mode in nihilistic celebration of life's fleeting misery, and DayZ certainly purported to offer that. So I started my first game, spawned on the shores of a mysterious land, made for the nearest visible building, and was immediately beaten to death by 6 squawking working-class zombies in flat caps. Then I paused to have a little drinky. Anyway, that pattern repeated itself 6 or 7 times before I decided that the safest approach to exploration was to lie flat on my face and slowly shuffle along the ground by twitching my raging adrenaline stiffy. By this method, I went unnoticed long enough to slither into a shed and find my first weapon, an axe. An axe that made bullet ricochet noises when it hit things, and needed to be loaded with 100,000 of something, possibly splinters, but after hacking my way through about 30 zombies worth of payback, I could finally take stock. There are a lot of gaming habits you need to unlearn to play DayZ, like just because a ladder was hard to find doesn't mean there'll be goodies at the top of it, and also zombies can climb ladders now, so if you find one climbing up the ladder you're trying to climb down and it buries its teeth in your big fat ass, try not to then fall off the ladder and break both your legs. But it was on this playthrough that I encountered my very first human player. He trod on my head as he was running past my mewling crumpled form. In my next couple of attempts I would discover that this, in the language of DayZ human player interactions, was the equivalent of a deep loving kiss on the mouth. After a while, like a Scotsman in an itchy kilt, I started getting a feel for the patterns. For a realistic mod there's some real unintuitive shit going on here. It was only through trial and excruciating intestine pulverizing error that I could figure out which houses you can actually go inside and which ones are basically giant cereal boxes with doors painted on. But eventually I had gotten into the routine of starting every game sprinting for the nearest industrial shed to grab an axe, then spinning around and chopping my way through the conga line of zombies I would have attracted by that point. The next step was to find a gun, something all my peers never seemed to have any difficulty with, but after moving inland a bit and exploring a convenient city, I found a fucking treasure pile of ordnance at the top of a stairwell in a 3-story building, including a rifle, a pistol, and ammo to spare. Blimey, I thought this game was unforgiving, I thought. I wonder where all this came from. Maybe it belonged to this dead player over here. Hey, why are all the windows broken? And then I was shot by a sniper. Okay, lesson learned. Never gawp at your inventory screen while standing fully upright next to a window, like a big squeezed dick poking through a hole in a bathroom wall. But that meant I now had a handle on the gun's natural habitat, and in my next attempt it wasn't long before I found a Lee Enfield rifle of my very own. Right, I thought, since sights are no doubt lining up on me as we speak, better try this out sooner rather than later, so I immediately ran into the street and shot a zombie in the head. Yeah, ambiguously melee attack your way out of that, you stanky cunt. What's that rumbling noise? And then every door in the street flung open, and fucking hell, it was like the Pied Piper had set his flute to the murderer setting. Oh right, loud noises, the classic zombie apocalypse social faux pas. Remarkably, I survived and ended up staggering down the highway with maybe enough blood inside me to fill a biro. My vision was blurred and colourless, and I was intermittently patching out every 50 yards, basically an average Saturday night, so it was pretty safe to write this life off. But then the hitherto unused speech window flashed up with a greeting. Practically blind and a gnat's foreskin away from death, I'd run into the first human player who didn't immediately gun me down for baked beans. Turned out he'd only just started playing, which made sense because personally I was at the point that if I'd still had a gun and clear vision, I'd have been shaking his brains off the contents of his rucksack by that point. I explained my situation to him, and I swear this is true, the dude was carrying 6 blood packs and nothing else. 1 transfusion later, I was back at full health. This was a moment of miraculous serendipity that would have led to a beautifully set up moral lesson on the power of trust and friendship even in the bleakest adversity, if a zombie hadn't immediately run up and broke my kneecap. Boy, did I feel feel like a waste of good blood at that point. You call this realism? Why can I only crawl when my leg's broke? Can't I splint it, or use something as a crutch, or at the very least hop for my life? But while DayZ is at best unreasonably cruel, and isn't that a strange phrase, I actually kinda like it. But then as I said, I like Minecraft's hardcore mode, so it's possible I'm just completely mad. I like the organic exploration, and that it's a perfect equalizer. You don't get ganked by an asshole because he's 10 levels higher, but because he has a gun and you don't. A situation that a smoke bomb and a swift knee to the man purse may reverse. It needs work, though. I'll stick to Minecraft for now, because there were several moments in DayZ where I sincerely missed being able to burrow into the ground and start crying. Oh look everyone, Yahtzee doing a review of a Mamorpega again. Better put our safety goggles on because there's a lot of flying debris in a train wreck. I look forward to when he complains about there being lots of grind in it, like a man sending his gazpacho soup back to be warmed up. Well, you realise I'm not opposed to Mamorpegas as a concept, unlike JRPGs or ethnic cleansing. I think it's important that the people who are the most willing to endlessly perform repetitive tasks to make a number climb higher for little obvious reward are all grouped together in one place so that they're ready for deployment on the day aliens invade and threaten to wipe out humanity if we don't do all their data entry for them. I also think it's important for people like me to play them now and again. It's like the zoo. There's no point in putting a bunch of hippos in a room if no one ever comes and looks at them and thinks, man, I'm glad I'm not that fat. I like playing by myself, a habit I probably picked up at middle school during my smelly phase. But sometimes I like to play a Mamorpega so I can play by myself where everyone can see me. Guild Wars 2 was suggested to me as something worth checking out by people I sometimes pretend to respect, by the usual argument that no, really, it's way better than WoW, particularly in the storytelling aspect apparently, which I suppose is arguably true because there doesn't seem to be a story at all. The best I can get from a brief snatch of text on the back of the box is that the Elder Dragons have shown up. What is with all the dragon racism in fantasy games lately? And this is in some way, quote, threatening the world. And as calls to adventure go, this is like saying fiscal conservative policy is threatening growth in the financial market. I might concede that it's a bit of a pisser, but I'm not about to beat my plowshare into a sword and go storm the gate. I just wasn't clear what my ultimate purpose was as a hero, which admittedly might be partly my fault, because at the start you have to pick one of 3 driving motivations for your character that affect what story missions you get, and I had to pick from the traditional murdered parents, the slightly less traditional kidnapped sister, or a secret desire to join the circus. And obviously I went straight for that one, so perhaps it's churlish of me to complain that I'm not feeling like the fucking chosen one over here. But then again, even for a Mamorpega, the quantity of inconsequential bullshit you're asked to do in the name of quests is a bit ridiculous. How distant that Elder Dragon business seems when you start off helping farmers fend off extremely localized problems, usually bandits whose hideouts they didn't have the presence of mind to build their farms further away from. Often not even that, they just get you to feed the cows and mow the lawn. Yes, jobs that a farmer might realistically give a random wandering yahoo, but I thought we were forging a legendary tale of fantasy. The fact that I was a necromancer made it pretty funny though. I pictured the farmer's wife standing at the kitchen window watching me chase moles out of the vegetable garden by summoning shadow demons from the Stygian pits to curse their very souls, and then turning to her husband and saying, he does know we've got a spade he can use, right? Again, picking the peasant background might have been a mistake, because I had to wonder at what point in my sleepy rural upbringing I opted to take up necromancy as a career. Well, missed my chance to join the circus, guess I'll just have to fall back on the communing with the dark powers of the Netherrealm thing. But like a ping pong ball fired from a lady's gammon socket, the quests aren't as interesting as their delivery method. Rather than having you hunt exclamation marks through the friendly NPCs talking to the one guy who wants you to kill 10 snuffle ferrets and the one guy who wants you to suck 9 of his 11 extraneous cocks, Guild Wars 2 cuts out the middleman. The moment you enter the area, a brick with a to-do list tied to it is hurled at your face. Kill snuffle ferrets, fillet cocks, it might say. Then you just keep doing those things until a bar is filled, and bing, thank you, hero of the hour, here's a pile of experience and money, now piss off. I kind of like this method, since it means you're free to wander aimlessly around the world, leveling up just by tripping over stuff. And speaking of cutting out the middleman, Guild Wars 2's attitude to forming parties is that the entire server is a party and everyone's invited. If I happen to be poking through an area 4 levels too high for me, hoping to gank an unsuspecting random mob and survive long enough for the XP, I might stumble upon 500 players gangbanging some kind of elder god, whereupon I'd leap into the fray, peck at his ankles for a few minutes with a cocktail stick, and bam, experience and a chest full of legendary plus 37 cocktail sticks for me. Another thing I didn't like about WoW was that by the time you got to level 60, abilities and quick select bars would be all over the screen like handprints on the world's most spankable bum cheek, and Guild Wars 2 also improves on that by giving you limited slots and a range of swap-outable abilities, what the hell kind of word was that, tied to what weapon you're using and which skills you've bought. By swapping out builds and weapons, some classes could theoretically perform any role, from healing to tanking to wanking. Although the problem with that is that the skills you can buy can be a wee bit eclectic and situational, like a spell that gives you health based on how many conditions your target's got, or a buff that turns nearby moths into jam. And once I'd picked out the small number of spells I was comfortable with, i.e. the ones that either healed me or spawned friendly monsters who could run up and get their faces hacked off instead of me, I had a growing pile of unused skill points I wouldn't spend on skills I didn't want, in turn rendering moot the random skill point challenges which would otherwise have been a neat idea. But after all that, Guild Wars 2 shows some good design, better than WoW perhaps. Any Mamorpaga that convinces its population to cooperate without having to communicate with each other probably deserves some kind of medal, but where it lets itself down is in creating context. It really does resemble what would happen if 99% of the population were wandering adventurers. Everyone's tripping over each other just to chase the foxes out of the chicken coops, and even if an elder dragon did show up, it would barely have time to mess up one flower garden before getting dogpiled into haggis by every meathead within a 10-mile radius. It all seems so inconsequential. Building a character in WoW at least feels like you're on some kind of journey. This feels more like being put out in a big meadow to chew on the grass, occasionally being called back to the cowshed for a story mission to see how your milk's getting along. Tasty grass, mind. No, actually it's more like the theme park version of a fantasy RPG. All the kiddies are set loose in the little play area to have their designated turn hitting an animatronic centaur with padded bats, while a sour-faced carny half-heartedly supervises. Still, no subscription fees, so at least it's not like the WoW tent next door where the bloke at the bag check keeps nicking people's credit cards. Borderlands was a game from 2010 about a prolonged second-hand gun bring and buy sale that some people liked and I didn't very much. There's a longer version of this story, obviously, but basically while shooting Jason Voorhees in a scrapyard might sound like a stimulating escape from the workaday world, it loses something when it's all you're expected to do for about 12 hours. Borderlands, more like Board-a-lands. But now it's time for the sequel, and just to remind you of my personal formula for sequels, a good sequel leaps off from the original spreading silvery wings to explore uncharted skies, while a bad sequel spends most of its runtime motorboating the original's titties and rubbing its head in the gravel. So in what category sits Borderlands 2? Well, from the comfortable territory of shooting Jason Voorhees in a scrapyard, Borderlands 2 has shyly thrown aside its dressing gown and taken its first nervous tentative step into the unexplored realms of shooting Jason Voorhees in a scrapyard, and also it's been snowing a bit. Borderlands, more like Snorderlands 2. Anyway, we return to the planet Pandora, or to give it its full name, the planet Pandora No Not That One, with 4 Vault Hunters of varying skill sets, different superficially from the 4 Vault Hunters of the previous game, but not in any practical sense. And after the vault that drove the first game's plot was revealed to be short on treasure and long on tentacles, it turns out that there's actually more than one legendary treasure vault on Pandora No Not That One, some of which actually do have treasure in, so that means everyone in the game gets to keep calling you Vault Hunter. Phew, thought we'd have to change our stationery. But now your quest is to end the tyrannical regime of one handsome Jack who lured you out to Pandora No Not That One and then tried to kill you because he hates Vault Hunters. Oh no, wait, actually he wants to manipulate Vault Hunters, but then why would he try to kill you? Oh, stop thinking about it and kill some more Jasons, Mr. Picky Pants. After Rage demonstrated that you can't ask us to hate a villain who spends most of the game quietly minding their own business behind a big wall, Handsome Jack's job is to call you up every 5 minutes and be an asshole at you. Although, come to think of it, that might describe the behaviour of every character in the game. The hilarious thing about Borderlands 2 is that its main strategy for ramping up the stakes is to tell you the stakes are ramped up, and that's about it. The player characters from the last game show up as NPCs just to confuse matters. Let's call them Team Whittlebiscuit. And when a big robot boss shows up some ways into Borderlands 2, they make a point of going, oh no, not that guy, he defeated all of Team Whittlebiscuit off screen, no really. And then I took him down inside 5 minutes. Now bearing in mind Team Whittlebiscuit basically defeated Shub Niggurath last time around, either we take from this that the new characters are all superpowered in the least apparent way possible, or maybe Team Whittlebiscuit have spent the last 2 years sitting around drinking pints of cream, with ring donuts hooked over the rims. Or alternatively, Gearbox is trying to dress up the sequel as bigger and better despite it being neither of those things, and not having significantly evolved in the slightest degree, and if that's the case, then the really insulting part is the half-heartedness of the disguise. It's like a small boy sitting half in and half out of a bear's mouth and trying to get into a nightclub by claiming to be Robin Williams. So like its predecessor, Borderlands 2 is a game that's all wallpaper. It keeps introducing new quirky characters with graphical freeze-frame effects, like how a character called Jimmy Ninecogs would be introduced in a Guy Ritchie film, and then every single one proceeds to stand around doing bugger all except explain why you're going to have to raid another bandit camp. Usually it's because the bandits nicked some component you need for the story mission. Yes, bandits snuck into someone's house while the occupant was presumably off doing something wacky and hilarious, and made off with a single dubiously resaleable piece of highly technical equipment rather than any, say, money. Perhaps everyone should rethink the standard home security policy of letting every random fuck wander in and ransack every box with a green light on the front. It's like bandits are the local equivalent of Oompa Loompas, whose job is to contrivedly pad out the gameplay before too many interesting things happen in quick enough succession to actually start engaging me. Strip off that quirky wallpaper and we're left with dull, repetitive shooting where every gun somehow manages to be slightly worse than the previous one. Borderlands is a game in which a central mechanic is the maniacal gathering of random objects like a fat bastard who suspects he's about to be thrown out of the buffet and proudly self-identifies as a shoot and loot game. Personally though, I'd call it stop and start. It's like riding a roller coaster that just can't build up a decent speed because it comes to a lurching halt every 10 feet so you can pick some flowers. You clear an area of baddies, perhaps you might even enjoy doing so, you monster, but then you have to rummage around opening the endless boxes and lockers, holding down X to pick up the ammo and money, checking every weapon against all your current weapons to make sure they wouldn't make things 0.1% more dead. Why make us open 5 adjoining lockers one by one when you could have dumped all their contents into one convenient trough? It's like the game takes perverse pride in flowing like a string of 3-inch dropped beads into a virgin butthole. And why can't I track more than one quest at a time? Is it so maddening that I might want to take care of a few issues in the same general area at once, rather than adhere rigidly to the to-do list like a passive-aggressive bureaucrat? Believe me, Borderlands, it would work in your favor to let me spend as little time as possible in the company of your user interface. Me and that guy, we don't get along too well. He got drunk at a party once and started asking women to sort his tabs. I can't remember, did I mention that the vehicles in Borderlands handle like ass? Well, they do, as in they literally handle like someone stuck a steering column into a giant pair of twitching buttocks that slide along the ground, leaving a trail of ball sweat. The best way to review a game, I find, is to start with your broad overall gut opinion about it and then work backwards to explain those feelings, and in the case of Borderlands, my broad analysis is that it bores me to fucking tears. And in fine analysis, there are lots of little reasons for that. The quest system, the item grind, the fact that I spend several hours stuck using an assault rifle with a 10-bullet clip and a 4-second reload time. But at the end of the day, all you need to take is that after a while, I was greeting each new swarm of baddies as a data entry clerk would greet a fresh stack of forms plopping into their in tray at 4 in the afternoon. I don't even have the enthusiasm to hate it that much. Well, I used to, but then some bandits nicked it. This week was a difficult one, I reflected from my hammock that I have set up between two naked ladies, and for once I'm not going to blame slow releases, because there were quite a few, it's just that they were all the kind of shit I don't touch with a 10-foot barge pole. There was Dead or 5 Live and Tekken Tag Testicle Tourniquet, and I've never gotten into one-on-one fighters, because they're like going to a job interview for a job you can't do and don't particularly want, except instead of answering questions, you punch a schoolgirl in the tits. Partially, I blame publishers not wanting to put out anything that might have to compete with Mists of Pandaria, which incidentally I wouldn't touch with a 12-foot sterilized barge pole being held by somebody else. So that leaves FIFA 13, and is there really anything insightful I can say about it, having never played a football game before, and indeed still never having done so? Some might say not having played the game and only glancing briefly at the cover art might preclude reviewing it as a rule, but I didn't get to where I am today by following rules all over the place. Let's give it a crack. FIFA 13 is a game about... Actually, has anyone played Mark of the Ninja on XBLA? It's a 2D stealth game by the creators of Shank about a really socially awkward man who has basically resigned himself to never making any friends, enacting revenge upon a military corporation who attacked his ancient ninja clan, perhaps to encourage them to stop being such twats and realise that it's not feudal Japan anymore, and even if it was, the ninjas wouldn't run around wearing pajamas they stole from Dracula's awkward teenage children. And I found myself thinking the same thing I thought about Shank. The tone of the writing in this game is way too serious for the art style, which is somewhere between Disney and Penny Arcade, so it looks like the prince from The Little Mermaid has diversified into gouging the throats out of mercenaries. As I've made clear in the past, I'm very fond of stealth games because I too have difficulty making friends, and Mark of the Ninja has a lot of the right ingredients: large open level design, very free movement, clear indications of sound and visibility, and the perverse little shivers of glee that come from making an enemy soldier look the other way just long enough to slit him up like a funeral suit. But I wish the game would figure out whether it wants you to be Slitty McMurderson or if killing people is for massive ninja posers who only got into it when it was cool, because there's a big point bonus for not killing anyone, but pretty much all of the upgrades you can buy are only for killing people, and also killing people is very satisfying to us dangerously petty-minded types. Also, it is possible to design a stealth game so you can be spotted and not feel like you've completely fucked things up. See Arkham Asylum for that particular crash course, and every time I was spotted in Mark of the Ninja I saw no reason not to immediately park me bum down and start filleting nearby gun barrels, because attempting to fight at that point feels like assaulting a bouncy castle with the back of a spoon. And that no alarms bonus was flashing temptation at me, and she shouldn't have dressed like that if she wasn't asking for it, officer. But anyway, on the subject of sex crimes, let's get back to professional football. FIFA 13 is a game. In that respect, it's eerily reminiscent of Anna, an indie first-person horror adventure on Steam, that I also played this week because after Amnesia, the phrase indie first-person horror adventure on Steam makes my willy perk up and spin around like a tassel on a stripper's tit. In Anna, you are a faceless, nameless protagonist who I choose to believe resembles Mr. Bean, who has come to an abandoned sawmill in search of his lost love or something, and considering the sawmill only has like 5 rooms, what follows is a pretty fucking breakneck descent into the depths of the human heart, but I guess not everyone has the entire town James Sunderland's psyche had to work with. Anna is closer to adventure game than survival horror, though spiritually akin to those microscopic escape-the-room flash games where you solve a sequence of logic puzzles in a small environment. But the operative word there is logic, and Anna's relationship with that concept evokes the relationship a cheese grater has with a water balloon full of sperm. Before you can even get into the sawmill, you have to find 2 parts of a mirror, arrange them on a wall, stick a pine cone to the front, and then light it on fire, because this in some way unlocks the front door. That's not a logic puzzle, that's something Hunter S. Thompson might attempt after he lost his front door key at a mushroom-fueled wilderness retreat. I'm glad I don't live in this neighbourhood. You probably can't even run yourself a bath until you've arranged 12 Snickers bars under the S-bend and pissed in the sink. Anna does have 1 or 2 effective scary moments, but it was hard to stay immersed when I was alt-tabbing to Firefox every 5 minutes to check the walkthrough, and I admit that with absolutely zero shame, because after I'd arranged 6 tree roots in the wall recesses and smeared them with the ashes of a child's heart I found in a painting, it was clear that any attempt to deduce the answers to these puzzles would be throwing another handful of brain cells carelessly to the wind. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me, I just can't stay on topic this week. I'm supposed to be talking about FIFA 13. I'll start again. Tokyo Jungle is a game on the PlayStation Network set in a world where the humans are dead and the animals must retake the city in a rather simplistic survival game with environments that look like they were made from painted cereal boxes. You pick whether you're a carnivore or a herbivore and then respectively hunt the dumb shits who pick the second option or learn to appreciate the sight of long grass, expanding your territory, finding a mate and unlocking shit. And I can't say there isn't a certain amount of charm to playing a little yappy Pomeranian as he tears the throats out of bunny rabbits and max on the lady Pomeranians, all the while wearing a schoolgirl outfit. What's the usual phrase? Oh, Japan? And all that yapping must take a lot out of you, because I swear these animals metabolize like fucking jet engines and you need to be eating pretty much all the time, which skews the game rather drastically against herbivores because edible plants are way too spread out and they might as well hang a dinner bell over the exit from the long grass. And you need to grind countless playthroughs with all the incredibly shitty animals in the same dull locations before you can get to be anything cool like a tiger or a velociraptor. And I can't stand how every time I die it insists on submitting my score to the global ranking, not only forcing me to wait a literal minute when I just want a fucking restart, but then usually informing me that I'm in 100 billionth place in the ranks of role-playing as a small yappy dog, and would I like to inform all my peers just to round out the emasculation? Shit, hang on, I got confused again. How long have I got left? 8 seconds? Fuck! FIFA 13 is a game in which you and your burly friends help a small leather sphere realise its dream of being in a net, and I think we can all agree that that's basically a positive thing. Nighty-night. The core Resident Evil series doesn't seem to do subheadings. It wasn't Resident Evil 2, there's still a bit of evil hanging around. It's mostly just clinical numbering, which come to think of it also sums up its approach to box art lately. But my unofficial subtitle for Resident Evil 4 is The Only Good One, because that was the only one that seemed 100% aware of how fucking stupid the central premise is, which is that unleashing giant feral slime monsters in populated areas is considered a flawless all-purpose assassination/terrorism/home security solution, to the point that inexplicably wealthy Saturday morning cartoon villains are queuing up to invest. I want to go to the world of Resident Evil and introduce everyone to the concept of a really big bomb. No cleaning up piles of snot, no plucky survivors to foil your retarded evil schemes, no getting eaten by close friends and family members you mutated against their will because you needed a test subject and have some kind of blind spot for homeless people. You just drop it and everyone dies. I'd make a fucking packet. Resident Evil 6 returns to something of a series tradition by having multiple simultaneous story campaigns. Outspoken misogynist and former Boyzone member Leon S. Kennedy kicks us off with some nice traditional zombie killing. Chris Fuck Boulders Redfield fights mutant terrorists in a more tactical shootery sort of way. Some new cunt called Jake fends off the love child of Ivan Drago in a piece of industrial farming equipment. And there's a fourth one that only unlocks after you've done the other 3 at 6 PM on Saturday afternoon, just when you think you're comfortably within deadline for once. And the plot involves, wait for it, an inexplicably wealthy Saturday morning cartoon villain unleashing monsters upon both China and the United States, so at least they're not being racist again. In his first scene, Leon has somehow forgotten what a zombie is, as he attempts to reason with one that is advancing towards him, smacking its chops and wearing a brain-patterned barbecue apron. While in the 3 years since RE5, Chris has somehow acquired an entirely new backstory in which he lost his men and became an embittered drunk, so they could have replaced the 2 recurring protagonists with Laurel and fucking Hardy and it would have meant precisely as much. The big problem with Resident Evil is that it has completely undermined itself. It was about fighting the Umbrella Corporation, who were kind of an anomaly in being a pharmaceuticals megacorp that just happened to be run by Satan, who was devoting all their resources to destroying the world because he's a prick like that. And by now Umbrella's supposed to be gone, and CEO Albert, Satan's hairdresser Wesker, was pretty thoroughly redfielded at the end of RE5, so what now? Oh, with this and re-revelations, we now learn that the world has an inexhaustible supply of cartoonishly evil dipshits in inexplicably lofty positions of power who regard zombie apocalypse as the sanest way to avoid a potential intelligence leak, and no one's learned a fucking thing. And doesn't this render all the hardship and struggles of the previous games completely pointless? If I were Chris Redfield, I'd fucking give up. Well, I'd say, guess the human race is just determined to wipe itself out. Let's gather up every other Resident Evil protagonist and found our own city on the moon. But you just know Leon will insist on bringing his dumb friend Keith, who forgets to file his tax return one year and tries to cover it up by causing a zombie apocalypse. Speaking of pointless struggle, when I defeat a boss monster, I wish my character would make a habit of maybe jumping up and down on the corpse a few times before leaving the room, because after a while they have no right to be surprised when it comes back for more 2 minutes later. I swear we have to go through this charade 7 or 8 times with every boss, and you can't just keep pulling that shit without devaluing it. See, I know Capcom games are never well written. Somewhere at Capcom there's a copy of the big book of dialogue cliches with a very heavily weathered spine, but this gets as boring as a playground fight where your opponent keeps making up new shit so he doesn't lose, until you want to take him behind the sheds and see how much good his everything-proof shield does him when you're knocking his teeth out with a bicycle chain. And in a game where ammo is eternally scarce, it'd be nice to know if this is a boss fight, or if I'm just supposed to run away or hold out for 10 seconds before the next cutscene, because if that's the case I won't waste my 3 precious magnum bullets on it. It's horribly inorganic design, and the interminable unfair QuickTime events add what they always add, the same thing that landmines add to a romantic stroll by the river. Now then, co-op. Resident Evil 6 is a fussy suburban mother insisting you invite that weird dribbling kid to your birthday party, so every now and again on a loading screen the nomdish shithead of some tosser who's playing the same bit at the same time appears to explain why you're not going to enjoy the next few levels very much, and thank goodness it does, because otherwise I might have thought my faithful AI partner had had some kind of stroke that makes them run around around smashing crates while I'm waiting at the level exit, fending off monsters that look like they're made of sausages and onion gravy. Broad philosophical question, what is the point of multiplayer? Socializing with other humans, correct, that's why I hate it. But also having two intelligences on hand to assist with the game's challenges. Well, when you can't communicate with your random stranger assistant beyond a generic praise emote that nobody uses because it's fucking faffy, and the extent of the challenge is directing bullets skullwards and pulling a lever at the same time you do, then what benefit does a human partner have over an AI one, besides forcing you to restart when they die, which I am forced to count as a benefit because of mirror universe political correctness. Fortunately, this is all opt-out, and if you've got any sense, you'll opt so hard that your fingertips snap off. But another online gameplay mode I kinda liked involves taking control of a monster in someone else's game, which provides a great opportunity to avenge those fingertips. I got a little satisfaction from knifing to death some stranger who might not have deserved it, but that was 1 out of about 10 attempts. The rest either didn't connect, or I'd joined 5 seconds before the guy got killed by a regular non-self-aware monster. It's disheartening to know your job could be done equally as well by a pixel-brained bleep-bloop non-controlled twat, which come to think of it might as well be the motto of Resident Evil 6. It doesn't want a player, this linear QuickTime event-spackled parade of meaningless twaddle. It wants a little ducky it can drag along on a piece of string, show it a bunch of sparkly lights, and then smack it when it doesn't seem impressed. Resident Evil 6 is not the bold, fresh continuation needed by a series that hasn't so much worn out its welcome as spent most of its visit shuffling about on its arse, leaving an elongated brown smear along the hallway carpet. You know what I'm getting a bit sick of? Silent protagonists. I can see the point in a game like Call of Duty where at all times there's at least 2 people shouting at you to stop lazing about and commit more war crimes, so another voice would only have confused matters. But otherwise it just makes you look like an asshole who climbs on other people's furniture, pockets the silverware, and blankly stares at people when they ask him to stop. It's even weirder when the silent protagonist has a name and an existing reputation with other characters in the world, because he must have spoken at some point to introduce himself, unless he constantly wears his name emblazoned on his chest. But if that's the case, how do we even know that the main character of Half-Life is Gordon Freeman and not just someone borrowing Gordon Freeman's t-shirt? And how does this work when dialogue choices come up? Are we somehow transmitting the lines telepathically or putting on different t-shirts accordingly? Yes, I know it's supposed to help us project ourselves onto the protagonist, but I don't find myself terribly engaging as a character. I'm quite the bell end. In Dishonored, you play as Corvo something, silent protagonist by royal appointment, who works as the bodyguard for the Empress and her daughter, and one has to wonder how he got the job when the Empress is stabbed 5 minutes in. And what an inconvenience that silent protagonism turns out to be over the course of the intro, when Corvo could have been saying things like, "No, I didn't stab the Empress," instead of becoming a fugitive. Or later on when his erstwhile allies are saying, "Hey Corvo, we're sending you straight out on another suicide mission, say nothing if you're cool with that." Dishonored is a rather grim, stealthy assassination game set in what Victorian London might have looked like if it had been invaded by the zombie apocalypse on one front and the Combine on the other. A spiritual descendant of games like Bioshock, Deus Ex, and above all, Thief, a game that you'll note could easily have had a silent protagonist, but which gained endless personality by having the main character occasionally turn to the audience and complain about being surrounded by more pricks than the receptionist at the Hedgehog Nymphomania clinic. Personality is the word of the day, because I like stealth and I like the stealth in this, but like a dolphin on strike, the game just wasn't clicking for me. And eventually I realised that was because it's entirely populated by herring-powered androids with faulty tubes in their emotion cores. Hello Corvo, you stabbed a bloke very efficiently, now you must go and stab another one, beep boop, lovely oil for my hinges please. Having to go back to the Loyalist HQ between every mission and muddle around getting beep booped at by cardboard flap sandwiches absolutely kills the game's pacing for me. But even in the missions the baddies are all going, "We are very evil guards, beep boop, sanctity of human life, ha ha, humor deployed, beep boop, I hope no one interfaces a dagger with my neck-mounted USB port." It's a game in which dialogue is treated as a perfectly straight cement path connecting one stab-stravaganza to the next, rather than an opportunity for characterization or levity. For a game that puts a lot of effort into world building, where the characters have great visual personality and resemble political cartoons of someone the cartoonist didn't like, it strikes me as a bit of a waste, like hiring Patrick Stewart to read the minutes of last week's PTA meeting. But as I said, I like the stealth, and that shit's a core mechanic. Dishon or Red might still get a nice comfortable thumb shoved right up it at the end of this. It does play quite a bit like Thief, even disregarding the suspiciously similar Victorian industrial electro-punk fantasy setting that also cribs slightly off Bioshock, presumably as some kind of legal defense. You explore big open-ended levels, trying to scuttle about unnoticed, picking up other people's pocket change and sometimes their entire pockets. Ideally, you knock out guards from behind, but if you fuck up, it's just a case of Errol Flynning your way to a hiding place until everyone concludes that the desperate murderous renegade with nothing to lose must have lost interest and gone home to rethink his life. Dishonor Red's addition of a short-range blink teleport adds a lot to the formula. It means the action can keep up a nice, fast, skillful pace, where Thief could be a bit slow and methodical with lots of creeping up on patrolling guards at only slightly faster than their walking pace, like a surprise hate conga. Things get a bit easy towards the end when you've spent enough skill points to teleport across chasms and see through walls, but what's a stealth game supposed to do? Not have token RPG elements? Don't answer that. But I must say that I left Soap on a Rope disappointed. Not angry, disappointed, like if someone I respected forgot which part of the body piss comes out of. Mainly because it has a fucking moral choice aspect. Oh, we do not, the game will sputter. You want to cuddle the guards to sleep? You want to slit throats like your wife left you for a jugular vein? We won't judge you. Except you do, don't you? Because there's a good ending and a bad ending. And when I realised that, because a loading screen told me so, I immediately thought, right, I'm shooting for the good ending then, and rigidly stuck to non-lethal methods for that that reason alone, and not because of what I wanted to do, or what made sense to do, or what the little man who lives in my ear tells me to do late at night. And then every time I was spotted, I'd sigh and lower my sword like Ben Kenobi's fucking death scene, rather than try to organically escape the situation because I was afraid of jeopardizing all that effort. And then the ending was disappointing because the story having to keep both the nice Corvo and the naughty Corvo plates spinning results only in one big old bland Corvo. Because this is what binary moral choice always does, and developers should fucking pack it in. But then I played the first mission again, slitting everything even remotely neck-shaped, and the catharsis made that a barrel of slightly gurgly laughs, so I'd recommend playing 2 simultaneous games, so you can do each mission once as Pope Beneficent the First, and then again as Slitpipes McGee. This will have the added bonus of giving the game a decent length, because otherwise it's a wee bit stumpy. 9 missions in all, in small buildings at that, compared to some of the levels in, say, Thief 2. If Thief 2 had an erection and turned around too fast, it would knock out everyone in the bloody room, and we've only been stepping backwards since then. After all that, I'm not sure I would recommend Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. It's fun at the very core, but otherwise kinda creaky. Every time it seems to be building a decent speed, it has to stop for a rest and cough something up. It's like someone took a box of Ferrero Rocher and randomly distributed them throughout a spherical mass of damp toilet paper. Not a painful experience, but it just makes more sense to get Ferrero Rocher from a different sweet shop. Spare a thought for the lonely life of the video game military commander, the ones beside Commander Shepard, that is, who missed all the important lessons about delegation because he was off sick with the alien clap. First of all, you can't even get the job if you don't sound like you do movie trailer voiceovers in your spare time, and then you get to spend your whole life trying to wrangle the activities of desperate lone renegades with poor anger management who think that if they boggle their eyes hard enough and purse their lips like their daughter's fiancé just left the bathroom without washing his hands, then their orders can be regarded with the same amount of respect due to someone putting their finger in their mouth and making popping sounds. And who the fuck do you think pays for all those helicopters that invariably crash in the intro sequence because they don't give that shit away at Chuck E. Cheese? Today we learned to appreciate the difficulties of command with XCOM, not to be confused with EGgsCom, which is a website for sharing your favourite omelette recipes. XCOM Enemy Unknown is a remake or a reboot or a reason to despair for the state of the creative industries for a game from the 90s variously titled UFO Enemy Unknown and XCOM UFO Defense in a spirited attempt to confuse matters even further. In a peaceful near future in which every nation on Earth has finally sat down and agreed to construct every building to the exact same height and all speak in the same American accent, aliens suddenly invade. But despite being vastly superior, they're obliging enough to start off the assault with squads of alien domestic science students wearing nappies, to give the nations of Earth enough time to club together for a specialized alien defense initiative and train up a squad of random inexperienced schlubs they picked up en masse from a nearby airport departure lounge. The player takes the role of the High Commander of XCOM, who in classic protagonist style has no face, voice, or name, so I choose to believe that they are somebody's fussy mum who feels the need to micromanage every bloody aspect of XCOM's operations, from the placement of new facilities, what suspicious glowing slimy object to research, and what sandwiches to put in all the ground squadron's lunchboxes. Did you like XCOM, Yahtzee? What was that? Sorry, I was playing XCOM. I was just going to play a bit of the next mission, but then I ended up playing the whole thing, and then the next 2. How about we pencil in a yes? I like it because it now gives me something I can mash into Syndicate's face and say, look, turns out you don't have to turn everything into a fucking shooter. I also like that it does both base management and tactical turn-based shooting without either seeming like a gimmick bolted onto the other. I spend my time in the base thinking, gosh, I'm looking forward to using these plasma rifles I've built to shoot all the baddies, and my time in the field thinking, gosh, I'm looking forward to bringing all these alloys back to base to build more plasma rifles. I find it all very absorbing. I remember while doing Valkyria Chronicles thinking that I could probably get into turn-based tactics if it didn't have so many whinging anime schoolchildren, and it turns out I was right. If there's a strong sense of investment and a nebulous and unknown foe about which we are constantly discovering new things, like the relationship a teenage boy has with vaginas, and if there are any anime school children, they're in the terror missions being liquidized beneath a berserker's fist. It's not building stuff that's absorbing per se, it's the way the game teases you with it, the little harlot. It's not enough to pay it money, you have to wait several in-game days for it to be built and camp out in its front garden looking into its bathroom window with binoculars. Oh wait, that's something else. When it takes 20 days to build a satellite, you might have forgotten what you wanted it for, but you'll throw a party for it when it does arrive, you'll give it its own little bow tie. But if there's anything I'm iffy about, it's the randomness of the UFO assaults, which are the only way to get resources. So if you've blown them all on new armor sets and satellite accessories, then there's nothing you can do but sit flicking playing cards into a hat, hoping against hope that a flying saucer will invade, preferably in one of the countries with a high panic rating that's threatening to withdraw its support because urban sectoids are rummaging through their bins, and you seem to be spending all your time flicking playing cards into a hat and dressing up your satellites. Randomness in core game mechanics almost always gets frustrating. I wish there was something proactive we could do, like instruct all the men to put on dresses and wigs and sit around in UFO landing hotspots, loudly repeating, I hope nothing interrupts this lovely picnic. And while the aliens kick off by recruiting their infantry units from the space daycare, sooner or later they want to try out their fancy new giant spider droids, and they're not going to wait around for your pudgy ass, so the difficulty ramps up regardless of how advanced you've gotten. Now, I don't really like save scumming in the tactical missions, because getting through a game that way reflects about as well on your abilities as blowing a bubble with your spit. But there's really no other option. One fuck-up can destroy this house of cards, and most of them won't land in your hat. You can survive getting one of your top guys ray-gunned into sandwich spread, 2 at a pinch, but you might as well reload if your entire super squad gets wiped up, up, because the aliens aren't going to hold back to let you train up a new selection of rookies who aim like fucking Octodad and go into panic mode if a wasp starts buzzing too close to their jam sandwiches, but at least the randomness makes the game very replayable, so take comfort in that as you contemplate restarting from scratch because you didn't research laser guns fast enough and all your best men had to be evacuated from the field with a fucking spatula. XCOM traditionalists might moan a bit because the original XCOM's tactical interface was about as intuitive as the control panel for a nuclear submarine, but fuck those people. XCOM 2012 has some iffy design and it's glitchy at times. Soldiers on Overwatch sometimes have an inexplicable ability to see enemies through walls, and these were the guys who came back negative from the psychic testing. Shows how much that proves, but it basically hits the right notes. Like a first-class bowel movement, it's solid, it's lasting, and above all, it's organic. One time I had a bunch of guys trapped in a crashed UFO central rape room with the alien equivalent of Hulk Hogan, and I only had actions left for one heavy and one sniper who were too far from the action to help. So what did I do? I got the heavy to blow a massive hole in the side of the UFO with a rocket launcher, thus granting the sniper a clear line of sight to double tap the problem right in the tash and win the mission. A masterstroke of unconventional strategizing of which I was so embarrassingly proud that I boasted furiously about it for the entire last 30 seconds of an internet video. My second novel, Jam, is now out. You can order it now from your preferred literature distribution facility, and while you're waiting, why not download the audiobook version of Mogworld from iTunes or Audible? Now you can listen to me talk for 13 hours without the expense of getting me coked up. So this week I've been playing a bit of Medal of Honor Warfighter. Sometimes I do a thing where I incrementally alter a game's name each time I say it until it's something stupid, but I'm feeling pretty fucking undercut here. You know, Warfighter, because he just fights wars all over the place, and then he gets his tax return done by his friend Numbers Accountant. I don't know anyone who didn't immediately laugh at this fucking name, so why didn't anyone involved in its development put their hand up? Or is that a flogging offence in the EA slave pits? Maybe someone was testing to see if his colleague was paying attention and he got out of hand. Let's make another fucking realistic modern war shooter. Yeah, sounds great! Also I think we should call it Warfighter. Yeah, sounds great! And then I thought maybe I could push an entire birthday cake up your cockhole. Yeah, sounds great, let's do lunch, I have a nosebleed! Or maybe it's targeted marketing. They knew the title would be laughed out of the room by all but those with less awareness than a bowl of fried tripe, and happily those are the only people who could enjoy the fucking game. Anyway, Warfighter... Sorry, serious now. It's a very serious game where lots of people die. Well, lots of foreigners die. I thought we were over the whole modern warfare thing. It had its fun for a while, systematically abusing the word realistic, but then Spec Ops The Line came along and showed us what a bunch of violent, paranoid, glory boy twats the whole genre was making us all look like. You were supposed to slink off in shame. Nanny caught you with your hand in the cookie jar, you don't just continue eating the cookies. But no, Warfighter's down with everything that makes modern shooters fucking despicable. The story just kept dumping me in one location after another and told me to shoot all the brown people talking foreign. I didn't know who they were or why they deserved it, although I did know they were vastly outmatched technologically. At one point you take control of a remote-controlled robot that goes behind enemy lines and fucking mows people down until someone can tip it over and bash its camera in with a rock, and that just fucking says it all, doesn't it? We've got kill droids, they've got rocks. We are Imperial Stormtroopers massacring the fucking Ewoks. I could maybe stomach the ethics if it was a fun game, but like all modern shooters, having to be played by a self-aware human being was classified by the developers as a bug. Shoot that bloke, said my colleague, but I hadn't spotted the bloke he was talking about, so he said too slow and did it himself. A turret guy I'd been carefully flanking for a few moments was shot by an NPC just as I was lining up the sights. 3 enemy buildings full of snipers were bombed to dust by missiles launched from what I think was the vengeful finger of God. Why the fuck am I even here? I thought as I zoned out on the battlefield again, all the gunfire and shouting blurring together and settling on me like a big head-mounted pancake. This game has made it perfectly clear it doesn't want me around. It wants the kind of person who doesn't think Warfighter is a stupid title. Incidentally, Warfighter. So I stopped. An hour and a half in, I stopped. I put down the controller and turned it off. There are only so many neurons I'm prepared to squander. Then I played the Doom 3 BFG edition instead, which also came out last week. A much more fulfilling shooter experience, even while BFG in this case appears to stand for begging for greenbacks. So id is apparently working on a Doom 4 because they had their fun with Rage, but now their owners would rather they made a big sack of money for them all to go windsurfing with. But first they need to make sure that people actually remember what Doom is, besides the sound a slightly stupid bass drum makes, hence a thing that rather amusingly terms itself a remastering, which in this sense means you can hold a flashlight with another weapon now. But even that's smacks of revisionist history to me. Alright, it was kind of weird how the Space Marine never thought to use duct tape or just hold the flashlight between his massive pectoral muscles, but it was part of the game. There are levels that I'm pretty sure were designed around the dodgy lighting, and the one thing everyone remembers about Doom 3 is that it was darker than a Pontefract cake lodged in Barry White's armpit. Every other slightly dodgy design choice is preserved for posterity in the Barry's Funky Gammon Flaps edition, like the frankly bizarre ragdoll physics that turns corpses into somersaulting paper dirigibles, or the shitty sound design where the assault rifle sounds like a playing card clipped to a bicycle wheel and the handgun sounds like a robot vagina queefing transmission fluid, and obnoxious load times long enough to let me think of really horrible analogies like that one. You know, when Doom 3 first came out, I thought less of it because it distanced itself from the original Doom's colourful balls on the T-trolley action with its grey palette, narrow corridors and endless audio logs from boring people who got lost on the way to the System Shock 2 auditions. But how naive my younger self seems now to have thought that Doom 3 constitutes a bad direction for shooters, now that I'm playing Doom 3 to cleanse my fucking palette after playing Warfighter because holy shit, suddenly I have firm context. I am a lone space marine being attacked by demons from hell, and now I get to kill all the demons because demons are dicks. And I know they're dicks because they keep jumping out of cupboards and trying to relocate my balls to my armpits. It's not me and a huge army invading hell, half-heartedly shooting at silhouettes 50 yards away that may or may not be a demon until some cosmic overseeing entity decrees that I may proceed and shoot up the next location. Instead, I'm in a corridor, and there's a monster in the way, and I can proceed once there isn't a monster in the way. You know what really jumped out at me? No objective markers. So if there's a locked door, I have to organically search the nearby environment for the key with no direction to go on. And you know what that took away from the experience? Nothing! I suppose Warfighter exasperates me, because after I declared Battlefield 3 and Modern Warfare as the twin bollock lords of Shit Mountain, there were dissenting voices dismissing my opinion on the basis that I just don't like shooters. Oh, you ignorant little bastards. Stick your balls up your arse and clench yourself castrated. I was into shooters while you were sucking on Wiimotes, you cover-loving, health-regenerating murderer-come-latelys. You don't even know what a shooter is. A shooter is fast-paced, circle-strafing, wits-about-you, rocket-jumping, last scrap of health, tootly-fuck-pies, organic excitement in a fancy hat. It is not riding a conveyor belt to the next chest-high wall and resting your head on it until you get lulled into a lovely little sleep by other people's gunfire. Perhaps this calls for greater clarity of language. Doom 3 and Painkiller and Resistance 3 will call shooters, and we'll come up with a new name for Modern Warfare-style games like Spunk Gargle Wee Wee. I'm perfectly fine with people telling me I just don't like Spunk Gargle Wee Wee, and Warfighter is bad even for Spunk Gargle Wee Wee, so gargle something else. I had to mentally prepare myself before diving into Assassin's Creed 3, look at what big assholes you are, British people. I now live in Australia because Britain is as miserable as you'd expect for a place whose residents have to keep stealing other better countries to live in, but I still get narky when other people slag it off. And hey, America, people who live in glass houses should probably get around to closing Guantanamo Bay one of these days. And I was afraid Assassin's Creed 3 would do what most fiction set in the War of Independence does, paint the redcoats as a bunch of powdered wig rapists and the foundation of the United States as some destined final puzzle piece for all civilization, like America is the tail and planet Earth is the donkey. But wait, thank you for reminding me, loading screen, this is a game created by a multicultural team of various faiths and beliefs, so the history is portrayed fairly neutrally. Yes, the native people pretty much got bent over a pommel horse either way. Yes, George Washington was a bit of a dozy cunt when you get right down to it, so that's fine. Doesn't make the game any less boring, but there you go. It's the choice of setting, I think. Colonial America has very little fabulous base-jumping architecture like the Italian Renaissance, nor even the knights in armour smashing each other about all over the place like the Crusades. It's just a largely political dispute in two very similar-looking colonial cities, and a load of trees rather suspiciously laid out in convenient free-running paths. The new protagonist's kind of bland as well. Connor is the son of an Indian woman, and some smug British cunt who was raised by an oppressive Native American tribe joins the assassins because a glowing cricket ball told him to, and helps out with the American Revolution for want of something to do with his weekends, and which of the three factions he's most devoted to shifts in service to what the plot feels like making you do next. And a lot of the plot plays like an episode of the fucking Magic School Bus, where you can't walk 10 paces without bumping into someone famous doing the thing they're famous for. Connor even witnesses the signing of the Declaration of Independence for no apparent reason. As much as watching some old people writing on a piece of paper thrills me down to the taint hairs, I'm kinda in this for the stabbing. The question I ask myself is this: what is the core gameplay mechanic of Assassin's Creed at this point? Because I'll tell you what it isn't: assassinating people. Compare it to Assassin's Creed 1, where everything led up to the next stabbing of someone stab-worthy, after which you'd get another ability to help with future stabbing. For all its faults, the game was inarguably about stabbing. Each game has added more junk, and now the stabbing has detached and flown away, while the rest of the game waddles about like its trousers are about to fall down. A large percentage of the plot missions are either gimmicky mini-games, many introduced then and then immediately dropped, like the cannon-firing one, or just have you chase someone, which is always bloody annoying, because run and climb are the same button, so if you veer too close to a wall, it's like you're piloting a man made of blue tack. Where are all the missions where they just give you a target and leave you to figure out your own way to stab Central with all the gadgets you've unlocked? You're taught a new assassin ability for each of the optional territory liberation missions when you use it to kill the ringleader, but then you never use it again because you've already liberated the place. You could make a good case for the core mechanic being highlighting something on the map and then running to it. The sandbox maps gets absolutely bukkake with collectibles and side quests, but what's it all in aid of, Assassin's Creed 3? Well, at your home base there's this ongoing thing where Connor enlists specific craftsmen to recreate his own personal theme park version of Little House on the Prairie. So, you use the money and recipes that it seems every activity in the game rewards you with to craft everyday goods and items, and the friendlier you are with the craftsmen, the more things you can craft. Alright, I have successfully crafted a sofa. What do I do with the sofa? You sell the sofa for money! Okay, now I'm a millionaire East Coast sofa baron. What do I do with the money? Well, the most expensive things in the game are upgrades for your ship, which make it easier to complete the naval missions. Well, that's something, I suppose. What benefit do the naval missions provide me? More trading routes for you to sell sofas on! Sorry, when is this going to get back to stabbing people? What is it with you and stabbing people? What is it with you and not stabbing people? If you do go through this whole process, side missions to sofas to seafaring to sofas again, then the reward you're left with at the end of it all is lots of money. Wow, you've made a global variable in a video game increment significantly. Have a fucking round of applause. Now, if we could spend the money on, say, a rocket skateboard to get around on, or a lawnmower to use in combat to reenact the final scene from Brain Dead, that would be valid. But your running and fighting ability is as efficient at the very start of the game as it's ever going to be. You wait until someone tries to attack, then you press counter and stab them so hard that their nipples pop off like champagne corks. It all seems so arse backwards to me. Yeah, here's the fun bits, whatever, the game seems to say. Here's the stealth and the free running and the combat if that's also fucking important to you. But if you're very, very good, then maybe one day you'll unlock the privilege of doing something completely fucking tedious. Don't be Farmville Assassin's Creed, be Assassin's Creed. We've already got a Farmville, it's called Farmville. I thought I'd be getting pissed off at the anti-British stuff, but really I'm just bored, which is kind of a first for the series. This is the risk you take as you get closer to the present day and history becomes more about politics and less about hitting each other with spiky balls on the ends of sticks. Regardless, it really doesn't help when you make a game mechanic out of buying eggs and milk from the corner shop. But speaking of closer to the present, I should mention future Desmond, who more and more resembles a sulky teenage cunt being dragged to a museum by his parents, as his story actually gets some payoff at last. You even do some brief, extremely linear missions with him as some last-minute attempt to make him less bland than a sheet of blank printer paper. Actually, especially towards the end, the future Desmond plot fucking stampedes towards a payoff, hastily throwing out lurching plot turns like confetti as it goes. But Connor's story is both boring and barely connected to the overarching stuff, so it hardly seems like grand finale material. Maybe we're just going to move on from future Desmond and relive the racial memories of someone more interesting, like, I don't know, Ken Dodd, or a really historically significant goose. I feel sorry for 343 Industries, the company Microsoft brought in to do Halo because the company's champagne fountain needed refilling and Bungie escaped from the basement. It's always awkward replacing someone everyone's gotten used to, isn't it? This must be what it's like for new popes. Oh, sorry, the old pope always preferred golden syrup in his porridge. No, it's alright, the old pope and me had this little understanding. I'd fuck altar boys and he'd hush it up. Still, you can't say 343 aren't grateful for the opportunity. Funny how Halo 4 was released on election day as part of some sinister Republican conspiracy to make people who write game FAQs stay at home, because at the start and end of the game there's a little personal message from the new developers that has much of the acceptance speech about it. Ooh, thank you so much for accepting us, oh handsome and wonderful consumer. We promise not to completely diddle Halo over a doghouse. Slurp, slurp, fawn, fawn. It's just a fucking aging shooter franchise, 343 Industries. You're not the fucking UN Secretary General. Stop trying to alter boy me. Anyway, we return to the life of Master Chief, a faceless, socially awkward bellend with a postgraduate degree in being in charge of shit. After successfully concluding whatever the fuck was going on in Halo 3, he was left adrift in space with no company but his naked hologram lady. So after 4 solid years of masturbating, he wakes up to find himself smack in the middle of a hostile enemy fleet and being pulled onto a mysterious planet, and Covenant, Forerunner, Arbiter, Promethean, I know what all these individual words mean, but together they make no sense. By Halo 3, I was feeling like a Cub Scout in an S&M club, lacking the capacity to comprehend the things around me and wondering if I was supposed to call the police. So I was grateful that Halo 4 seemed to be kicking it off with a fresh new story, but by halfway through I was lost again. Nobody ever adequately explains anything to Mr. Chief. His entire role in life is to get to the next USB port so he can plug in his wank hologram and she can run sortthisshitout.exe. It's something to do with some ancient asshole who wants to kill all humans, and Mr. Chief is the only one who can stop him because he downloaded onlywhonewhocanstophim.dll from a ghost. So the broad plot sniffs its own farts a wee bit, but video game story is like a car park. It has multiple levels, and is more expensive near the exit. The dialogue and characterization level shows some improvement, and people are finally capable of exhibiting emotions besides inspiring military courage. The big thing is that Cortana is going sexy senile and alternates between whinging about it and doing what's technically known to artificial intelligence experts as going off on one, which is obviously going to become a problem because Mr. Chief doesn't know how to run sortthisshitout.exe. He can't even change his ringtone. And there's an asshole military captain who's perhaps quite reasonably iffy about working with someone whose pet AI keeps going off on one, and a more sympathetic Kevin Spacey type with sad eyes and a twatty haircut. They're all quite nicely rounded. It's kind of a shame that they all have to orbit around Mr. Chief, though, who's about as engaging as a fucking totem pole with an upturned bucket on the top can be. He always struck me as the result of 2 developers arguing over whether or not to have a silent protagonist, meeting each other halfway, and now they have to figure out how to make him look sad without resorting to drawing little tears on his visor with Tipp-Ex. I suppose the thing about Halo is that it's a bit, what's the word, sexless? You can never accuse it of being spunk gargle wee wee because it is quite organic with big open levels that are all like, just gonna leave this vehicle here, maybe using it to drive around the level would be frickin' sweet, but if that's not your bag, you know what they say about rocks, they're nature's bouncy castle. While something like Battlefield 3 forces you into vehicles like it's stuffing dough into a toilet roll tube. Get in! You must experience the next 10 to 15 set pieces exactly as was intended, from a vehicle being pulled along a rail like you're on the fucking Haunted Mansion ride at Disneyland. But while Halo doesn't frustrate me that way, it's just kinda boring. It reminds me of playing Space Hulk or one of those other tabletop games where you have a box full of generic prefab rooms and have to clip a bunch of them together to make a level. Enemy structures are like franchised burger chains stamped onto the landscape every now and again, and it's all too fucking clean. All polished shimmering cuboids glued together with magic glowing space glue. It's unreal, it's plasticky, it's like fighting inside a giant Masters of the Universe playset. And there are several things about Halo combat I've never liked, even while it eschews chest-high walls. Most of the guns look and handle like they taped glow sticks to something manufactured by Super Soaker or Nerf and literally make the sound pew pew pew. And you fight the same handfuls of enemies from USB port to USB port, and even on normal difficulty one has a rather mean-spirited tendency to be killed very, very suddenly and without warning, mainly because of the many brightly coloured glowing projectiles one must avoid void, about half of them plink off your armor like a sparrow in a glittery dress, and the other half blast your buttock plates off like a night on Bad Mexican. If this is combat evolved, then it's an evolutionary dead end. It's a fucking gay African mammoth. And the best you could say about 343 Industries at this point is that they're certainly not making waves. No Michael Bay they, taking intellectual properties with one hand and dipping a paintbrush in sick with the other. The new weapons are more shiny Fisher-Price toys, and the new baddies are the innumerable twin siblings of the same two glowing bullet sponge dangle twats, and nary so much as a boss fight to liven things up. So rejoice, Halo fans! Your stale, pretentious franchise for 12-year-olds has had just enough embalming fluid injected to keep it riding high on the level of stagnant as opposed to dead. Single-player campaign's bloody short and all. We tracked down the final USB port of the gods, well, the two final USB ports of the gods, because if it's worth doing once, it's worth prefabbing to pad the runtime out, finish off the big baddie with one quick-time event, enjoy the spectacle of Mr. Chief looking sad, and off we tot. But don't worry, says the game, we took all those shiny environments you just disinterestedly buzzed through and prefabbed the balls off them so you can frolic forever in the Elysian fields of multiplayer. I think I see how this works. The story campaign is basically the IKEA showroom, and the multiplayer is all the IKEA furniture in your house now that you actually have to live with it. But it never looks quite as good as it did in the shop, does it, when it was under the carefully arranged showroom lighting and it didn't wobble when you leant on it and you'd just eaten some lovely meatballs. What heartens me is that eventually everyone currently over 40 will die, and video games will be as legitimate as all other entertainment media. Sitting down to play through Spec Ops or Uncharted will be thought of as just like going to the theatre. Playing online shooters will be like going out and actually interacting with other human beings, and playing spunk gargle wee wee games like COD Blobs 2 will be regarded the same as drunkenly lying sprawled over the couch, half watching Top Gear because that was the first thing that came on when your head smashed into the remote, and also someone is slowly emptying a jug of cold porridge onto your head. But I must say that Blobs 2 really breaks new ground in this genre of games for paranoid right-wing gun nut shitheads who have become quite literal armchair generals now that their body fat has fused to the upholstery, by telling the inspiring story of a determined Nicaraguan freedom fighter in his quest to find justice for his murdered family as he is hounded at every turn by the American military as represented by a small cabal of fucking mental white dudes. Perspective really does count for a lot, doesn't it? The game tries to paint the villain as evil by showing him shotgun the legs off his unarmed foes, but all I could think was that the intended audience would be guffawing clouds of inexpensive beer if it had been Jack Bauer doing that. The story switches between Generico McCracker I in the past and Generico McCracker II in the future as they struggle against this one terrorist bloke who is hatching a plot to hack all of America's unmanned military drones. Oh, bless, is the mean old foreigner trying to take away your infinite supply of poor innocent remorseless kill droids? Boo-hoo, Dr. fucking Doom. Meanwhile, the best argument they have to persuade you against Foreign J Furious is that here, terrorist, like just saying the fucking word will activate your pre-programmed berserker mode, Manchurian Candidate style. Actually, to be fair, the morality is portrayed more evenly than I'm making out. There's even a brief chapter where you play as the villain, and yeah, you spend the whole time running about screaming and chopping people's heads off, but everyone in this game is fucking nuts. If they're not kill crazy, they're hallucinating floating numbers like Count from Sesame Street's off his meds. But that just raises the question, if we're trapped on the planet of the arseholes, which one are we supposed to take shelter in during the fart storms? Or more pithily, who are we supposed to root for? Fucking no one is my take. This really is a game for absolute cretins. If you've played through Blops 2 and legitimately didn't immediately figure out who the guy with the bag on his head actually was, then I will send you money because I'm pretty sure I could write you off as charity work. It also helps if you're a white absolute cretin. It's a bit creepy how the only characters who remain consistently trustworthy are all white Americans with the same haircut, because everyone with an accent and or dark skin is obviously just totally fucking jealous of our freedom, guys. The one exception is the black American commander played by Tony Todd, who merely comes across as really weird. I'm growing to hate the spunk gargle wee wee habits of appealing to the attention deficit crowd by randomly jumping the plot around time and space, skipping to a whole new location every half hour with a gunfight already underway. It's like they carefully worked out the whole plot, then cut it up, shuffled it around and removed all the bits where there wasn't any murder going on, and we're just left to pick up the story from what remains. Well, I'm white, paranoid and stupid, so this game sounds ideal so far, says a nearby cunt. I'm just worried the gameplay won't also cater to my many neurological difficulties. Whoops, my brain fell out again. Worry not, Blops 2 continues the genre tradition of smacking you like a disobedient mule in blinkers if you attempt to veer from the linear succession of set pieces. Sometimes it appeals to your implied desire to masturbate over top-of-the-range military hardware by handing you shiny toys that you use once and discard like McDonald's Happy Meal boxes, and it's like 1,000 tiny glimpses of infinitely more interesting games. You use wingsuits and jetpacks and grappling hook guns, all of which are concepts that would make for far more interesting core gameplay, but each one is used precisely once at a predetermined moment to move to the next objective marker essentially in a cutscene. It's like buying an entire roast chicken to take one bite and then throw the rest in a sewer, except you're doing it in front of a really hungry dog. And the gadgets you can use in organic gameplay are largely useless, like the cloaking suit. I put it on, ran out into the battlefield and was immediately shot. Bang up job there, R&D. Perhaps I was given away by the dirty great assault rifle floating 3 feet off the ground like it's in a Serious Sam game. But before I could start writing off Blops 2 as circling the creative drain like a little paper boat folded from an issue of Guns and Ammo, one major new gameplay addition materialized, a semi-optional tower defense mode. Remember, like Assassin's Creed Revelations had a semi-optional tower defense mode and it was fucking dumb then too. Is this a new thing? Is tower defense some kind of new draw card in the great game of Magic the Gathering that is the industry, plus one defense against gameplay stagnation? Anyway, it's pretty fucking tedious. With the console controls, switching between units is like looking for your favourite congealed lump of oats in a bowl of week-old porridge. They take half a decent-sized sandwich break to get to where you want them to be, and their usual strategy once they get there is to mill around trying to catch bullets in their mouths for nourishment. You can control individual units and turrets directly, and you'll pretty much have to do that because they couldn't outwit a spider with 7 legs pulled off. I'd call the whole concept lurchingly crowbarred in, but since every chapter in this game feels completely disconnected from the one before it, it manages to actually be quite fitting. People fortunate enough to have randomly been born white in the first world are the most privileged motherfuckers on this unequal fucking planet, and modern warfare games are basically those people complaining about how tough life can be when everyone's jealous of you. It's like when white dudes complain about being victims of racism because all the people they used to enslave are making fun of them, or when Christians cry about being persecuted because the government wants to recognise that men can be into the cock. Just to underline it, the villain is behind an organisation of the world's underclasses, so you can add the poor to the growing list of peoples the audience of Black Ops 2 feels threatened by. But perhaps I shouldn't dwell on the politics. The occasionally sympathetic portrayal of the villain and that whole chapter where you're called upon to defend a repulsively decadent future city for rich people does show a degree of self-awareness on Blops 2's part. I honestly can't be asked to speculate what level of irony we may or may not be operating on, so let's just judge it by the gameplay. It's boring and stupid, give it a miss. Fuck, that could have saved a bit of time. Hitman is a series of games about the world's greatest assassin, which sounds like a lofty title, but it's probably quite easy to become the world's greatest assassin when you're trapped in a mysterious parallel universe where everyone on the planet was nursed on lead baby bottles and failed to recognize someone wearing different clothes except when they're in the middle of murdering someone. Fancy dress parties must be a fucking nightmare in this world. God damn it, none of my friends have shown up and my home has been invaded by various professionals in standard workwear, modified to be sexually enticing for some reason. Oh no, wait, that must be Frank over there, garrotting that nurse. Mind you, in his latest outing, Agent 47 isn't taking home any cleverness prizes either after he decides the best way to stop people noticing the obvious barcode on the back of his head is to put a band-aid over it, not big enough to cover it, but big enough to be obvious. Or maybe he's hoping people will look at him and just see a giant fucking band-aid that walks like a man. Agent 47, the man named after the total number of functioning follicles on his person, covers up his barcode because he's on the run from his own agency, and it's not like they'd circulate a description of his trademark suit or scary face. No, it's all those bounty hunters wielding supermarket checkout scanners you have to worry about. He goes on the run after he's sent after a former colleague who went rogue, but changes his mind the moment after he shoots her. Oh damn the inconvenient timing of the human heart. He becomes the guardian of a teenage MacGuffin in a skirt because she was vat-grown to be the perfect killer just like he was, and that just tugs at the little garrote wires he has instead of heartstrings, and risks both their lives trying to keep her away from the various entities vying to exploit her, and there are little steamy whiffs of bullshit coming off all this. I feel that the whole change of heart thing could have been staggered out a bit better. If I had to murder someone, I wouldn't stay my hand if I found out he was afraid of theme park mascots, just because holy shit, I used to be afraid of theme park mascots, and I'm not even a professional assassin, although I have killed a lot of theme park mascots. Hitman as a series has always perched coquettishly on the fence between grim and goofy. You create orphans like a cottage cheese fetish creates dry cleaning expenses, but you have the option of doing it while dressed as Big Bird, that sort of thing. But Absolution got knocked off balance by a clumsy magpie and proudly wears that ever so hilarious grindhouse style people seem to like these days where all the villains are fucking cartoon characters, hence the Kung Fu Super Nuns made famous in the very dumb trailer for this game, who show up for all of one mission and don't affect the plot in the slightest, so apparently the very dumb trailer was the highlight of their involvement. They don't even do much for all the build-up, they blow up one building and then say, alright, let's spread out and stand around strategically turning our backs on faintly suspicious people. And it's quite a warm night, so we'd better take off our anti-garrote scarves. Apparently before 47, the agency's method of creating super assassins was to put a few random secretaries in fetish outfits and give them one rocket launcher to share. I wonder if any of them excitedly rang their parents to tell them about their new promotion. I wonder if Thanksgiving was awkward that year. If you're unfamiliar with standard Hitman gameplay, they're basically adventure games for the impatient. Missions take place in open-ended environments, and you can either engineer an accidental seeming death with obscure inventory puzzles, or you can just stove their head in with a brick, because you've got shit to do. In which case, long-time murder fans may be disappointed by the prevalence of shorter linear maps in the name of storytelling focus, and I think of Hitman games like I think of Columbo. They suffer when they try to be about the character rather than his work. Because 47 made garrote with the best of them, but it wouldn't be stimulating conversation if you were sat next to him at a dinner party. At times, Absolution is even a bit aggressive in trying to turn things into a shootout, such as when it leaves a sniper rifle next to a prime vantage point as one would leave a bottle of Sailor Jerry in a recovering alcoholic's bathroom cabinet. I'd say there are only a handful of missions that truly brush up against blood money levels of quality with a great big living environment full of murder possibility, but a handful is better than one, and one is better than none, and none is better than a fish skeleton down the cockhole. So I guess what I'm saying is that Absolution is several degrees better than a fish skeleton down the cockhole. What I dislike about Hitman is that missions tend to have to be replayed over and over again before you can pull them off half decently, and 47's many things, but you can't make him precognizant as well. That's just not being fair on everyone else. Absolution tackles that with an instinct mechanic that makes important things glow yellow, like the sniper from TF2 has just run through the area desperately searching for his incontinence medicine, but it's still advisable to waste a life or two running about the level hooting and slapping your bum, leading a trail of extremely perplexed guards until you figured out where everything is, and the day Covert Ops Academy teaches that particular technique is the day nerve gas from the armory accidentally seeps seeps into the air conditioning. And what I could do without Absolution is the score tracker in the top left constantly being deducted when I'm not being absolutely perfect. Whoops, you had to knock someone out. 100 points from Gryffindor. Fuck off, Hitman Absolution. You can't expect perfection on the first fucking attempt. Maybe save the score tracker for the replay, which would at least imply that I'm the kind of lonely jizz handle who gives two fucks about maximum score. At the end of all that, Hitman Absolution is neither the worst nor the best Hitman. It captures the good now and again, but in the crowded elevator of execution it gets awkwardly caught between the fat greasy redneck buttocks of story focus and the bulging lucha libre wrestlers' nipples of being geared for challenge. The user-created contracts mode is an interesting way to smoosh our faces nipplewards. You go through one of the existing single-player levels, or more practically one of the handful of actually good ones, mark whatever target you like, kill them in an awesome way, then challenge your friends to do it as awesomely as you did. Sound design, but kinda limited, especially with the smaller maps. I'm not asking for a full-on level designer, but it would be nice to customize what NPCs there are and how they act in some intuitive way. Like, say for example, if I wanted to populate the entire map with people in theme park mascot costumes with a tendency to congregate under large outlets that occasionally disgorge grand pianos. Oh, don't you start telling me I have a problem. I get enough of that from the voices, thank you very much. I am a banana. I say that partly because I like taking all my clothes off and hiding in bowls of muesli, and partly because, like a banana, I feel I'm going soft as I get older. I've been liking more games lately, and I know saying that has just made someone who likes Modern Warfare shooters spit take a mouthful of inexpensive supermarket whiskey, but the games that exist outside that particular cum bubble have been going from strength to strength. That could just be because absolutely fucking anything looks good alongside a cum bubble, or perhaps it means I actually do have the power to make things improve as long as I unceasingly bully and insult it for half a decade. Although that seems unlikely because, as has already been established, I am a banana, and the only influence I have is over one's potassium intake. But whatever the case, a few years ago I did Far Cry 2 and thought it would have been alright if it weren't for a couple of rather glaring issues, and now Far Cry 3 has pretty much sorted out those glaring issues and therefore is alright. It's fine. It fills the space. What do you want from me? I am a banana. The glaringest of the glaring issues in Far Cry 2 was characters, as in there didn't seem to be any, just a whole load of people doing stuff. Far Cry 3, meanwhile, has a strong character focus, meaning that there are still a load of people doing stuff, but now they wonder aloud if the stuff they're doing is the right stuff after all. You are Jason Brody, an American tourist and member of a small group of preening, self-centered rich gobshites who, to the immense relief of the entire known universe, fall foul of a slavery ring on a tropical island run by a psychopath named Vars, whose name one can remember with the simple mnemonic, watch out for Vars, he'll enslave your ass. Over the course of rescuing his surviving friends, Jason must shed his idle, doughy, wonder-bred carapace and build himself anew from the steel and bearskins of the jungle. But by the time he's reunited with his friends and they're all sitting around whinging about torture, enslavement and the lack of mobile reception, Jason must face the fact that he probably doesn't have much to talk about with them anymore, since none of them like Belgian takedowns or flamethrower bear hunting. It is nice to see a shooter protagonist who doesn't start out with years of off-camera special forces training and instead must gradually grow into that role through non-stop violence and taking massive amounts of drugs, to the point that his toenail clippings alert sniffer dogs. It's a character arc. The character has to change and adapt rather than start off as a big meathead in power armor and end as the exact same meathead in power armor with maybe a slightly sorer throat. And I'm fond of how the game retains its focus on Jason's internal journey by never leaving his first-person perspective, which is great for dream sequences but not so much for vehicle sections. I kept sliding off the roads because the cars are always a few feet wider than you think they are. It's a lot like online dating. But I digress. The character arc brings to mind the one in Spec Ops: The Line, as in both cases a hostile environment strips the comfortable hypocrisies of civilization from an everyman protagonist until only a monster remains, except in Far Cry 3's case he starts thinking that he actually quite likes being a monster, and while you can never go back to your old life now that you have an itch that can only be scratched by adding to your necklace of testicles, at least you don't have to queue up at the DMV now. So what we have here is a truly organic sandbox shooter. It's a free trade parsnip where something like Blops 2 is a discarded KFC chicken wing on a dog turd. A typical combat mission involves scouting the area from a vantage point, marking targets, picking the optimal angle of approach, and taking down the baddies one by one. It's quite relaxing really, like pruning a rose bush where the roses can get freaks out and call another rose bush to come and back it up. And it's always very satisfying to pull it off without being spotted, although the nature of an organic sandbox can lead to some odd results. One time I was carefully scouting an enemy base and had just about decided on the best angle of attack when a fucking tiger lolloped into the base and fucking cleared it out with strategic maulings. What a right wally Mr. Pussycat has made me look like, but it's the sort of thing that would never fucking happen in Call of Duty, isn't it? Not unless Mr. Pussycat was a programmed set piece with ties to Al-Qaeda. Anyway, animal hunting is a big part of upgrading your equipment, so after that I resolved to up my tiger quota in case the rebel army started thinking tigers might make better insurgents than random pasty holiday makers. The funny thing was, after I'd murdered enough animals to craft all the inventory upgrades and earn the title of Parallel Universe Noah, as well as gotten most of the upgrades I needed from the experience track, there was still about half the game to go, and this is without obsessive side questing. I did a few, but I spent more time flying randomly around on the hang glider, imagining that I was pooing on enemy installations. It's like the first half of the game is for upgrading into a badass mofo, and the second half is for pootling around being a badass ass mofo, which I actually kind of like if that was intended. There are too many games where you only get the Ultra Pussycat Death Beam surprise that rips off the enemy's cock and writes their obituary with it right at the end of the game, so you only get to use it on the end boss and maybe his goldfish. Giving us plenty of time to make the most of all the best toys is remaining true to the sandbox, no joining the dots from checkpoint to checkpoint, just a set of tools and a target. You want to hang glide over an assassination mission and jump on the dude like he's a fucking Cooper Trooper, then Godspeed, you mad bastard. Having said that though, the story missions can be a bit more Checkpoint Charlie and a bit less roaming Rambo. What's most disappointing is that the major villains are all defeated with horrible quick-time event cutscenes that aren't so much boss fights as middle management disagreements. I appreciate that given the setting you can't exactly have them piloting giant robots, but still... Come to think of it, the story aspect is generally weaker in the second half, especially after Vars the Arse, the character who is the fucking face of the game, mind you, disappears and is replaced by someone less interesting, and now that I'm on the complaint train, stealthing it is fun, but intense firefighting gets annoying, because your health drops like a fat dog from a hot air balloon, and wrestling with the weapon selector and health syringes under pressure is like rearranging the HDMI cables at gunpoint. But this is nitpicking, as we established at the start I am a banana, and Far Cry 3's fine. It's alright. There is one last disappointment in the story ending, though. I opted to stay on the island rather than go home, but without wishing to spoil, that ending is shit. Don't tell me the good ending entails a guy who machetes bears while high going back to civilization, because I'd give him a week before he's making bootleg wallets out of fat people's ears. I think I've figured out Nintendo's strategy now. They're playing a long game, they are. The idea is to make all their products look good retroactively by making all their successors slightly worse. The Wiimote might be a fairy wand in a bubble-wrapped condom, but at least it's not a controller the size of a tea tray that you have to hold up in one hand to use the touchscreen, and which, like a prolonged romantic dry spell, weighs rather heavily on the wrist. So I got myself a Wii U, and as with many Nintendo products these days, the startup process feels like you're joining a cult, with the constant music that one might hear in the elevators at a methadone clinic, and the crowd of me's staring up at you as if to say, "Come and join us, the master will be home soon." And I had to mute the fucking TV during the update process because that repeating widdly-wee noise felt like it was implanting hypnotic suggestions with a drill. Here's a fun drinking game I devised for the Wii U. Take a shot every time the little controller screen is doing something that couldn't have just been put on the TV screen without sacrificing anything. It's the best drinking game because afterwards you can legally drive home. Oh, but they tell me you can take the screen controller away and keep playing when someone else wants to use the TV. Although I still prefer my old solution to that problem, which is to tell them to piss off. Why is Nintendo so terrified of my massive TV? They finally grudgingly gave the Wii HD support but want me to take every opportunity to flee from the big black monster like it's actually a surly gorilla holding up a tinted windscreen. I know it looks kind of like the monolith from 2001 lying on its side, but the monolith was actually a friendly alien device if you'd watched the whole film. But enough about console, let's talk games. In every Nintendo launch lineup there's a token that we're a mature gaming platform, no really, hardcore exclusive, a role filled last time around by Red Steel in much the same way that expired dog food fills a Wellington boot, and this time by Zombie U. Now there's elegant naming for you. In one fell swoop we instantly know that A, it's a game about zombies, B, it's on the Wii U, and C, Ubisoft's naming department either recently has been or very shortly will be undergoing a bit of downsizing. But Zombie U came as a bit of a surprise. One can never expect much of a new IP hardcore launch title because this is traditionally a bland box-ticking exercise to move enough units to the average cock splash with a comfort zone the size of a Japanese parking space. Maybe with a few gimmicks to show off the new hardware like a door-to-door dildo salesman showing a housewife all the different speed settings. But Zombie U defies its role in life and is less scrotum-swinging action shooter than nipple-massaging survival horror with leanings towards Dark Souls and roguelikes of all things, where player characters are permanently lost upon death and are replaced by another random Johnny thrown into the same situation with no equipment because the zombified previous twat is still holding it all. Each protagonist has a random appearance, name and job, and it can be quite demoralizing when you've spent several hours as Zack Danger, Private Eye, only to make one stupid mistake and then get stuck with Fat Bob, the fucking community support officer. It's good for creating tension when you really want to avoid failure. Every time I caught a zombie's insta-kill bite attack, I'd make a weird involuntary vocalization that couldn't decide if it was a swear or not, like "Fugba!" or "Day cunt!" The game is set in post-zombie London and was designed by someone who rather obviously isn't from London because all their knowledge of the city seems to come from sightseeing tours. You visit Buckingham Palace and the Tower of London, and yes, thrillingly, you can kill beef eaters. That's one off the bucket list. According to the story, when the zombie thing came about, everyone expected Buckingham Palace to sort it out as opposed to someone who actually runs the country. I know this is a confusing point for people who don't live in monarchies, but no one actually expects the Queen to do anything. She's only the ruler in the same way certain people claim that they are owned by their cats. It's a cute thing to say, but if there's no one around to work the ring pull on the whiskers tin, then the cat's pretty fucked. You play a conga line of hapless plebs holed up in a tube station with a mysterious voice calling itself the Prepper, or more accurately, Prepper, eh up me ducks, but get along down pub, and events complicate as you explore the city and find opportunities that may represent an escape or perhaps even a cure, while the Prepper just wants you to seal yourself in a vault with so many tins of beans that your offspring evolve into fart-based life forms. I do love survival horror, and this is about as survival as it gets, and actually quite scary at times, even more so if you're afraid of those big furry hats, and why wouldn't you be? At its best, the atmosphere's a bit condemnedy and has some nice little touches, like when you open your backpack around zombies, your character makes little whimpers, like a dog who really needs a piss but his owners are distracted watching looping footage of Niagara Falls. Incidentally, that's the touchscreen controller's chance to shine. You can quickly glance back up at the big screen while footling around in your inventory to make sure zombies aren't tiptoeing up with designs on your prostate. Something that would have been impossible before the technological quantum leap that is the Wii U, unless there's such thing as, I don't know, semi-transparent GUIs. Oh yeah, and when you use a scope or viewing device, you have to look through the touchscreen, because remember all those problems we used to have when the scoped view just replaced the main game screen? No, me neither, but Nintendo made us invite this damn thing to our party, so we'd better fucking make friends with it or we're not getting cake. But Zombie U's problem is one of substance. It's pretty short, and while it is tense at first, it doesn't take long to figure out that the super secret technique for handling singular zombies is just uninterrupted swings with the starting cricket bat, or as I prefer to call it, my staff of wisdom. And in all other situations, Flare plus Molotov clears rooms like a flatulent polar bear, and at that point the game has nothing more up its sleeve. There's a zombie with a helmet and one that messes with your radar, but neither are any match for a stacked game of paper, scissors, stone cricket bat, and from about the halfway point onward I only ever died from forgetting where I put my own landmines. Traditionally in something like this, the moment the player's gotten comfortable is the signal for the game to unleash the suicide bomb of Bengal tigers, but I was left waiting for a curveball that never came. And the Wii U's gimmicks are a solution looking for a problem. Plus the controller's got the battery life of a Sega Game Gear crossbred with a mayfly. Full charge, 3.5 hours, then dead. And I know Nintendo games keep reminding you to take regular breaks, but that's like reading the legal document before you click agree. Nobody really expects you to do it. Maybe you think 3 hours is a good length for a serious gaming session, and maybe sniffing someone's hair in a packed lift counts as first base.